뒤진데 시지면만 다 먹고지 그 땜질 지겨라 조선으로 커셔 두스다데 거리 세상에 들이 뒤지데 시시 비미들도 시 히말라야 유기 메마션 참말로야 애는 애디 깨가기 애는 투젠탈이야 참에 시그말람 깨기어라 애는 애다 투시세 쇼기 애는 나다 로 구주예매 두슬레디어레 애는 한다 소마다 가게면도 또 강보디 첨부지 마대주 도모도시 소고마서 대다주래 간다 시시 비미 다 참을로 내한다 제가 뒤신에 돌이야 지금 상황에다 말로 교회하고 또 지기요래 내 참을로 이제 투시스 쓰기 가다다 나한테 있는 도매기 사전에 기회 다 미지 Tawang Ming Toshe and she the David Ringley, Huda Shavilla, not hovering to sensation David Kadule, and she can't see you, Huda Shavi, Taysig Pandoya, Jashamu Yevasosto, and Zamuli de Gala, she Tona, Church, Rotel Chiki. 제 내디 퍼텐시기 샴디 전부 주요 사모르지 챙기도 엔다 말아서다 소시 시리자시 메마 사모로 하니 별로 되어서 주로 나서 쉬어이 엔 나한테 수고 전부 대마다다 연구도 거부차에서는 연구를 오고 시험 마저 쓰고 대타시에 참을어야 아니 툴 흘르셔셔 아니 롯데오 전 쇼로 나선 쇼야이 인터리 믹스 쇼야시리아 벌거 나한테 샥슈인데 전부 셔셔 아니 사고도에 비미 샥슈 또서 마대로 중 이내다 야 차용 가게면도 저서 삼으로 롯데오체 제야 제네주 살라마사로 실려니 겨울에 좀 만가나 배워서로 맨주신 지는 게 여러 사람들 야 생애 연구들이 야 시우지기 천지 저거 하면 도다 뭐만 알아 사샤나 천부지기다 비무 마테르 지총 엔 고에시 망간에 딱셔로 세시셔니 후다보다 지금은 사모로베 세슨 데베토네 시대야지 후다 셔서 엔 사모로라 저리 그거 뒤수능에 투시스 쇼기라 에네 대한다 망조 샤샤네 겨울음시 시그멘주 템플 샤여르데 가다 시제 수고 야 터저셔 예도데 엔 사모로 롯데부셔 쇼로 나서니 나디 샤이 다 아더보도 시 겨왕 그차 디키니 가다 벼치나 점리 먹지리야 판도 강점 시 가다 조금에 땜배 샴딩에 강점식 주요리 더도야 그냥 모든 땜배 샴딩 쭉 삼았으니 그 선다로 제세 심슈로 계셔요. 가라서 뱀이 제 신앙 저거 가봐 여기네 3월로 아니 내야데 제가 되신데 상마에는 말하면 자야다들이 후다처럼 시신 사이 엔다이 두시.
But China now claims that even Genghis Khan was a Chinese. So they claim everything. But the Mongols ruled over Tibet, and thereafter Tibet became independent. The Manchus conquered China in 1720, but when the Manchu dynasty collapsed in 1912, Tibet declared independence. And Tibet was independent till 1950, when communist China invaded Tibet again.
Timing is everything, it's said, and with the recent headlines about Tibet, the Dalai Lama and the Chinese occupation of the roof of the world, there's nothing more timely than us discussing this book. The Imperial Games in Tibet, the struggle for statehood and sovereignty. The author is Dilip Sinha, Ambassador Dilip Sinha. He's been India's envoy to the UN in Geneva. He's headed the UN division in the Ministry of External Affairs, as well as been Joint Secretary, Pakistan, Afghanistan and Iran. Ambassador Sinha, first of all, thank you so much for giving us time. And second of all, let me just put the book up there so it can be seen in one of our frames. And second of all, congratulations on the release of the book. I believe it is available both online and in bookstores, but there will be an official launch, I think, later in July.
Yes, that's correct. The book is available on Amazon. It's available in bookshops. But the formal launch will take place in a couple of weeks.
The book itself found extremely interesting and readable, Ambassador. One of the narratives that the CCP's narratives that you particularly demolish is what laymen or people who are not really researched into China and Tibet is that Tibet has not been part of China since ancient times. Correct?
That's true. This particular claim that China makes today, or communist China makes today, is a very recent rewriting of history by China. Till as recently as the early part of the 20th century, China did not claim that Tibet was in fact a part of China, because in the Manchu Qing dynasty, Tibet was not one of the 18 provinces. It was part of the Chinese empire, ruled directly by the Manchus, not through as part of the administrative structure of China. So, and before the Manchus conquered Tibet in 1720. Now that's just for 37 years before the Battle of Palace, which was around the time Britain conquered India. China conquered Tibet. And before that, China had never ruled over Tibet. The first foreign power to conquer Tibet were the Mongols. But China now claims that even Genghis Khan was a Chinese. So they claim everything. But the Mongols ruled over Tibet, and thereafter Tibet became independent. The Manchus conquered China in 1720, but when the Manchu dynasty collapsed in 1912, Tibet declared independence. And Tibet was independent till 1950, when communist China invaded Tibet again.
And in fact, there are points in history where Tibet has invaded and conquered parts or whole of China.
Oh yes, there was the leading dynasty of Tibet was the Yarlung dynasty, which had several rulers, ruled over Tibet for several centuries. And one of the greatest rulers of this dynasty was Songtsen Gampo, who was a very powerful ruler. And during this Yarlung dynasty, the Tibetans, in fact, had invaded China. And this was when the Tang dynasty, was a very powerful dynasty, was in power in China. And they had raided China. They captured the capital Chang'an, which is modern Xi'an, and they raided it several times. So there was a time when Tibet was a country powerful enough to take on China.
From history, we come to more contemporary developments, and that's why I'm saying it's very timely, this book. I'm sure it was a coincidence. You couldn't have predicted what is happening with so many headlines concerning Tibet. The recent visit of bipartisan US lawmakers, Dharamshala, meeting the Dalai Lama, and then post that, even coming to Delhi, meeting the Prime Minister, the External Affairs Minister, the National Security Advisor. Now, the Dalai Lama post that has gone to the US for treatment for his knees. So if they wanted to meet him, they could have done it there as well. So powerful symbolic messages, or more than symbolic messages, do you see it from both the US and India?
Well, this has been a very happy coincidence that the release of the book has coincided with the visit of this bipartisan delegation. It's very important that this delegation has chosen to come to Dharamshala, as you mentioned, days before the Dalai Lama himself was to go to the US. So this was clearly a message to be sent to China, not to meddle in Tibet. And then there's this new act, the Resolve Tibet Act, that is currently being passed by the US Congress, and it's waiting the president's signature. But equally important is the fact that after this delegation met the Dalai Lama, when it came back to Delhi, it also called on the Prime Minister and the External Affairs Minister. That's extremely important that the government of India did not shy of meeting this delegation. So both these are messages. India's message is a little more circumspect, as India has always been in its Tibet policy. But the US message is very, very direct.
You were talking about the act that has been passed again by both houses in the US. There have been two acts we were talking earlier, before in the US as well. There's speculation, I don't know whether it's informed or not, that possibly President Biden will sign it and meet the Dalai Lama on his birthday in early July. The act itself, why do you feel that it is so important?
Oh, the act is extremely important. The earlier acts that the US Congress had passed in 2002 and 2020, those were relatively mild. They talked about Tibet's right to its water resources, its environment. It talked about assistance to Tibetan refugees. And then it went slightly stronger and said that China should not interfere in the selection of the Dalai Lama, and anybody who does will face US sanctions. So that was there earlier. But in this present act, they have gone even further, and they have said that the status of Tibet is still disputed, and it will be settled according to the right of self-determination of the people of Tibet and in accordance with international law. Now, this goes really to the point where it says that the Tibet's status has to be determined. So the question about Tibet's international status that many people ask, since no government recognizes the Tibetan government in exile, which is in Dharamshala, but this particular act of the US will reopen this question that the world thought was a closed chapter.
A closed chapter, but there are those skeptics or realists, however you want to put it, who look at India-US relations and the current geopolitics, say, with the US and China and the great power competition there, who critique, if not criticize, India's position as saying, we shouldn't let the US fire off our shoulder when it's a fight between them.
Well, that is precisely what the theme of my book is, Imperial Games in Tibet. Now, Tibet is a small country, and traditionally it has been a very reclusive country, especially after Buddhism came there. The monks who ruled Tibet wanted to be left alone. But the imperial powers did not leave it alone, whether it was Russia or China or Britain. Britain is now gone. Russia is no longer the powerful empire that it was, but it still is an important player. China, in fact, has become much more powerful than it ever was. The US was always a little distant from Tibet, and it was never clear about its policy. India's policy was also part of this game playing, where India felt that relations with China were far more important than worrying about these small group of people called Tibetans living in Tibet. So India always placed that higher. So did the US. So, for example, after the Second World War, the US did try to help the Tibetans when China invaded Tibet, but India dissuaded it, and India didn't cooperate. For a little while, they used Pakistani territory in East Pakistan to help the Khampa rebels. That didn't go too well. And eventually, China was able to crush the rebellion. And thereafter, as you know, there was a Sino-Soviet split. And American politics then switched over to geopolitics, where China was more important than anything else. So China became a close friend and, you can say, almost ally of the US. And again, the US had forgotten Tibet. Now, recently, there has been a downturn in US-China relations. So the US wants to reopen the Tibet position. So these are all part of the imperial games that countries play. But it's so much the better that for the people of Tibet, the fact that countries like the US are now prepared to stand up for it should be welcomed by them. And I hope that India also now starts revising its policy, relooking at it, and trying to understand that Tibet is an important neighbor of ours. And Tibet's interests do often coincide with our interests.
Just dive a little bit deeper into what you are mentioning, say, after China invaded Tibet and Tibet asked for international help, even went to the UN. Your book deals a lot with that and how India dissuaded, say, you were mentioning the US there. When you looked in this book on India's position post-independence, say, you point out, both because of not having the military muscle or the political will post the British leaving, couldn't pursue the same kind of policies that, say, the British were, say, for example, trading rights that we had with Tibet. If you want to touch about that in history, and then I'll come to more contemporary Indian foreign policy.
Well, historically, the position was that by the time Russia and Britain became major players in Central Asia, the Chinese Qing Empire, the Manchu dynasty that I mentioned, that dynasty was in decline in the middle of the 19th century. But both Britain and Russia were scared that if China collapsed, then the other country would get the bulk of this, the lion's share of the country. And neither was very confident of taking over all of China. China took full advantage of this to take their help to be able to crush there's a big rebellion inside China called the Taipan Rebellion, and they were able to crush that. And Britain and Russia decided that it was better to keep the Chinese empire intact. And in 1907, they had an agreement on how to divide Central Asia between them. And in this agreement, they decided that Tibet should remain a part of the Chinese empire. But by this time, the Chinese empire was about to collapse. Just about 5 years later, the Qing dynasty collapsed. But Britain remained and stood by its agreement with Russia not to recognize that Tibet was an independent country. However, they realized that they had to deal with Tibet, and since there was no Chinese control over Tibet, they dealt with Tibet directly, but they always maintained that fiction of Chinese suzerainty over Tibet. So they opened trade marts in Tibet. They did not open a mission in Lhasa because that was prohibited by the 1907 agreement. And it was only in 1936 that they finally opened a mission in Lhasa. But thereafter, when the British left India, they lost interest completely in this. And Russia supported China. It was the Soviet Union at that time. Remember, after Mao came to power in 1949, he went and spent 2 months in Moscow, where he got a treaty of friendship with the Soviet Union. And he also got Soviet support. And the first thing he did was to invade Tibet and take it over. Britain at that time had lost interest, and Britain stood by its agreement that China still had suzerainty over Tibet. India at that time had just become independent. We were busy with our partition, the war in Kashmir, our domestic issues. And also there was this threat of a war in the Eastern Front on Taiwan. And there was a threat of probably a world war. So Prime Minister Nehru felt that it was important to ensure that China did not go into a third world war. So he kept relations with China above the interests of Tibet. In the process, the US, which wanted to help Tibet, was also dissuaded by Britain. And when the Dalai Lama, when the Tibetan government appealed to Britain, USA, India, and the UN for help, nobody came to its aid. The UN took up the discussion, and the country that took up the case of Tibet in the UN was El Salvador.
Yes.
And there was a very perfunctory discussion in which India said that there is a possibility of peaceful negotiations taking place between Tibet and China. Since they are talking, let us shelve discussion on this issue. And the matter was shelved. And there it stands to date. So India's position at that time was that the invasion was wrong and the matter should be settled peacefully. And Tibet has autonomy, internal autonomy. Now, all this has been violated by China. So the basis on which India formulated its policy or other countries formulated their policies have been violated by China. And it is time to revisit the issue.
You mentioned it already twice about Indian foreign policy and how you think maybe this is the time that there should be a rethink. Has Indian foreign policy been too timid when it comes to Tibet because of the fear of provoking China?
Yes, I think so. I think so because China has not had this kind of consideration. China, in fact, has over the years used its position in the UN as permanent member to get Arunachal Pradesh's status questioned. So if you look at maps published by a number of UN organizations, international organizations, they show not only Jammu Kashmir as disputed territory, but also Arunachal Pradesh. And while Jammu Kashmir has a historical, some history to it, Arunachal Pradesh is entirely China's doing. There's no question of it being considered to be a disputed territory, and yet China has successfully managed to put it in the world as a disputed territory. And China continues not to issue visas to, or stapled visas to residents of Arunachal Pradesh. Given this policy of China, India should also take up matters of concern to it and major matters of security.
There's been some speculation in the media, though we've tried to independently confirm if there are any moves on India's part. Since you brought up Arunachal, the Chinese have been constantly renaming places, rivers, mountains, ranges in Arunachal Pradesh and in Tibet. And I think about 10 days back, there was a report about how they're doing it in Xinjiang also with the Uyghurs. This speculative report in the media was suggesting that India should also do the same in Tibet. Though, of course, it's not confirmed whether we are moving in that direction. Is that something that would move things forward? Or even if it happens, is it just symbolic again?
Well, fortunately for India, we don't really need to do anything except reaffirm Tibet's original names. Now, the people of Tibet have names for their towns. We respect those names. There's no question of our changing those names, except perhaps for mountains like Mansarovar, lakes like Mansarovar or Kailash Parvat, which have traditionally had Indian names historically, but Tibetans also have their own name. But otherwise, places like Lhasa and Gyantse, Shigatse, etc., they have Tibetan names, and those names should be respected by everybody. But China obviously does not believe in this. China has in fact renamed Tibet itself. It calls it Xizang, which is unknown to, the Tibetans don't call this place Xizang. Nobody else calls it Xizang, but Chinese have changed their name. They call Arunachal Pradesh Zangnan. And even Xinjiang is a Chinese name for a province that has its own name, has its own people. So India doesn't fortunately face this dilemma of not being able to recognize or appreciate or understand the sentiments of the local people who live there. But China wants to rewrite history all the time. It continues to do so. And then it will maintain that the name Tibet is a fiction and Xizang is the real name.
And like you're saying, the narratives that are being sought to be built by the Chinese, they have to be countered. So not just in Tibet, we have to constantly reaffirm, though that's on the ground, it's already reaffirmed in terms of Arunachal Pradesh. But another myth that you kind of disprove in your book is the Chinese narrative of, when they talk about the century of neglect and humiliation from the Opium Wars till the Communist Party took over, those 100 years. They've set out a timetable for the next 100 years, how they retain or regain their position in the world. You talk about that as well in this book, saying China has been parading this narrative of being a victim of imperialism, whereas all through it has been an imperial power itself, and we see aggression of a different kind all over its boundaries even now.
Yes, you see, China calls that century between the first Opium War around 1840 and 1949, when the Communist Party took over, a century of humiliation. Now, to an extent, there was a lot of humiliation of the Chinese people, but we must remember that the Chinese dynasty that was ruling there was not overthrown. It continued to rule till 1912, and it was eventually overthrown not by Europeans, but by the Han Chinese people themselves. And then there was a massive reaction against the Manchus. Thousands of Manchus were killed in China when this Han Chinese rebellion took place, what was called the Chinese Revolution of 1911-12. So China was able to very successfully play various European powers against each other and continue to survive. After the First Opium War, there was a massive rebellion of the Han Chinese in China called the Taiping Rebellion. This is considered to be one of the biggest civil wars in history. China was able to control this because the British and the French started helping China, also the Russians, rebuild their army. There were British soldiers, army officers, who were naval officers, who were allowed to serve the Chinese emperor. And Britain amended its laws to permit its subjects and its serving officers to go and serve the Chinese government. And Britain particularly, but the other countries, Russia and France also, helped China, America as well. And they helped China not only crush the rebellion, but also reconquer the outlying areas that had broken away. Xinjiang, for example, had broken away. And these countries helped China recover. So the Communist Party just completely ignores this part of the narrative. And India, which had been conquered by the British and ruled by the British, is considered by China to be an imperialist, a dog of imperialism, but itself, which had, and they who had played with these European powers, they consider themselves to be victims of European imperialism. So that narrative needs to be understood. And we need to read a little bit more about the history of the country and also of Tibet to be able to understand why this current state of play how this current state of play has come about.
You talked, about the US Act and how it talks about the Dalai Lama's succession is very curt, if I can use the word there. How should that be dealt with? Because China is just waiting to install, like it has, somebody as the 15th Dalai Lama. And now that's a very crucial aspect of Tibet, isn't it?
Yes, that is extremely important because although the Dalai Lama has given up all his temporal powers, all his political powers to the Tibetan government in exile, the fact is that he's a very revered figure and every Tibetan leader looks up to him for guidance. So his passing away will create a void in the government, and it will also be extremely controversial because China is definitely bound to set up its own Dalai Lama, as it did in the case of the Panchen Lama earlier. Yes. So that process needs to be looked at, and the US has already done that. One of the US acts says that the Dalai Lama is a religious figure and his succession will be a religious issue to be decided by the followers of the Dalai Lama, and no other country or institution should interfere in this. And in fact, the act says that if any Chinese official interferes in it, he'll face sanctions from the US. Now, India has not taken a stand on it yet. I think India too should make its position clear that this is a religious post and it should be decided by the followers of the Dalai Lama.
It's quite ironic how the Chinese Communist Party deals with religion, because on one hand it's crushing it everywhere, the Tibet, whether it's the Uyghurs, all minorities there. But yet on the other hand, it wants to kind of usurp the powers, like by anointing a so-called successor to all these lamas. If you look at what happened just post the US lawmakers' visit here, I think Xi Jinping visits a Tibetan temple. And if I'm not wrong, he visits it in the province where the Dalai Lama was born, in Qinghai. It's also apparently where his father, Xi Jinping's father, met the 10th Panchen Lama, and the Sinicization of Tibet kind of happened. So the Chinese Communist Party, I mean, that distinction has to be clear, clearly fears religion in the long term.
Yes, the Chinese Communist Party has a very cynical attitude towards religion. It initially started by trying to destroy Tibet's monasteries, Tibet's cultural heritage. It destroyed almost all the monasteries, burnt all the books. There's a massive cultural decimation of Tibet. But that didn't succeed, because you can destroy books, but you can't destroy the hearts and minds of the people. And China realized soon that it was difficult to obliterate the Dalai Lama and Tibetan cultural heritage by simply destroying the monasteries. So they started using religion And they started anointing lamas. And they said that anybody who wants to be called a lama or a reincarnate lama must get a certificate from the Chinese officials. So there are many people in Tibet who would be quite happy to go and apply, saying that they were reincarnate. And the number of reincarnate lamas in Tibet has gone up manyfold because the Chinese officials are taking money and declaring people to be reincarnate lamas. So this is a very cynical way of looking at religion, but they are trying to destroy religion either by destroying it physically or by making such a mockery of it that it loses its sanctity and solemnity in the minds of the people of Tibet. But they're also trying to cynicize the religion and the people. They have taken almost 3/4 of the students of young boys and girls of Tibet into boarding schools where they are being taught only Chinese and not Tibetan culture and language. And even youngsters as young as 4 years old are taken to special kindergartens. So this kind of an attitude is both destroy the Tibetan culture and make a mockery of religion to a point where people start disbelieving it.
And we were talking about how it's probably a necessity for India to also do a rethink on its public posture vis-a-vis Tibet. You mentioned the naming of Tibetan places in local language, maybe even making his position on the succession of the Dalai Lama clear. Anything you think that we should be looking at in terms of the one China policy? I know since 2010 it's never been publicly articulated even in bilaterals, but or do we hold back till we need it for some later period if and when there's a conflict with China?
Well, there is a misconception about this concept of one China. But this one China policy relates to China's relations with Taiwan, which is the Republic of China. And here, when the US de-recognized Taiwan or Republic of China and recognized the PRC, the People's Republic of China, at this time, there was this concept that you can recognize only one of the two governments of China. That is the one China policy. This has nothing to do with Tibet, which is the case of annexation. Here the question is Tibet an independent country which is under the illegal occupation of China, or is it a part of China? Now, India's position so far has been that it's an autonomous region of China, which is what China's position also is, unfortunately is, or cynically is, because China calls it the Tibetan autonomous region. But here the point is that India's policy has been mocked by China, which has abolished the autonomy of Tibet. Tibet is ruled by the Chinese Communist Party. We know what kind of government it has. So in this situation, it is time for India to revise and relook at its policy in the light of the fact that its earlier stand is no longer valid. And that is true equally of countries like the US. Britain, of course, will continue to stand by its old agreements, and in any case, it's basically inconsequential in Asia today. Russia, we don't know what kind of stand it will take. Right now, Russia is very dependent upon China because of the Ukraine war. But the deterioration in US-China relations has fortunately been a boon for Tibet, because the US has started relooking at Tibet and is making its policy stronger. For India must remember that India has been trying to look at its relations with China and trying to resolve its differences with China by talking about the border. So border talks have been going on for the last 30 years. No progress has been made. We've seen what happened in Galwan, where China violated even the most basic agreement that we had, which is that the patrol parties would not carry any weapons with them. And for 20 odd years, this was respected by both sides until China very brutally killed our soldiers, taking them by surprise. So even that little basic agreement China has not respected. But the important thing is that even if by some miracle we are able to resolve the border dispute with China, what about Tibet? Tibet will always remain a factor in India-China relations. We must remember that China will not trust India as long as the Dalai Lama or Tibetan refugees are on Indian soil. We have seen how China reacted to the visit of this delegation, of the US delegation. to the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama calls this whole setup the Dalai Lama clique. And in China is always suspicious of India. And whenever Tibetans protest either inside Tibet or in India or anywhere else in the world, China suspects India to be behind this. So we have to remember that Tibet is the let's say the elephant in the room when India and China are sitting, and we have to address this problem.
But even addressing it, if you want to just round up your thoughts, I mean, you've done so much research into history, Indian history as well, and how things are changing in the current scenario. Are all these moves, in any case, symbolic in terms of Tibet regaining its independence? Or does it need the CCP to collapse? Or even if the CCP collapses and something else happens? I know I'm speculating here, but what will it take for Tibet to be independent again?
Well, 70 years is a very short time in the history of nations. Nations look at centuries. Right now, China is on an upswing. It's a very powerful country. So the idea of Tibet becoming independent would be a dream today. But it's important that countries like India continue to support the Tibetan cause. People in India continue to read about Tibetan history, Chinese history, to understand what this problem was all about. And also to speak up for at least the human rights of the people of Tibet and help the Tibetan refugees build their institutions so that as and when the time arises for Tibet to reclaim its position as an independent country, then they are in a position to do so. And the narrative that Tibet has been a part of China since ancient times, that narrative should be firmly buried, and Tibet's history should be known to the people of India as well as the world.
And in that light, one final comment on how Tibet and India have helped preserve each other's cultures, languages, documents, books, which we are doing currently, which the Chinese are doing just the opposite, destroying it there. But that's happened in reverse in the past as well, right? You were mentioning that earlier.
Yes, you see, India and Tibet have had very close relations. Now, even before Buddhism traveled to Tibet, there were close relations. But once Buddhism traveled there, then India was considered by the Tibetans to be the land of the gods. And Tibetans would come to India, study in India. When Nalanda University was set on fire by the invaders, a lot of books were taken from Nalanda to Tibet and preserved there until people like Rahul Sankrityayan went to Tibet and got those books back. Now, when those books were brought back, they became safe in India, whereas in Tibet, they were destroyed by the Chinese invaders. So we have had this relationship of helping each other mutually, both because we are close neighbors and also because of this great religion called Buddhism.
Ambassador Dilip Sinha, again, thank you so much for your time, and thanks for this book. I'm sure it must have been years of toil and research that you've done to come up with a very lucid and readable book. Thanks and congratulations again.
Thanks to you for having me here.
Pleasure, Ambassador. And do give us your feedback on this interview. You can, of course, follow our social media handles for the latest that we put up on our website, or interviews like this with Ambassador Dilip Sinha on our YouTube channel. This is Stat News Global. I'm Amitabh Revi.
In recent years, there have been 157 self-immolations inside Tibet by Tibetan boys, Tibetan girls, Tibetan monks, Tibetan nuns. And every one of them, while he or she was dying, what they were asking? Freedom for Tibet, and we want Dalai Lama to come back. So then they realized that the influence of Dalai Lama cannot go. Even in this third generation, whose forefathers have not seen Dalai Lama or his rule, even they love Dalai Lama. So that is why they want the next reincarnation of Dalai Lama to be in their hands.
Hello, this is Strat News Global. You are on The Gist, and I'm Tripti Nath. Our guest today is Mr. Vijay Kranti, a noted Tibetologist, a journalist, and a China expert. Mr. Kranti has worked in very coveted places in a career spanning over 50 years. He's worked with BBC Radio, Deutsche Welle, Doordarshan, I think I've lost count, Aaj Tak, and many, many other places. He's also worked for BBC TV, and I must say that, must mention that he has authored 14 books, including a coffee table book on the Dalai Lama, who he has known for over half a century. In fact, he's one of the oldest associates of the Dalai Lama in India. And he's interviewed the Dalai Lama over 20 times. So we can't find a person better than Mr. Kranti to tell us what is going on between Tibet and China and India's role in between. So let's begin by asking you about Nancy Pelosi's visit, which is right on the top of people's mind right now.
Yeah.
She's a former House Speaker, as we all know, and she was in Dharamshala in the northern Indian state of Himachal Pradesh recently for a meeting with the Dalai Lama as part of a congressional delegation, and she made very, very aggressive remarks there, right? So I'd like to quote what she said, and which has sparked off a lot of criticism. And she said, and I quote, "While the Dalai Lama, with his massive knowledge, compassion, purity of thought, and love, will live a long time, and his legacy will live forever, the President of China, Xi Jinping, will be gone, and nobody will give you credit for anything." How do you interpret Nancy Pelosi's remarks, which are very, very bold?
Yeah, I would say that surely these remarks look controversial, no doubt. But when such remarks come from a person of the stature of Nancy Pelosi, who has a very long experience of dealing with China, then I don't think anybody should criticize. One can agree or disagree, but she understands China so well, and especially after seeing Xi Jinping's, the way he has been working, the way he has been behaving, almost like a bully to various governments, to various people, organizations across the world. I think she was in one way fair in explaining the contradiction or the contrast between Dalai Lama and Xi Jinping. The way she explains Dalai Lama, a person who personifies peace and a good communicator, all those things. Whereas on the other side, Xi Jinping he has been, the moment you talk of or think of Xi Jinping, you immediately go to a person who is a bully. So, in my opinion, Nancy Pelosi has defined this contradiction or this contrast between Dalai Lama and Xi Jinping in a very perfect way. It's a different matter that in diplomacy it's not a very common way of saying it.
Right. But what is also very interesting and surprising is that not only have they pushed aside the Chinese warning before the delegation went and met the Dalai Lama, they have openly criticized Xi Jinping. So it's a very defiant kind of an attitude.
This also, let us see why this is happening. We should see how, where the direction things are taking in international affairs, especially in relations between America and China. Mm-hmm. For past few years, China is very aggressive on America, and they have made it very, very clear that they want to displace America from its superpower position, right, and take over that position. And in doing that, the way China has been behaving, or Xi Jinping, the kind of language or gestures they have been using, there is very good reason for America to be provoked. And this particular delegation,
You mean for China to be provoked?
Yes. Nancy Pelosi is one of the members, mm-hmm. And the leader of delegation is Jake, is the chairman of the House Foreign Committee. These delegations level is very, I would say, and their timing of coming to India and meeting the Dalai Lama is very, very crucial.
Right.
You know, they are coming immediately after passing a resolution, you know, a resolution on Resolve Tibet, the 2024, that is the resolution. After passing it with unanimity, almost unanimity, which is very unique in a democracy like America, where Republicans and Democrats, you find them fighting on every small thing, every small issue. But this is an issue where they both agree, and they pass resolution. First, the resolution was passed in February this year at the House of Representatives. Then in June, it was passed by the Senate, which made a small change, and then it goes back to House of Representatives. They passed it. Every time it was unanimous, and immediately after House of Representatives passed this bill to make, you know, then it will become a law, they have come immediately to India. I say this timing is very crucial. Number one, after the resolution. Number two, after Modi government has taken over third time.
Right.
They are the first people to enter. And thirdly, what is important is, in my opinion, that the way they have come to see the Dalai Lama and the visual impact of their visit,
Surely.
that is very outstanding. It sends so many messages to the world that the things are going to change on Tibet, and the whole syntax of politics and is going to change. So this is very significant.
Mr. Kranti, you would have noticed that, of course, Nancy Pelosi is a sworn enemy of China, we all know. And she has, her remarks have sparked off criticism on social media. I chanced upon some comments where people are saying, why did the Indian government allow the US lawmakers to come to India and make these anti-China utterances? Do you think India is playing the Tibet card?
See, one thing, before I comment on the main question, when you said that there was criticism on the social media, let's not forget, social media is not an independent or a very innocent kind of platform. It is a very, very manipulated and influenced platform.
Right.
You know, a set of platforms where China is spending more money than the total publicity budget of Indian government and American government put together. They are spending more money.
So everything
they have
is orchestrated.
Yeah, it is orchestrated. Now, because yesterday I saw one very senior journalist, you know, putting the same question on Twitter, asking why the Indian government should have done it. So I had to very politely ask her, did you ask the same question when the Chinese president invited Pakistani Prime Minister to Beijing, and both of them made a common statement against India on Kashmir? Isn't it that situation?
Clearly premeditated.
So all these comments are influenced and promoted by certain sectors, and one of the major sectors of those influencers and sponsors is China. So I don't think these comments should be taken seriously. Prime Minister Modi is Prime Minister of India. He has got respectable guests to his office, and both are democracies. Both have right to discuss any subject on the earth. So if Modi welcomes them, I think it's a tradition of India to welcome the guests. And I personally feel that this gesture of Prime Minister Modi inviting the American delegation to his office, and you see the visual just behind them,
Right,
the flags of India and America, and they were, you know.
And he also took to X to announce the visit,
Yes.
and the
So,
cordial handshake and everything
this was
we
necessary.
saw. Right.
Rather, we should be, if I can use the term, happy that a government of India, which has been playing timid, if I can use the term rightly, Indian government has been playing timid right from the day when China attacked Tibet in 1949 and 50. and the way our governments, previous governments have been, eating out of Chinese hands and repeating whatever they wanted to say. So there is a big change. I welcome it. Indian government, we first time see that the Indian government
Change
is
in the last 10 years?
Yes, it's a positive sign, I think.
And so you think that the cordial atmosphere in which the meeting was held with the Prime Minister is some kind of a sign to China?
Sure. It is sign to China. It is a sign to the world. Let us see how the things are moving. The whole world has been waiting for last 70 years that somebody should take initiative on Tibet. Not a single country in the world was happy what was happening inside Tibet. None of the countries approved the kind of atrocities China has been committing on the people of Tibet and the social system there. Nobody ever appreciated it, but nobody had the courage to challenge China. And especially after Xi Jinping took over, nobody had the desire, nobody had the courage, nobody had the guts to do it. So now things are changing, and I see the American resolution, this resolution and the previous two resolutions of 2002 and 2020, and this third resolution, they are a sign that world has started thinking more clearly on Tibet and about China, and this is a first sign, and things are changing.
Right. So the Dalai Lama is scheduled to travel to the United States in a few days from now, and do you think that President Biden will sign the Resolve Tibet Act, which has generated a lot of optimism, which urges Beijing to re-engage with the Dalai Lama and other Tibetan leaders to peacefully resolve their dispute over the status and governance of Tibet?
One part is whether he will sign. The issue is the Congress has passed these resolutions in both houses, and they were passed by the party of the president, Democrats, and the party of opposition. Both have done it together. So president knows what is happening, and he is going to sign it. We saw it later, previously in the 2020, the Tibet Policy Support Act of 2020 when it was passed. Could you see the alacrity with which the then president, the Republican president, he signed this resolution. The resolution was passed a little before the Christmas, and immediately after the Christmas, the first thing the president did was sign that bill, make it an act. It becomes a part of the American Constitution. So same thing I am seeing, but here I can predict. I can I can foresee that President Biden may have deliberately held it till the day when Dalai Lama is there and he celebrates his next birthday, because on 6th July is Dalai Lama's 89th birthday.
Right.
So it may be a very symbolic gesture on the part of America and American president that he signs the bill on that day, which will add a lot of value to the content of this bill.
Right, but I think we also know that this symbolism can never translate to isolating China because it's too big.
Maybe I would like to disagree with you a little that it will not translate. You can say it may or may not. But seeing the situation today, there are far more chances that this resolution is going to make a big change. For example, in previous years, there were very, very rare occasions when world governments would take a bold stand on Tibet, would say something very frankly to the Chinese government. They would not do it.
They thought it was not their business.
No, they were afraid
Couldn't
of
muster
China.
the courage to.
They didn't have the courage. Not that they were not aware of what is happening inside Tibet or inside East Turkestan, what China calls Xinjiang, or in South Mongolia. All these three colonies of China have been suffering, and the whole world knows what is happening, but they never had the courage. But now when this bill is passed, and the overall ecosystem in the world, what you are seeing today, I can see that this is what you call a ripple effect. a
Cascading effect.
cascading effect. And we saw the other day, this lower house of Canada, they have passed a very similar resolution.
Right.
Huh? And you will see very soon it will start, and maybe the next step will be in European Parliament.
Right. So you told me recently that, in your opinion, the United States is trying to internationalize the issue because China is challenging its supremacy.
Yes.
How would you qualify this observation?
See, in Buddhism they call cause and effect. That is the basic principle, how the world is running.
Yeah, Lobsang Sangye talked about.
Every
karmic
Buddhist
effect.
will
Yes,
tell you
right.
that whatever is happening in the world is actually in that process called cause and effect. Something happens, then the effect of it will cause something next, and that will cause another thing. China has been behaving very, very erratic in recent years. If you see the history of China, there is a very systematic change happening. In Mao's lifetime, they removed the capitalist government. He brought in communism. And in his later years, after he succeeded, he, through cultural revolution and other things, or the Great Leap Forward, he saw to it that any person or any power which could challenge, number one, communism in China again, or his own authority again, they were all destroyed very systematically through cultural revolution. He made the Red Guards finish every single comrade who worked with him, but he had no faith in them. They were all destroyed. So Mao Zedong prepared a secure ground for communism. The later leaders of China, they took it ahead. Deng Xiaoping brought a revolutionary change. He married the system with capitalism, made China rich, made China powerful, and now once China is rich and powerful, the next job then Xi Jinping has taken over to bully the world, to occupy the whole system. This is what he is doing, and he is behaving like a rogue. That is very unfortunate. He is not doing it, smartly. So he has created so much of reaction. So this cause and effect is that he started with America. He wants to pull down America from its supreme position, and America is not going to take it lightly. So now America has realized finally that it has to fight back China. It needs now friends for that, because America can't do it alone. That's why you see their, what you call honeymoon with democratic countries like India, Australia, Japan, South Korea. That is why they are doing it. And
right. On the million-dollar question of reincarnation, how do you look at China's constant interference in asserting that they will select the Dalai Lama's successor? Could you enlighten us on the traditional procedure? Because this is the 14th Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
And I think the tradition,
500 years old,
goes
yeah,
back to
yeah.
700 or 800 years.
Yeah.
So how is it normally done? I think from what I understand from what Lobsang Sangye said yesterday at an event is that this is a regent who appoints.
Yeah, I'll tell you, besides the
Dalai Lama.
procedure, let us first come to the basic question, why China is interested in Dalai Lama's reincarnation. The same China, the same Chinese Communist Party who have announced always that religion is poison of the people, of masses, who are anti-religion, who have destroyed every religion inside China, including the Christianity, the Islam and Buddhism in a very, very massive way. They have been doing it. They have destroyed Tibet specifically in a really wild manner. And after doing that, after being so abusive on Dalai Lama that he is a monk, he is a wolf in the garb of, no, he is a wolf in the garb of monk's robes. That kind of abusive language. If you are doing it, then why do you need the incarnation of Dalai Lama? I'll explain why they need it. after China occupied in 1959, then they initially Mao Zedong believed that the Tibetans will be very happy, we'll give them promises and of prosperity, etc., and then they will follow us and they will be make good citizens. But then he realized that people were not happy. So then he took the step of destroying. He discovered that their faith in religion and Dalai Lama was keeping them off the communist, love for communism party. So then they tried to destroy both. Dalai Lama had to run for his life to India.
Right.
They destroyed every monastery. They disrobed, thousands and thousands of monks and nuns, and burnt their libraries,
Destroyed
everything.
their monasteries, yeah.
So Mao was thinking that a Tibetan minus Buddhism and his faith in Dalai Lama is equal to a very patriotic Chinese citizen. This is how he was thinking, and he destroyed religion. But when the Tibetan uprising of 1987 and 1989, which the leaders in Beijing were shocked that Tibetans are so unhappy against the Chinese rule. So then they sat down and discovered, analyzed and found that they have failed in destroying religion. So then they took a new policy of occupying Tibetan religion from within. So this was the next stage. And one of that part was that grab all those positions, all those senior tulkus, those senior incarnate lamas who influence people's opinion. So then they started imposing the new incarnations on Tibetan people.
Right.
They did it with Panchen Lama, they did it with Karmapa, and we all know. Karmapa ran away finally, in 1999, New Year, the last day. He ran away to India. Panchen Lama, the Chinese arrested the young boy, 5-year-old, and his parents, and imposed a boy of their choice, and he's of no use to them. So now they want Dalai Lama because they have discovered the influence of Dalai Lama is so big. You see, in recent years, there have been 157 self-immolations inside Tibet by Tibetan boys, Tibetan girls, Tibetan monks, Tibetan nuns. And every one of them, while he or she was dying, what they were asking? Freedom for Tibet, and we want Dalai Lama to come back. So then they realized that the influence of Dalai Lama cannot go. Even in this third generation, whose forefathers have not seen Dalai Lama or his rule, even they love Dalai Lama. So that is why they want the next reincarnation of Dalai Lama to be in their hands.
But it is very reassuring that the US lawmakers delegation that was here said that they will try to counter any influence of China in selecting the Dalai Lama. That's very reassuring. So moving on to the next question, we've already touched upon it a little, but you mentioned the motion passed by the Canadian House of Commons before the US thing
No, after
came.
that,
This time.
Immediately
after that, okay. Stand corrected. So this motion, which kind of declares the Tibetans' right to self-determination, has given a boost, along with the US resolution. What I want to understand is this some kind of an indication that the Tibet issue is gradually picking pace in the international arena?
Yeah.
It is.
As I said, that after America, we have seen Canada doing it, Canadian Parliament doing it.
Right.
And I can visualize that very soon. European Parliament, which has already a history of being pro-Tibet. It has history. In 1999, they came out with a very big resolution, and they gave deadline to an ultimatum to China: if you don't start talking to Dalai Lama to find the mutually agreeable solution, in 3 years, we will ask our government to recognize Dalai Lama's government as real government of Tibet. So it was only after that in 2002, just before the ultimatum was expiring, China started talking to Dalai Lama. It's a different thing. They misused that talks to fortify their own position, and the dialogue failed later on. But they are afraid of. Let us not forget the Communist Party of China and its leader Xi Jinping are afraid of the international opinion. They say they don't care about it, but they are very afraid of it. And you can see that whatever now you see the new elections which are going on in the European Union, European Parliament. You know, the kind of people who are coming are rightists. So we can see a new, you know, energy and of European Parliament to focus on all those points on which China feels very vulnerable, whether it is Tibet, whether it is Xinjiang, whether it is South Mongolia, whether it is Hong Kong or Taiwan.
Since you've been tracking Tibet issues for so long, almost 5 decades plus, do you see a resolution of the Tibet issue in the Dalai Lama's lifetime?
I don't have a very specific answer to that because, you know, only God knows how long present Dalai Lama lives. I wish him a long life, but he is an individual. So what you call the dharma of human body applies on him also. But one thing is there, I can see all the signs, the ecosystem which keeps a movement alive.
All the forces of the universe are
now those forces are adding up. Rather, I see the graph going in the right direction.
Okay.
So it may take 5 years, 10 years, and as somebody said it, you know, when Xi Jinping came out with a very nasty statement about Dalai Lama, and there was a very, very interesting answer. They said that Mr. Xi Jinping, maybe you and your Communist Party will not survive as long as Dalai Lama survives.
Only 100 years old.
He might, outlive.
So my last question to you is that I would like to know from you, how much has the Dalai Lama changed in the last 52 years when you last met him, and how much has Dharamshala changed?
Oh, one thing I can say very easily, he was very young when I met him. You know, I met him first time in 1972, very young and very energetic. And over the time, slowly, he has been age has been catching up with him. But still, I find his wit, his humor, his alertness on issues and about people is still alive. He is a man, even at this age. You know, I have seen him a couple of times. I had a chance to travel with him in the same aeroplane.
Oh, wow.
No?
Okay.
No. And I could see people in the aeroplane going, and he would sit in the front economic seat. And people would go and see him, and he will shake hands, you know, touch their beard, or, you know, make them feel comfortable. And people will come happy. Oh, I have a friend now, Dalai Lama. And I have noticed that every time he goes anywhere, and especially when he was in an aeroplane, when I came out, I told somebody, see, he has left a plane load of friends behind.
Yeah.
So he does every time.
He has very endearing qualities.
You know, that quality is alive. And then he is very smart. What he has done when he saw his age is catching up, China wants to occupy the institution of Dalai Lama. In 2011, he very smartly, he make a statesman move, a classic master stroke. He separated the political power of Dalai Lama and spiritual.
Right.
So he now holds spiritual powers. If China, suppose China occupies Dalai Lama's institution, then everybody knows it is only the spiritual powers, which the Communist Party doesn't need. The political powers rest with his elected representatives, the Central Tibetan administration in Dharamsala, the elected parliamentarians, the elected Sikyong, who is president. So he has given an infinite shelf life to the Tibetan system and to the Tibetan struggle.
Interesting. How much has Dharamshala changed?
Oh, it has changed drastically.
Really?
First time in 1972, when I finished my work and I wanted to come down, the last bus had left from there, for Lower Dharamsala. And I asked somebody, is there any taxi? So somebody told me, in those days I used to earn hardly 150 rupees per month. And somebody said, yes, there is a taxi, Lower Dharamsala, he will charge you 500 rupees. So I ran all the distance. And now Dharamsala has everyday traffic jam because of more cars than the road can accommodate, more tourists, more people coming there, too much of construction. It has become a jungle of concrete, but still spiritually very rich, socially very rich, very interesting, very colorful.
So thank you so much, Mr. Kranti, for giving us a bird's eye view on the Tibetan issues and
Thank
all
you.
the burning issues around it. To our viewers, please do send in your feedback for this interview that we've had with Mr. Kranti. You may also like to follow all our social media handles for the latest that we put out on our website or interviews like this on YouTube. This is Track News Global, and I'm Tripti Nath.
Does somebody in this country realistically think you're going to get back Aksai Chin? That one morning Xi Jinping will wake up and say, "Oh India, I apologize for the evil perfidy of Mao. Here's Aksai Chin back, and here's all the territory around Galwan that we took." Anybody who believes that is naive.
Welcome to the Gist on Stat News Global. I'm Ramananda Sengupta. Our very, very special guest today is Amit Gupta, Senior Advisor, Forum of Federations in Ottawa, formerly faculty of the US Air Force Air War College, and he works on international security, pop culture, and politics. He has also coached the War College soccer team. And for those of you who missed it, I recommend that you look at his earlier show on with us. I'm sure you'll find it extremely stimulating. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Gupta. It's a pleasure to have you with us again.
Thank you, Ramananda. And I do want to point out one disclaimer to your audience. While I was an enthusiastic soccer coach, I was a very bad soccer coach. If I had been coaching in the English Premier League, I would have been fired mid-season. So,
I'm glad they didn't hire you.
yeah, I'm glad I had a daytime job, as they say,
Well, okay.
in the United States.
Yep. So, today we're going to be discussing Modi's last term, Prime Minister Modi's last term in terms of foreign policy, the hits and misses perhaps in that. And then we'll be looking at the main key sort of countries that we're dealing with, the US, China, Russia. So to begin with, if you were to look at Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy during his last term, what would you sort of say were his main places where he did a good job and where he may have done a better job?
I think the two best things that happened were, firstly, staying out of the mess called Ukraine. There was a lot of pressure from the EU and the United States that India should be part of this. India very sensibly said no, and it reaped the benefits, whether it was cheap oil, whether it was being able to navigate its own foreign policy. And my own feeling is that both the Europeans and the United States are going to rue the economic consequences and the military strategic consequences of Ukraine. So good for India. The second one, which I'm actually very proud of, is vaccine Maitri. Because if you look at that, while the US and the West were hoarding vaccine supplies and raw materials, India went out and gave it to people all the way from Antigua, which means Viv Richards probably got a Covaxin, to countries like Bangladesh and so on. And the fact that India did that in many cases gratis is very, very credible, not credible, creditable, until it stopped. And it stopped because the US cut off the supply of raw materials to India, which we'll talk about in US-India relations. So I thought those were the two things which I would be boasting about because India did well. Where the shortfalls came, number one, is how you deal with China. And it seems to me that there's no sense of imagination left on how to deal with China. The positions are very rigid, and we are losing out as a country for one very simple reason, that China is the economic behemoth in Asia. Okay? So if you look at it, China has $870 odd billion of trade with ASEAN. It has about $780 billion of trade with the European Union, It has $670 billion of trade with the United States, and is about $300 billion with the Japanese and the Koreans. And the Japanese, the Koreans, and the Chinese hate each other. But the one thing they do say is nothing gives us greater joy than to make money off our enemies. So $300 billion of trade is pretty good. India's with China's what, 130 billion or so, if I'm not wrong. There's a long way to go on that. And what all these countries say is we have valid territorial disputes with China, but that doesn't mean we can't have a trading arrangement with China. I think China's a problem. It has to be worked out. The other problem is essentially too many expectations with the relationship with the United States. So I would say those would be the two major misses. The minor miss is you still have an unruly neighborhood, right? And if you take out Bangladesh and to a lesser extent Sri Lanka, India doesn't have the kind of sense of amity, if I may put it that way, in the region, which would allow you to expand your foreign policy interests, have greater economic cooperation, so on.
You mentioned China and trade, but you know, I remember one of the issues that seems to be a bother is that the balance of trade is very heavily skewed in China's favor. But that applies to almost all countries that trade with China.
Except parts of the EU.
Possibly, yes. But how does that actually impact relationships, the economic relationship? How is that a problem?
It's, see, it's a problem because India sits there saying greater reciprocity. US also does that, by the way, which is why Trump put all those tariffs on China. But to me, when I talk to Indian manufacturers, they say the problem isn't China, the problem is India. Because until your goods leave the gate of your factory, you're competitive with China. The minute they go out and all the state and local taxes and national taxes get slapped on, you suddenly become non-competitive with the Chinese. Right. So if you can solve that, India can actually compete better and probably sell more also around the world.
How would you solve that? Why is it that nobody's managed to solve it so far?
Oh, I wish I could answer that question. There's too many middlemen. Look, I'll give you a very simple example. Walmart wanted to buy directly from farmers and sell to people in their mega stores. That never went through because you would have cut out an entire group of middlemen who make their living by moving goods and services from one town to the other. So instead you have this awfully inflated food system, and a lot of your food rots. We are one of those few countries where 1/3 of our food just rots away because we don't know how to store it, we don't know how to move it. Yeah.
I mean, I remember a Chinese gentleman telling me that, you know, perhaps it helps if cheap labor is not the only thing, but they do have a very disciplined labor and a very subsidized kind of a labor force which allows them to produce things at a much cheaper thing, which democratic countries perhaps find it difficult to do. Would that be a correct assessment?
Look, what the Chinese have is a good middle manager category. You need middle managers with certain skills which are beyond those of an assembly line worker. And if you look at the iPhone today in India, the iPhone manufacture is being done by Indians, but the middle managers, the supervisors, are Chinese. And that's the case with a number of companies. In fact, the government of India has not been giving visas to Chinese middle managers, and that's been stymieing the efforts of these companies to produce and export. So something has to be figured out in that direction. The other thing the Chinese are good at, and you and I have talked about this before, is the Chinese don't sit there and say reciprocity and it must happen under all terms, and sometimes you can't do reciprocity. What they say is look at the big picture. And the best example of this is the aviation industry. Both Southeast Asian airlines and Southwest, meaning the Gulf state airlines, want to have more flights to India. And the Indian government's taken the position, well, if they have one flight, we must have one flight. Your carriers can't do it. And they won't be able to do it for maybe another 10 years. Now, what the Chinese do, and this is a personal story, when I left to study in the United States, there was one KLM flight to Amsterdam, one Air France flight to Paris, and one Lufthansa flight to Frankfurt every day. Okay, now 36 years later, there's one KLM flight to Paris, one Lufthansa flight, one Air France flight. In the same time, I went to China in the 90s. There was 2 flights a day from LA to Shanghai. There are now 20 flights.
Oh.
And the Chinese do not care. The Chinese aren't sitting there and saying reciprocity. They're saying you're bringing in loads of tourists, you're bringing in loads of businessmen. Welcome to China. So you have to be a bit more imaginative about this instead of sitting there and saying, oh, how do we compete with the Chinese? Play their game.
You know, there was this gentleman I know who used to run a PLA think tank at one time, and we've been in touch for a long time. So one of the arguments that he made, and I suspect, I'm not very comfortable with that narrative, but what he said was that if India wants to be the factory of the world, China has no problems at all, because they are moving on to, you know, artificial intelligence and robotics and all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
but he said India lacks 2 things. One is the killer instinct, wherein, you know, you say everything else can go to hell, I just want to do this, and that's how it's done.
Right.
And 2, that we're too caught up in international laws and things like that, because of which, you know, we are worried about stealing IP, intellectual property things and all that. He said, if you want to become the factory, you cannot think along those lines. He said, cheap labor is not good enough because any other country can outdo you in terms of cheap labor. So he says, that's not good enough. You have to have that killer instinct. And B, you have to be totally ruthless, you know. Would you agree with that assessment?
Look, I partly agree with it. I think cheap labor only works up to a point. Mexico got the Volkswagen production line. They were producing such bad Jettas that they pulled the production line out of Mexico and moved it to China. So cheap labor is necessary, but it's not sufficient. The other thing is, yeah, India's pretty good at stealing too. I mean, if you know anybody in drugs and pharmaceuticals, ask them about some of the things where India has played some very dodgy games. And by India, I mean Indian companies have played some very dodgy games with things like patents and so on. Classic one was Valium, which was the tranquilizer, which was made by an Indian company who took the patent and tweaked it a bit and were able to sell it in India as something else.
Oh.
You know? Yeah, so you have things like that. It's killer instincts, certainly, but the thing with the Chinese is the Chinese think big. They have ambition, vision, and resources. India doesn't think big. And that would be my main gripe with Indian corporations. And I'll give you an example. 10 years ago, nobody knew the company called BYD. Today, BYD is the biggest electric vehicle company. It's not Elon Musk with his $54 billion
they're going to, you know,
paycheck.
beat Elon Musk at his game, I'm told.
They are, because they're making good cars. And Teslas are very pretty, but I don't need a pretty car in New Delhi. I need a functional car in New Delhi. Okay? So they think that way. I went to Tierra del Fuego in Argentina, which is right at the bottom of the world, 2 years ago. The only car dealerships there, were Chery, which is Chinese, and Hyundai, which is Korean. No American, no European. Because they're like, who goes to Tierra del Fuego? Well, you know who goes to it. And Brazil now is awash with Chinese cars. So they have been able to do things because they've reached out where other people don't want to go.
Since we are on the subject of China, I mean, let's continue with China. Another argument that I've heard is that, you know, China imports iron from India and sells us things like, you know, nail clippers and locks and things like that at a very subsidized rate, which the local manufacturers cannot compete against. Why is it that the Indian manufacturers cannot do the same thing at that same cost?
Look, there's 2 parts to this. This is not a new strategy. This is how the Japanese killed the American electronics industry. They went in and sold televisions at 15% less than what Kenwood and all these other people were selling, and they wiped it out. They were not, the American manufacturers were not willing to cut their profits in order to deal with the Japanese. So that's part of the problem in India. And the other thing is, we're not a true capitalist system. If you're a true capitalist system, you say, I make 500,000 cars in 2024. In 2025, I should make 750,000.
Right.
You're quite satisfied with your 500,000 cars. And that's where the killer instinct part, I think, becomes important. And then you have to look for a global market, and you have to raise your standards. which is the main complaint about India. India as a textile exporter, for example, is the first batch is wonderful of exports. From the second and third, it starts to decline precipitously. So you have to maintain standards. You have to be able to compete with other people. You have to be willing to undercut. So all this requires a certain type of mentality, number one. And you don't mock customers. So if you go in Africa, it's full of Chinese cell phones, as is India, by the way.
Right.
You're not sitting there saying, if I'm going to sell my product, it'll only go to Europe, because that's a tough market to get into. So I would leave it at that, yeah. And I'll add one more thing, sorry. The Chinese have put a very heavy emphasis on education. India's pushed education into a downward spiral.
I agree.
You know, and I'll give you a simple example. I have a friend who was a senior government servant who retired and is now working for a company proofreading and correcting the English of the reports written by their 25-year-olds.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, why would you have to hire a senior retired government servant and pay him more than you're paying the 25-year-old? The 25-year-old can't write 5 consecutive sentences in English.
Okay.
And you want to be a global player. If you're working with multinationals and so on, well, then you've got to be able to speak English fluently, you've got to be able to write English in a proper manner, so on. You're not doing that. The Chinese are. And this is where the Chinese ambition, vision, resources is amazing. In 2003, you know, there's a whole bunch of these surveys which are done on the top 500 universities in the world. And 17 or 18 of them are in the West. Mainly it's in the United States and a couple in Europe. Back in 2003, when I first started tracking this, the Chinese had 3 universities in 500. Today they have 53.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. So look at how the progression. And if you look at the applications for patents, 3 countries beat everybody else hands down. China, Japan, South Korea. These are the 3 countries which file the most patents for inventions in the world now. It's not Netherlands, it's not the United States, it's none of the typical nations which used to engage in a scientific industrial base. Instead, what it is the Chinese are coming up rapidly. And remember, the first thing that happens in the West is, if any non-Western country does it, they've stolen the tech. It's not that they have smart people who may have made the tech. And I'll give you 2 examples there. Every time a non-Western country tests a nuclear weapon, oh, they stole it from somewhere.
Right.
Now, when I wrote my PhD, I interviewed Raja Ramanna. And I asked Raja Ramanna, why did you go into nuclear physics? And he said, when he was at the University of London, he was offered 2 fellowships, postgrad fellowships.
Okay.
One was to study nuclear physics, and guess what the second one was?
Tell me.
Classical piano.
Good Lord, okay.
Yes, this is how good Raja Ramanna was. And till the day he died, he was giving concerts with classical piano and with the veena. You know, the man was truly eclectic in his abilities. Now, he was told by his father, don't be silly. There are no dark-skinned classical pianists in 1948 or 49 when he got his degree. Go and study nuclear physics. He studied nuclear physics, made an atom bomb. Okay? You cannot say that a person like that is not competent. It's the same thing with the Chinese. They were accused of all kinds of espionage, but they built their bomb on their own. They got some help from the Russians, they built their bomb on their own. Okay? And now, with all the sanctions on the Chinese, they came out with the Huawei Mate 60, which is probably one of the better cell phones out there. So they are investing in basic science. They are putting money into it in very large amounts, which India cannot do and India will not do.
Right.
And India, if you look at it, it tries, but these things sort of get caught up in government bureaucracy and lethargy. In the early 90s, India set up a department of robotics. Have you seen an Indian robot?
Indian?
Robot.
I've seen a couple of them.
A couple of them. But do they
But they seem pretty ancient to me.
Very, very rudimentary, not very good, can't compete with the German, Chinese, South Korean robots. Okay? But you set that up 30 years ago. What happened in those 30 years? The Chinese moved ahead very fast. Because they'll sit down and say, how much money do you need, Ramananda, to make workable robots? Say, I need $1 billion. Okay, done. In India, we do what I like to call banya accounting. Ramananda, why $1 billion? How about I give you 250 million? And then maybe we'll see. And the maybe we'll see never happens.
That's a bit, tragic since that is the case, because the impact is difficult to measure in many ways. But since we were talking about China, there's this war which has gone beyond a trade war between China and the US.
Right.
Which probably is an ideological war right now more than anything else. And India has been drawn into that for whatever reason, because we have our own problems with China. And so I believe the West considers us as a sort of a counterweight to China. India doesn't like being called a counterweight, believes that, it's a power of its own.
Right.
But if it is an ideological kind of a war, why is it that certain countries are aligning differently with various other countries? Do you think India has made the right choice by aligning with the anti-China kind of a lobby?
See, I would have no problems if India was seriously aligned. But India is aligned in the way it does everything in foreign policy, which is Monday, Wednesday, Friday we're aligned, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday we're non-aligned, Sundays, hey, it's the day of rest, so don't make me make a decision on that day. Nobody takes you seriously.
Okay.
I mean, let's be absolutely blunt about this. And I'll point this out. The Americans are really worried about losing unipolarity. Okay? And multipolarity is coming.
Right.
And it's coming far quicker than anybody else would think. Two, the Americans would like a militarized India which is ready to take on the Chinese. The problem with that is they're not going to give the money or the technology. Okay? And the other problem is then India's got to be ready to fight the Chinese to the last Indian, much in the way as the Ukrainians are fighting the Russians to the last Ukrainian, which I don't think anybody in India has any interest in doing. So this idea that you are some kind of ally is not there. Look, the serious alliance is not the Quad, and if you like we can talk about that. The serious alliance for the Americans is AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States.
Right.
And the Australians have been given will get nuclear submarines.
Absolutely.
Which may cost about $90 billion. The real problem is the Australians have also said we're not going to fight in a war to defend Taiwan. To which my question then is, why do you need nuclear submarines to run circles around Australia? Which probably is what they want to do because it makes them feel good about themselves. They're not a serious military power. The British had an aircraft carrier, the Queen Elizabeth, and they had to pull 2/3 of the aircraft because they'd borrowed them from the Royal Air Force. Now go ask the Indian Navy, it's willing to borrow Indian Air Force Rafales, and they'll say our Chief of Staff will take a jump off the Vikramaditya before he did that. It's not a serious alliance. But my question to you is, why is it 3 white countries are determining the security architecture of the Indo-Pacific? There used to be a word for this. It was called colonialism. And you have to think beyond this. It's not coming out of Washington. They don't trust India in terms of tech transfers. They're not going to give you subsidized weaponry in the way they give the Israelis. And they will always have restrictions on what you can do and you can't do. For example, think of all these problems India has faced with legitimizing its nuclear program. And on the other hand, look at how nobody in Washington, D.C. ever talks about the Israeli nuclear program. And 2 Israeli junior ministers have said, well, we should use nuclear weapons in Gaza, which, by the way, would be genocide, because you'd largely be killing civilians.
Absolutely, yes.
The minute they say that, they're admitting to nuclear weapons. The minute you're admitting to nuclear weapons, you violated American non-proliferation laws. Why is this not being brought up in the US Senate and saying you violated the Glenn-Symington agreement? Because your average American politician has I Heart Israel t-shirts. They don't have I Heart India t-shirts.
Right.
Right? There's no emotional ties to India. There's no cultural ties to India. And they don't trust India as an ally.
You're saying that even with the diaspora punching above its weight, it's still not a big factor right now.
No. And yeah, I mean, look at the diaspora. The one person in the diaspora who I appreciate only for one reason is Vivek Ramaswamy, because he hasn't changed his name. He hasn't become Vivian Ramaswamy
Right.
or Vivian
Viv or
Ram
whatever, huh?
or whatever, right? Namrata Randhawa goes by the alias Nikki Haley. Piyush Jindal goes by the alias Bobby Jindal. Why? And they both became Christians.
True.
Right? Vivek Ramaswamy is a good Tamilaya, so I'll give him credit for that. Why?
But he's still a Bible thumping kind of a thing, but that's more politics than anything
but he
else.
calls himself a Hindu.
Right.
And I'm not saying this to give a Hindu pitch here. I'm saying this, why do I have to change my identity to suit you? And if you look at it, I think Indian men have lost the script on this in the United States. Indian women are very good at this. There's two Indian women who I admire for this. One is Mindy Kaling, she's the actress who played Kelly Kapoor in The Office.
Right.
Okay, and the other is the chef and supermodel Padma Lakshmi. They both openly say now, we are Indian and we're also American. So they're not going with these stupid labels which people attach to Indians. East Asian Indian, what is that? South Asian American, Indian American. They're saying, no, we're Indian.
What about that lady who was the CEO of Pepsi or Coca-Cola?
Indira Nooyi, yeah.
Yeah. She
You
still
knew
retains her.
Yeah, what did you think of her?
She still wears a sari and is quite proud of her Indian roots.
Yeah. And they all go to Hindu temples. Yeah. So, to me, this is the future of Indians. And when this group of Indians starts dominating American culture, society, and politics, you'll see the diaspora really play a much stronger role than what goes on right now. I've said this before. The only reason you had Howdy Modi in Houston or wherever it was because the Prime Minister was a Gujarati. And the entire hotel, motel, Patel crowd showed up for it. If tomorrow a Bengali, which would be very nice, or a Marathi became the Prime Minister, this lot would be a no-show.
True.
And you know this as well as I do. They don't identify as Indians. They identify as Gujarati American, Telugu American. I had a Sikh American colleague who said, I'm a South Asian American. And I lost my cool and I said, that's a geographic identity, that's not an ethnic identity.
You know, you mentioned Sikh American. On a day that Jake Sullivan was in New Delhi,
Yeah.
you know, you had that guy in, what was his name, Nikhil Gupta, that guy who was arrested.
Right. The
He
alleged
was being brought
assassin.
into
Yeah.
New York to stand trial. And while we are still trying to work our way around the ISET thing, not much has moved on that, I'm told.
No.
It's just a piece of paper so far. Do you think that that part is sort of being used as some kind of pressure tactic on India, or is it just, I mean, the law taking its course there and not something else?
I'll be blunt. 6 Americans died when a Pakistan-sponsored terror attack took place in Mumbai in 2008. Now, there are American laws which say if an American is killed abroad in a terror attack, it becomes an FBI case. It's not a Pentagon case or the State Department, because they can't do anything. The FBI investigated it, traced it all the way back to Karachi, named suspects. Now, this was done in George Bush Jr.'s time. Neither Jr., Obama, Trump, or Biden has ever put sanctions on Pakistan to say, hand over the suspects. True? 6 people died. This is an alleged assassin, and it's an alleged assassination attempt.
Exactly.
So why has it taken this particular turn? It would be a good question to ask people in Washington, D.C.
I mean, you work for a Canadian outfit in some ways.
Yeah.
Canada too has been having a lot of issues. I mean,
It's, I'll tell you my Canada theory. Okay? This has been brought up because a section of the Sikh community in Canada is very vocal, and they're a very dependable vote bank for the Justin Trudeau Liberal Party.
right.
So they come out and say this, And Trudeau and company obviously played to their vote bank, much in the way that American presidents played to the Cuban vote bank in Miami. If you have to win Florida, you have to win the Cubans. If you have to win New York, you have to win the Jews.
Right.
So that part of it is there. Now, I've been writing about this tongue-in-cheek. Now, I do want to write it in a Canadian newspaper saying Canada is a wonderful country. It's so kind to minorities. It likes to do conflict resolution, which is true, by the way. Every time Quebec has called for independence, they've said, have a referendum. If you get 50.5%, you're gone. But they've never threatened the Quebecois with, we'll kill you all, we'll impose martial law, anything like this. Now, the northern part of Canada, which is northern Ontario, northern Quebec, has been made into an autonomous province called Nunavut, because largely the population there is indigenous Canadians. Now, if you can do that, why not take a chunk of Canada and make it the autonomous province of Khalistan and give these people the identity
People
they
keep
want?
saying that, but yeah,
That
is a thing. But we were talking about China and the US. India and the US, where do you see this trajectory going?
I'd say two things. Number one, there are lobbies in both countries, and I don't want to get into that, who are pushing defense as the big issue. To me, it's a non-issue. To the two countries, their political systems and the global political objectives are so different that you can't have large-scale political cooperation. America wants unipolarity, India wants multipolarity. Well, you tell me, where is the common ground in that? On climate change, we don't have common ground. I can go down the International Criminal Court, you have common ground. Big deal. So I think that's the part there which you should forget. The other part which is very insidious about this lobby is they are now talking about things like, why don't you lower Indian liability laws so we can sell nuclear reactors to India? To which my answer is, last year, and I've given you the photograph, which
I remember, yes.
Please do use it. Last year I went to Union Carbide in Bhopal. Okay? And if you see the building, it's probably about the size of this building. It's not a big building. But in the first week after the explosion, 4,000 Indians died. In the long term, another 16,000. That's 20,000 Indians die. That's 5 times as many people killed between the Iran-Iraq wars. No, sorry, the Iraq and Afghanistan wars for the United States.
If you put them together, yeah.
If you put them together. So why would any Indian in their right mind say, we're going to lower our liability laws? Because we have 20,000 dead to show you. And you started a war, a 20-year war, when you lost 3,000 citizens in 9/11. And which was completely understandable, by the way. I think going to war then made sense. But you can't ask India to lower its liability laws. So what you can do with India is limited. I think there's 4 places where huge India-US cooperation can take place and should. The first one is Indian students in US universities. Just keep increasing the number of Indians who want to go there. Flip side of that is, in the Obama administration, the Indian government signed an agreement to build 200 community colleges in cooperation with the United States in India. Community colleges would be polytechnics, which produce plumbers, electricians, so on. You create the self-employment which you need to generate in India. So that's one. Second one is Bangalore and Silicon Valley, which I don't need to really get into. The third one is the Indian diaspora in India. And it's not just the diaspora in the US, which really doesn't send that much money back, even though they are the richest diaspora with a median household income of $130,000. India's diaspora, which is what, 25 million or 30 million, I forget the exact figure, sends back $100 billion a year to India. And that's more money than Shaktikanto Das can get through whatever economic policies the Reserve Bank of India is pulling. This is coming because Indians are sending money to their relatives, they're buying houses in India, you name it. Okay, they're investing in the country. Why not look at how to deal with these people? And one thing I've said is, there's an entire bunch of elderly, educated Indians whose children have left home, and you know this as well as I do. Indians don't play golf. That's a white American passion. Indians don't do that. So they're sitting at home bored. But these are robotics experts, IT experts, surgeons. I can go down the list on this, big name lawyers. Think of if you brought them to India and used them to educate Indians.
I remember you raised that at the last discussion.
one
That
too,
was
didn't
an
I?
interesting thing. You know, we seem to be running out of time, so I'll quickly ask you one more question on this before we move to Russia and China.
Okay.
One is that, you know, the US seems to have this philosophy where I will sort of lecture you on human rights and all kinds of other issues, but at the same time I will do business with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not necessary that that becomes a friction point in some ways. It might be, but that's how the system. Now, do you think that is sort of applicable now to India as well, with all these senators writing that Indians will be punished for trying to kill an American citizen or whatever it is?
It's, I would ask the US one simple question. You want to penalize India for an alleged assassination attempt. And this hasn't gone to court yet. When once things go to court, you and I know cases fall apart rather rapidly. Okay. What have you done to penalize Israel, which has killed 34,000 women and children in Gaza? Okay. They get a free hand. Remember, after 2008, India was told exercise restraint. Manmohan Singh government was told exercise restraint. Nobody's told Netanyahu to exercise. Well, yeah, it's just like you slap Netanyahu on the wrist and say, bad Netanyahu. Okay, it's like you tell your child, bad child, you ate too much ice cream. You know that it's not serious. He knows that it's not serious.
No, but, you know, that would be the same whataboutery as saying that, you know, if the Americans can go and kill Osama, what the hell, why can't Indians do the same thing if there's a problem?
Yeah.
That whataboutery kind of a thing does work. And India, I mean, I'm not saying India has done anything so far, but India should certainly reserve the right to do so. If the host country cannot handle anti-Indian, you know, propaganda or whatever it is that is going on in the other country.
I'll just say one thing there very quickly. An Indian Air India Kanishk jumbo jet was exploded over the Pacific Ocean. 340 odd people died, mainly Indians. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who always brag, we always get our man, the Mounties.
They botched that case up very badly.
It went on for 25 years. How does
spent a lot of money.
And they spent a lot of money. They kept changing the lead investigator. And eventually the guy walked. Right. Eventually the guy walked. Now, what should India do then? That would be my question to the Canadians. If your legal system doesn't work, should we sit and applaud and say, oh, well, this was great. The legal system took so long and it didn't find a suspect or it didn't reach a guilty verdict? Or should it do something else? And these are the questions to ask the Canadians, the United States. My argument would be a very simple one. If you believe that we are a democratic country, then you need to treat us with the respect you treat the British, the Germans, the French, the Israelis, the Australians. We're not a cut below them, where you treat us at the same level. And if a criminal from one of those countries had committed something like Kanishk, they would have been essentially on a plane back to Germany or France the next day. Okay? So until you can give us the same kind of respect, let's work with the other four things. And remember, there's 5 or 6 people in the Trump family who have businesses. You can have wonderful transactions with them.
So, you know, let's sort of close this with a couple of quick questions. One is, we've talked about China, but Russia. You know, people talk about long-term relationships, our dependence on it in terms of weapons, all kinds of other things, on which anyway the Americans seem to have a problem saying, we give you dual technology, you'll probably share it with them, and there's Jake Sullivan was here and he said, you have to give it to me in writing, that you will not share whatever it is that we give you. How big is Russia in terms of India's sort of, you know, is Russia a big factor for India?
I think Russia is very important because it gives you the technologies other people won't. I'll give you 2 examples. BrahMos, which is going to go into a hypersonic with BrahMos 2. You'll be one of 4 or 5 countries that has that.
Right.
But the second thing is, and I had this argument with somebody who said, why do we need the Russians? We can go with the Americans on the space program. I said, well, I said, if that's the case, why are you negotiating to buy a new generation of cryo engines from the Russians?
Exactly.
Because the Americans won't give them to you.
True.
The second thing the Russians and the French allow you to do is use their weapons to deliver strategic armaments, nuclear weaponry. Okay. Today, your nuclear arsenal is air delivered by the Mirage 2000s. Presumably, it will be delivered by the Rafales at some point of time. You can use the Sukhoi 30s. I mean, it's a big aeroplane, so you could put anything under it. The Russians allow you to do that. They gave you the complete technology to the BrahMos.
Exactly.
And if you know people in DRDO, ask them this question, why could you not make it after you were given the entire know-how and the know-why? They couldn't reproduce it. This is a fact. But they gave you BrahMos. And now you're exporting BrahMos to the Philippines and who else. So I think the Russians are important in that sense. I also think Russia can be very important in a different way. Russian universities actually have, I think, about 300,000 foreign students. And you don't go to Russia to study Shakespeare or anthropology, but you can go to Russia to study engineering, computers, physics. I can go down the list of metallurgy. The Russians are very good with metallurgy. DRDO has major problems with metallurgy. So I think eventually it's this. Work with the United States in the civilian sector, healthcare, tourism, so on, wellness. Work with the Europeans on weaponry. Work with the Russians on weaponry, and work with all three on education. That would be my solution to this. And ultimately ask this question. You want Indians to die on the India-China border? What's in it for us?
Right.
Okay? And I'll give you the what's in it for us if you like.
Yes, please.
One, declare Pakistan a terrorist state.
Okay.
Why not? I always say aim high. Okay. Two, give us a permanent seat on the UN Security Council. Three, make us a de facto member, not de facto, de jure member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Right.
Okay. So that's three for starters. And if you can't deliver, then we'll take this down to how many Trump towers can you open in India. It's a win-win.
Let's close this with a interesting theory that somebody had come up with, and I was personally a bit startled when I heard it. One is that India is keeping its options open vis-a-vis its alliances in the hope that someday, we could actually align with China and Russia and form an axis there, and we don't need the US, in that kind of a thing. Do you see that happening, or some kind of a...
Look, I don't understand the China policy. Does somebody in this country realistically think you're going to get back Aksai Chin? That one morning Xi Jinping will wake up and say, oh, India, I apologize for the evil perfidy of Mao. Here's Aksai Chin back, and here's all the territory around Galwan that we took. Anybody who believes that is naive. Not going to happen, right? Are you willing to expend a lot of money and a lot of military manpower to try and take back Aksai Chin? I don't think so. So where do you go with this? And I'll sum it up this way. One, very much like the Japanese, tell the Chinese, we have serious territorial disputes with you. We're going to try and talk about this diplomatically. In the meantime, we will bolster our presence on the border, which is passive-aggressive in one sense. Flip side is, let's trade. And honestly, every time I travel on the New Delhi Metro, I think I've told you this, I always talk to the kids sitting next to me now, which cell phone should I buy? And invariably I get Vivo, Oppo, Xiaomi, and Poco. I think Poco is a Xiaomi.
Yeah.
Okay? I never hear Apple or Samsung. And if 70% of the cell phone market in this country is Chinese,
That's right.
does the common man in India actually think in terms of public opinion, I'll throw my Vivo or Oppo in the garbage bin because they have Aksai Chin? I don't think
Not
they
going to
care.
happen.
Not going to happen. It's the same thing with white goods like Hisense and so on, which every time you go to a store now, it's full of these things. So why not start talking pragmatically about this? And I would say one thing to the military and the media. There's sections of the military who are retired who say, oh, give us the chance and we'll take back the land that the Chinese stole.
Again, not going to happen now.
Again, not going to happen. And it would be worth asking who was in charge when the Chinese took that land. All the land around Galwan, the ridges. It's a good question to ask, because unfortunately, when those sort of things come out in parliamentary reports, there's egg on the face of people who may be hiding on this fact.
Oh.
I'll leave it at that.
Let's close this, because I really want to invite you the next time to talk about pop culture. I think that would be a fascinating thing
Please.
to work on.
Yeah.
Mix it with international relations, but let's see how powerful pop culture can perhaps change the world.
Yeah. Remember, Indian kids now are not listening to Taylor Swift. I mean, you've probably seen this with your children and your nieces and nephews. They're all watching K-pop, which I think is pretty cool.
Taylor Smith is being studied by all these business schools and all that
Right.
as a thing right now, but she's a...
But they were studying all kinds of things. They were studying Lalu Yadav's management of the railways.
That too.
Just how well did that one go?
So, football, you said no, but pop culture perhaps.
Oh, I'll talk on football too, if you like.
Okay.
On why football is not the national game of India, and it should be. Because till the 70s, more people were watching football domestically than cricket.
No, but we've exported cricket to the US. You're paying.
We have.
That's a big
We
thing
have.
for people here.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much. It was a delight sort of, having you
Thank
with us.
you.
And I look forward to having you with us again.
Absolutely.
You know?
My pleasure.
That was Amit Gupta talking to us in his own inimitable way about India's foreign policy, challenges, opportunities, India's relations with the US, with China, with Russia. I do hope you enjoyed this particular episode of The Gist, and I look forward to having you with us the next time. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Till we meet again, this is Ramananda Sengupta signing out.
And in 1959, after Chinese People's Liberation Army troops invaded Lhasa. Since then, the Dalai Lama, one of the best known faces in the world, has made India his home, preaching ahimsa and oneness of humanity, making Buddhist philosophy popular across the globe. Despite his advancing age, the Dalai Lama retains an impish sense of humor and a realistic approach to Tibet's struggle for identity. In this interview with Strat News Global, he talks about the importance of the Nalanda philosophy of Buddhism being India's longest serving guest and approach to Tibet's struggle for identity. Thank you very much for your time, His Holiness. It's a privilege and an honor, and always good to come and listen to you and your wisdom. You have spread compassion and oneness of the world for so long. Do you think the world needs more of it from more
certainly.
different people?
Certainly. When you're born, you see children, you see, never ask, what is your faith? What is your nationality? Children, as a human brothers, sisters, play together. So, that is the beginning of our life. Then I think the problem is existing education. There's too much emphasis, differences, nationality, religious faith, and in this country, different caste, like that. So that is the source of problem. Now today, entire human being, actually we are same human being, part of human community, or 7 billion human beings are one human community.
True.
We have to live side by side. The different faith, different nationality is secondary. So therefore, now in education,
He was forced to flee his homeland in 1959 after Chinese People's Liberation Army troops invaded Lhasa. Since then, the Dalai Lama, one of the best known faces in the world, has made India his home, preaching ahimsa and oneness of humanity, making Buddhist philosophy popular across the globe. Despite his advancing age, the Dalai Lama retains an impish sense of humor and a realistic approach to Tibet's struggle for identity. In this interview with Strat News Global, he talks about the importance of the Nalanda philosophy of Buddhism being India's longest serving guest and approach to Tibet's struggle for identity. Thank you very much for your time, His Holiness. It's a privilege and an honor, and always good to come and listen to you and your wisdom. You have spread compassion and oneness of the world for so long. Do you think the world needs more of it from more different people?
Certainly. When you're born, you see children. You see, never ask, what is your faith? What is your nationality? Children, as a human brothers, sisters, play together. So, that is the beginning of our life. Then, I think the problem is existing education. There's too much emphasis, differences, nationality, religious faith. And in this country, different castes, like that. So that is the source of problem. Now today, entire human being, actually we are same human being, part of human community, or 7 billion human beings are one human community.
True.
We have to live side by side. The different faith, different nationality is secondary. So therefore, now in education, we should pay more attention about this basic human value, or India's tradition, ahimsa and karuna. When we talk about karuna, not only human being, but also animals, ahimsa, don't harm. And a more compassionate attitude towards animal. And then also now today, India's ahimsa also include respect environment.
Right.
Not destroy. So India's over 3,000 years old ahimsa and karuna. That is individual level in order to be happy, calm human being. These message very important, very relevant.
True.
And then global level, in order to bring happy humanity and peaceful world. These things are very relevant.
Exactly. And you have done
Now,
this
we
for
too
more
much
than...
was the emphasis, differences. At the beginning, when we were born, 7 billion human beings, same way born, and the same way die. So between there, we too much emphasis on differences, and then create strong concept of we and they, and the fight, kill.
Right. But you have spread compassion for so long now, 6 decades, 61 years in India. And do you think this institution of Dalai Lama needs to be perpetuated, needs to continue in the coming decades also?
I think 69, I already sort of expressed whether this institution of Dalai Lama should continue or not up to Tibetan people.
Right.
And now I can say Tibetan and Himalayan people and Mongolia. The institution at one period it developed, at one period will go. Not important. Important is knowledge. Now here, in our case, the knowledge of Buddhism in general and particularly Nalanda tradition, Sanskrit tradition, that is very scientific. And I always was telling people, we can make distinction, certain sort of as a prayer to Buddha, that is a religious side. Then in Nalanda tradition, a lot of explanation about the human psychology, human mind, and philosophy, like quantum physics, very clear in Sanskrit tradition. And then logic. So analyze, everything analyze, not just the faith.
Right.
Easily accept no. Buddha himself is telling us, you should not accept my teaching out of faith, out of devotion, but rather thorough investigation
Right.
and experiment. So that's very scientific.
Exactly.
So now the knowledge, Buddha Dharma, we can continue. So that is important. The institution, including Dalai Lama institution, that's related with individual, not important. I do not think very, very important about Buddha Dharma. No. In case 15 Dalai Lama come, you see, a very naughty person, then you say, no use. Now, I think last 13 Dalai Lama, some are quite naughty.
Really?
For example, 6th Dalai Lama, very naughty.
Very naughty. Correct. But you yourself have a streak of happiness, and you're always smiling. That's the thing that people are looking forward to. But so when people say that there could be a reincarnation, and how does reincarnation work? Do you think that the reincarnation should be with the Chinese people, or do you think the reincarnation will happen automatically according to your teachings?
Like first Dalai Lama, when he become old, so then he occasionally expressed, now I'm too old. Then some of his disciples, great scholars, you see, they express to him, you already certain sort of clear indication, you go to heaven. Because Hindi kya? Sukhavati.
Okay.
Then he answered, I have no desire to born Sukhavati.
Okay.
My desire is born area where more suffering there, and I can use something to serve the concerned people. That is his wish. So my own case, I'm Buddhist monk, Buddhist practitioner. I never contend, I have the name of Dalai Lama, I never contended. I consider I'm simple Buddhist monk and a daily basis practice. So my sort of determination, my prayer, as one Shantadeva sort of prayer mentioned, so long space remain, so long sentient being remain, I will remain in order to serve.
Right.
That's a source of determination. I practice that. So I have not much. So therefore, it's quite 100% sure my next life where I can be some useful to the concerned sort of community. So that's my wish.
Right.
I don't care this institution. For example, firstly, Buddha's institution, not their Buddha's institution. All those Nalanda masters,
Right.
no one have institution.
Right.
So institution, some connection with the political matter. So since 2001, correct, 2001, I totally retired
Right.
from political responsibility.
Yes.
And I also made clear, I decided in future, in case Dalai Lama come, the Dalai Lama no political power. Now now modern time, we must have democratically elected political leadership.
Right.
So I already sort of retired, and we already achieved, at least among refugee community, we have elected political leadership. So in the future, also that way, if Chinese allowed, Chinese will not allow their own sort of leader, not through free election. I think as far as sort of democratic practice is concerned, we handful Tibetan, we more advanced,
Right.
freely elected leader, political leadership.
Yes.
China, totalitarian system, like that. So therefore, I am not much concerned about the institution of Dalai Lama.
But when the Chinese say that we will choose the next Dalai Lama, what is your reaction to that?
That is, you see, look, now Panchen Lama, I recognize one boy through traditional way investigation.
Right.
And then Chinese officially recognize another sort of Panchen Lama. Now, officially there is Panchen Lama, but the Chinese among Chinese also they usually describe a false Panchen Lama, Cha Panchen Lama, correct? False way.
False.
False.
Or fake.
Fake
Panchen
Panchen Lama among Chinese themselves. And among Tibetan, you see, not much sort of faith.
That's right.
So, if in case Dalai Lama institution is suppose remain, and the next 15 Dalai Lama, you see, decided by Chinese, then Tibetan, I think, I do not believe that.
Exactly. They'll not accept
yes.
the Chinese choice. But coming to the Chinese dealings with you and the way they describe you, sometimes they describe you as a separatist or splittist. And you've been hearing this for a long time. But do you think there is any chance, first of all, do you desire to ever go back to Potala Palace or to Lhasa?
Since 1979, you see, we developed direct contact with Chinese government. That also, you see, Pandit Nehru advised me, America will not fight with China, with Chinese, in order to liberate Tibet. He told me.
He told you?
Yes.
Okay.
Say, sooner or later, you have to deal with Chinese directly.
Right.
Very practical. So then, in early 50s, early 60s,
Right.
you see, we raised Tibetan issue at the UN. Few years, Pandit Nehru said, there's not much useful. Then, 74, we decided not to raise Tibetan issue at the UN. We try to direct contact with Chinese government in case some possibility happen.
Right.
So, 74, we decided not seeking separation, independence. So we usually call middle way,
Right.
or not accept the existing sort of the political situation.
Correct.
Then another one, complete independence. Between their meaningful autonomy.
Right.
And that also not only is about 2 million Tibetan in autonomous region, but those area Chinese constitution recognize as a Tibetan area,
Yes.
altogether, then population around 6 to 7 million. Chinese constitution, provided all these small Tibetan area, considered as a Tibetan area. So autonomous region, autonomous district, autonomous prefecture, so on.
County.
County, like that.
That's right. Yes.
So we should have, since constitution recognized as a Tibetan group, so we should have same right to preserve our own culture, including our own language. And then most important is Tibetan knowledge. Originally come from Nalanda. So now, very, I think, marvelous sort of knowledge in Nalanda, like psychology, philosophy, like quantum physics. You see, the Nalanda institution, not just Buddhist sort of institution, but truly learning center. And Buddhist, then logic, all these academic subjects.
Right.
These days, I made sort of distinction, religion and academic.
Yes.
Correct. The certain sort of, what's the Buddhist practice, that is for Buddhist. But the psychology, and then physics, then Praman, also the logic, these are academic subjects.
Right.
So these really marvelous sort of knowledge which develop in Nalanda institution, that these knowledge, 8th century, Tibetan emperor invited the 8th century, at that time, the top master of Nalanda, his name Shantarakshita, he invited to Tibet. In spite, you see, 7th century Tibetan king married with Chinese princess, very close link.
Right.
Sometimes I sort of little joke. You see, the 7th century Tibetan emperor. Certainly, he loves Chinese princess and Chinese food. But Chinese letter he found too complicated. So you see, he decided copy from Devanagari.
Oh, I see.
India's.
Okay.
And alphabet.
The script, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
So 7th century, the Tibetan king, you see, developed Tibetan script. And then 8th century, Tibetan emperor, he himself, I think, son of one Chinese princess, I think, but and a very close link with Chinese, but he determined, as far as Buddhism is concerned, not through Chinese language, but directly from Nalanda. So he advised the Nalanda master, Shantarakshita. So when he reached Tibet, he advised Tibetan king, since you have your own script, writing, so therefore, now instead of study Sanskrit, Pali, you should translate
into Tibetan.
To Tibetan.
So how do you deal with the Chinese directly, except despite dealing with them directly, they have not really looked at...
No, wait. So then the translation started. So eventually 300 volumes translation, mainly Sanskrit and Pali and some Nepalese, like that. So we always kept 300 volumes. Then these are the sources of on Buddhist knowledge. So now China, since some publication, which also they for example, the Buddhist science and the modern science, we already sort of translated in Chinese language and some other more foreign language, and the Hindi translation also there. So these publication, China, public level control everything. But some university, they have the sort of opportunity to receive such books. So then some Chinese professor, you see, expressed that Tibetan Buddhism is true Nalanda tradition.
I see.
And that Nalanda tradition, very scientific religion, they say. So now China, Buddhist population, few years ago, I think 3 years ago, one Chinese university in Peking survey how many Buddhists. Then they say over 300 millions.
Very big number.
Now since then, is a year by year rapidly increase Buddhist population.
Right.
Now today in China, Buddhist population around, I think 600 millions. Now.
Very big number.
Big number. I think China, communist, actually, because of tradition, China, Buddhist country,
Right.
the Buddhism also they brought to China by one Chinese scholar. He came to India and joined Nalanda and study. And some historians say he even met the top student, scholar student of Nagarjuna, Nagabuddhi, his top sort of disciple, great scholar. So Chinese monk Tangsen, when he came to Nalanda, that top great scholar, very old, still there. So he met and he received some teaching. So Tibetan Buddhism, as I mentioned earlier, 8th century, Nalanda master introduced. The Chinese Buddhists also, you see, Tangsen, who study Nalanda. So same source. So now today, many Chinese now follow Tibetan Buddhism. And whenever opportunity come, Chinese from mainland China come to see me.
Come to see you, yeah. They do, yeah.
So therefore, now regarding political matter, now among the top leader Chinese, they already develop some kind of awareness. They are past over 60, 70 years, their policy regarding Tibet is unrealistic.
Okay.
Now they thinking seriously, try to follow more realistic approach about Tibetan case.
Right.
So therefore, now since last few years, as I mentioned earlier,
1709 you mentioned.
So since then, now continuously, official or formal sort of delegation, when they are, now that cease, but individual Chinese, some officials also come here,
Right.
meet me, that continuously.
I see.
So they very much sort of, also they eager my return. I always telling them, visit China. Yes, I'm very much sort of willing and meet those Chinese Buddhists, Buddhist, and also some scholars. But return, too early to decide.
Okay.
I love India's freedom. And now over 60 years, I enjoy India's freedom.
Right.
As a result, you see, meeting with different people, and now today, One Chinese also, you see, told me, my old friend, one Chinese,
Right.
visit China, very important. But the permanent residence must be India.
Oh, okay.
And then also, you see, that person, you see, expressed to me the Dalai Lama's big name, you see, created by Westerner, so I must go Western countries.
That's true. I believe you used to know Xi Jinping's father in the 1950s. How was it? I mean, how did you know him?
Oh, I think he's sort of, what's the position? Secretary or something. Zhuan. So when 54, I went to China. I developed very good relation. Firstly, Chairman Mao Zedong, and I really admire him as a revolutionary.
Okay.
And Marxist. Wonderful. Particularly the last day, I'm leaving the next day from Peking. Mao Zedong called me meet. We already official very well, already sort of done, but all of a sudden I received one message from Mao Zedong's sort of office.
Okay.
Mao Zedong waiting there, want to meet me. Then I went. At that time, I was in a meeting. I say one sort of the deputy my office was the Liu Shaoqi is the boss.
Right.
And one of the vice sort of the leader, I'm one of them.
Right.
So at meeting, all of a sudden, one messenger come and Chairman Mao Zedong waiting there and want to see me.
Okay.
Then I asked him, told Liu Shaoqi, he my boss. So that he mentioned, then Liu Shaoqi immediately said, go.
Okay.
And then I went to Chairman Mao's place and he waiting there.
Right.
And he give me very useful advice after return to Tibet and how to develop relation with the public and listen public's view. All sort of thing he advised me.
Okay.
Then he want to keep my contact with him directly. And then at last he mentioned to me, your mind is very scientific minded. So religion is opium.
Oh, I see. He said that? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So
And
that shows sort of my intelligence and sort of was clever. Chairman Mao's eye, he felt I'm non-believer. I deceived him. So he told me, your mind, very scientific minded, so religion is poison.
oh, okay.
Then that moment, I a little bit sort of shocked. And then in order to hide my face, I looked down my notebook and make note in order to hide my certain expression. Like that.
You were shocked.
So in any way, and then at that time, I really very much impressed about Marxism.
Oh, I see.
So I expressed, I want to join Chinese Communist Party.
Really?
Really?
Okay. In 1954?
Yes, 54.
Okay.
54, 55.
Yeah.
So then Chinese concerned officials say, no hurry, no hurry. After I came India, the Jyoti Basu, Indian communist.
Yes. He was the West Bengal chief minister later. Yes.
And then I met few occasions. And then because I have some impression, Marxism, that they dedicated the socialism and equal distribution and emphasis right of working class people. So that's very right.
That's right.
Very right. The India now, not only India, now everywhere, the huge gap rich and poor.
True.
That's source of suffering.
Yes. So what would you advocate for India? Coming back to India, you've lived here, you've taught here.
Now wait. Oh, now when I come India, Kansamani, the Indian border.
Yes, in Tawang.
Oh, Tawang. See, we felt India is our spiritual home.
Okay.
We always look India as a sacred land.
Right.
Arya Bhumi.
Yes.
So one way, refugee. One way, original sort of, also the sacred country, all our knowledge come from. So we are very happy
to be here.
Then I'm longest guest of Indian government.
They don't mind, I'm sure. Nobody minds in India that you're here. We really love you and we revere you when you're here. But you're not a guest.
So sometimes I sort of express some Indian officials. Once government of India say, now no longer a guest of Indian government, then I have to think where I should go.
If they say, they won't say.
they won't say. Quite sure.
Yes.
So now in India, as a result of meeting with different people, and then I have now 4 commitments.
Okay.
Number 1 commitment, I am one of the 7 billion human beings.
Right.
Human being by nature, now scientists say, we are social animal.
Yeah.
Therefore, basic human nature is more compassionate.
True.
And more compassionate sort of mind their physical condition better. Constant anger, constant hatred is very bad for immune system.
Right.
That's how scientists say.
Exactly.
So my number 1 commitment is try to promote basic human value, human nature on the basis of human nature, compassion. Again, according to Indian sort of tradition, secular way, not religion, secular way, mainly based on science. That's my number 1 commitment. I think the number of my friends in different country now really showing some interest about basic human value.
That's good to know. Yeah.
Then my second commitment is religious harmony. Now I fully convinced religious harmony is possible. Look, India.
Exactly.
All major religious traditions live together.
Absolutely.
And mutual respect.
Right.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
So world need that India's tradition, religious harmony. When I saw television, Shia and Sunni, or unfortunately in Burma, Buddhist Islam.
Right.
Very sad. Religion, all religion carry message of love. And then that tradition itself now causing division, killing.
True.
Very sad. So we need special effort promote religious harmony. India is example. So that's my number 2 commitment.
Right.
Number 3 commitment regarding Tibet. Now Tibet's political matter, as I already mentioned, I retired. Now my main sort of concern is Tibetan environment.
Okay.
High altitude, dry climate. Some Indian friend, they say, under such sort of condition, the damaged environment, see, revival because of high altitude and dry climate take longer time. So ecology in such condition is quite delicate. So we should pay more attention, preserve ecology.
Ecology
in
and the
Tibet.
environment, yes, right.
And then Tibetan knowledge, as I already mentioned,
Must be preserved.
all Indian ancient Nalanda knowledge we kept. Now whole world, I think Nalanda knowledge available only among Tibetan tradition. The Burma, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, these Pali tradition.
Okay.
And China, as I mentioned earlier,
Communism.
is a Nalanda tradition, but a communist country. And then Mongolia, also difficult. So Tibet also, actually, you see, we also lost our own country. But handful Tibetan here, we kept Nalanda tradition intact. Right?
Yeah.
We study these sort of Nalanda tradition, psychology and philosophy, or so on.
Right.
These at least 20, 30 years study.
That's true.
We still kept these.
Traditions.
So that I feel very important. Although we Tibetan carry these things, this subject actually, you see, the great potential to bring peace among the humanity, whole world,
Correct.
as an academic subject, secular way,
Right.
not religion.
That's your third commitment, you said. That's your third
Then
commitment.
now, third commitment. And then fourth commitment, now I feel India is the only nation who can combine modern education and ancient Indian knowledge, how to sort of keep peace of mind through practice of ahimsa and karuna. And over 3,000 years already developed this country, practice of shamatha, practice of vipassana. So now these really India's sort of rich tradition over 3,000 years. And through that way, Sangha philosophy, Sangha tradition, and then the Karsa, Jain tradition, then Buddhist tradition, on the basis of ahimsa and the karuna.
Right.
So these are Indian tradition. So now India should combine modern education and the ancient Indian knowledge combined. Then modern education bring material development. Ancient Indian knowledge bring inner peace, secular way.
That is important.
So now India have great potential to offer world how to keep peace of mind. In order to do that, firstly, within India, you see, should sort of start through education, not through prayer,
Right.
not through ritual, but through education. The combination, modern education and ancient Indian knowledge. So now for that, now fourth commitment is ancient Indian knowledge we kept. Now this, through education, must revive in this country.
That's a very big commitment, and I think you will be able to lead that. But as somebody who's respected the world over, how do you see the next generation of Tibetans taking forward the struggle for more autonomy, more...
Tibetan determination, very firm. Generation, since 50s, generation past, but new generation, their determination as strong as the previous generation, very strong. So physical level, Chinese occupied, but Tibetan spirit or mental level, they never control. So it's a Tibetan spirit combination with Buddhism, Buddha Dharma, Nalanda tradition,
Right.
very strong. Now, the China invader, they themselves more and more, also the number follow Tibetan tradition, Tibetan Buddhism. So the Chinese control Tibet by weapon. We influence their mind. So long run, our sort of influence is more stronger than their weapon.
That's true.
Quite clear.
Absolutely.
100%. I think I sure 100% sure. So, in early 70s, we decided not seeking separation, remain within the People's Republic of China.
Right.
Now seems to see, firstly, as Pandit Nehru's sort of advice, that is a realistic approach. Not only that, I think immense help to Chinese Buddhists.
By not going into confrontation.
Yes.
There's no confrontation there. So one final question, sir. I know your time is very precious and I'm grateful for your time. But one final question. India has been your home for 61 years now. What advice would you give to Indians and Indian government?
Indian government, I think the most populated democratic country, wonderful. And the Prime Minister mentioned at the UN, India, land of Buddha. She mentioned. So now, in education, India should revive as I meant earlier, ancient these things. Now, in the past, you see, we consider you Indian as our guru, our teacher. We consider Chela, India guru's Chela. I usually describe we are reliable Chela.
Reliable Chela.
Because, you see, we kept all ancient Indian knowledge, we kept. So that quite sufficient to prove we are reliable Chela. So now, the reality, traditionally you are our guru. Now you too much modernized. So you lost this knowledge.
It's come to you.
So now the reality, the traditional Chela now become guru.
Guru. That's true.
Traditional guru now become
Chela.
new Chela.
New Chela. Yes, that's true. Very much so. Thank
So
you.
that's my commitment.
Right.
India, secular way, must revive this ancient Indian knowledge, how to keep peace of mind.
That's right.
World need these things.
Right. And that's where. So, do you ever feel let down by India? Have you ever felt
No.
disappointed?
No, never. I think now, perhaps, I think frankly speaking, the Dalai Lama become more popular whole world. So India also needs that person.
That's true. Exactly. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your time and your blessings.
Thank you.
Ladakh, the land of high mountain passes, is also the land of monasteries. And a day earlier, having been advised 24 hours of acclimatization, despite driving on the Darcha Padam Nimu Leh road over 2 days, we couldn't miss the opportunity to visit the Thikse monastery. It's about 20 kilometers from Leh. Lama Gyatse is waiting for us and greets us warmly on the approach to the Gompa. The narrow road leading to it captured surreally on camera. On a turn, the monastery appears, peeping out even while towering majestically above a hill bathed in sunlight. An example of Ladakhi architecture, Gyatse explains it is a smaller version of the Potala Palace in Lhasa, Tibet. The monastery belongs to the Gelugpa or the Yellow Hat order. Climbing a series of stairs, turning past weathered wooden doors, along the shadow of an old-style lamppost on the wall, the monastery stands out in its flaming red, ochre and white color. The buildings are arranged in ascending order of importance, from the living quarters at the foot of the hill to the top and the Potang, the official residence of the Chief Lama. Once on the roof, we have a bird's eye view of the immediate Indus Valley among clumps of needle-like trees that have shed their leaves in winter. Gyatse engages us in a mystical conversation about his learnings as a monk. He then takes us to one of the main points of interest, the Maitreya temple, erected to commemorate the visit of the 14th Dalai Lama to this monastery in 1970. In the inner sanctum is a mesmerizing 49-foot-high statue of Maitreya Buddha, the largest in Ladakh. It took 4 years to complete. The statue encompasses 2 stories of the building. The Buddha is portrayed sitting in the lotus position. The seat of the Dalai Lama here has a life-size cutout of him placed on it next to the seat of the Chief Lama. We leave the monastery with the sun shining like a diamond above it to head to the library and wellness center while we discuss what a monk's life is with Gyatse.
The most importantly, you have to study about Buddha Dhammas.
Yeah. The Dalai Lama did the groundbreaking in 2018. The library has old manuscripts that monks smuggled out of China-occupied Tibet to protect the wisdom in them and Tibetan religious culture. He also shows us exquisite Tibetan tankas, again brought out to preserve them from the Chinese regime. Broadly speaking, they are divided into 2 categories, those that are painted and those made of silk, either by applique or embroidery. The minute work in them sometimes can only be seen through a magnifying glass or a camera's zoom lens. With light fading fast, we drive to and make a whistle stop at the Shanti Stupa. At a height of 13,999 feet, it is visible from all over Leh city. The white domed stupa was built in 1991 by Japanese Buddhist bhikshu Gyomu Nakamura. It holds the relics of the Buddha at its base, enshrined by the 14th Dalai Lama himself. It's built on 2 levels. Stairs lead to the first level where a Dharma Chakra with 2 deer on each side features a central image of Buddha in golden color sitting on a platform turning the Dharma Chakra wheel. The second level depicts the birth of Buddha, the defeating of devils in meditation, and his death, along with many small images of a meditating Buddha, all in vibrant colors. Sunrise and sunset have the best views. That's perfectly exemplified as twilight turns to night. A sliver of the moon is visible as Leh's twinkling lights are turned on in a bowl of the valley, shielded by the silhouetted mountain ranges. Final episode of Along the China Front in western Arunachal Pradesh, we travel to Yangtze and take you to the Tawang War Memorial. The deadly June 2020 Galwan clashes between the Indian and Chinese armies have changed the rules of the strategic game in terms of India's foreign policy and military posture. Post-Galwan, China's PLA failed in 2 more incursion attempts in Yangtze, Tawang sector in western Arunachal Pradesh at the other extremity of the LAC. Both times, they were literally and figuratively beaten back. This unofficially publicized footage from October 2021 shows a Chinese attempt to alter facts on the ground, like in Ladakh, that was repulsed too. In December 2022, another attempt to seize the higher ground was also foiled.
I think, but the only way to deal with Chinese is from a position of strength, and that is what makes them feel sad and bad, that the Indians, whatever hard and however hard they might want to try, Yangtze is something which we hold. When we occupy that particular height, they always feel that they are being looked down upon and everything is right under our nose. So they don't like that.
Strat News Global drives to and through the Yangtze area to take you on this visual, virtual trip to this little known and less traveled to area. We're headed to the Chumi Gyatse or Holy Waterfalls. Chumig means water holes and Gyatse or Gyatsar is rosary. This is where Padmasambhava or Guru Rinpoche is believed to have flung his rosary against a rock and created 108 streams that gushed out of the mountain. There are two routes from Tawang to the Chumi Gyatse. One is about 95 kilometers and takes approximately 5 hours via Rojhangra on a built-up road. We take the road less travelled on close to Bumla. It's a distance of about 70 kilometers that will take a little over 3 hours. We follow a couple of SUVs with tourists with the undulating mountains, some with a thin layer of snow, others barren with black soil beckoning us. The overnight snow has turned parts of the road muddy, and Ravi, our driver, needs some deft maneuvering to get us through as we pass army encampments and a medical truck. The sound of silence is figuratively deafening at a quick stop at one of the lakes dotting the area, the Tso Takpai, except from the slight flutter of the Tibetan prayer flags in the breeze. At about 14,200 feet above sea level, we soak in the sun and the silence at this still semi-frozen lake with prayer flags casting larger-than-life shadows on the pristine snow. We then move onwards. Work is constantly on in these higher reaches to improve the roads. Sechu is a small quaint village in Damteng, and we cross the footbridge with prayer flags to the other bank of the river. Sechu, which translates to hot water, is famous in these parts for its natural springs. The water is too hot to touch and needs to be mixed with cold river water in this open-air jacuzzi. The Tibetan prayer flags reflecting in the steamy water are the perfect advertisement for more tourism in this little visited area. Ravenous after a few hours of travel in the mountains, we've ordered some Maggi noodles for breakfast, and a local lady who runs a small shop and a spotless kitchen has made a spicy breakfast which we wolf down. We enjoy a few moments with a rosy-cheeked child, even babysitting for a bit. While mom does the dishes and some washing. A walk across another bridge takes us to a familiar sight in this sector. A Border Roads Organization crew improving connectivity on the other bank of the river. Roadwork, construction and maintenance is one of the few livelihoods for locals. The figurines on our dashboard, which depict the famous Hear No Evil, See No Evil and Speak No Evil triumvirate, are a perfect precursor to the short trip from Sechu to Chumi Gyatse, the holy waterfalls. The last part of our journey is a trek for about a kilometer to the Cascades, which are about 250 meters from the LAC. The wind factor makes the weather even more crisp. As we take short, sure steps, trying not to overexert at this altitude. Our Indian Army host enjoys orienting us about the Yangtze axis as he paints the picture for us. Crossing another bridge over troubled waters, finally, we are at the spectacular, breathtaking Cascades. What's believed to be unique about these falls is that they don't originate from melting snow, but from a source within the mountain. There are several narratives about the waterfalls. One of the many legends that dominate is connected to the Buddhist mystic Guru Rinpoche. The story goes that Padmasambhava, who is revered by the followers of Tibetan Buddhists as the second Buddha, flung his Rudraksha rosary containing 108 beads. They hit the rocks, resulting in 108 waterfalls. He is said to have done this after a challenge from a Bodh Lama or monk. Another story has it that he created the falls after fervent prayers from local residents to cure them of a plague that had spread through the area. Drinking the water is believed to have curative properties. The Chinese have an observation tower, surveillance cameras, a reported projector and a large screen overlooking the falls for live images for devotees and for its forces. Locals say an original temple, which is believed to be almost 500 years old, was destroyed during the Chinese invasion of Tibet in 1950. Ironic, considering the communist atheistic state is still trying to use religion as a tool to woo Tibetans while constantly oppressing them.
It is very ironic. The Chinese regime will repress religion most of the time, but it will try to weaponize religion when it suits it. And I think the threats to India is something that not only India itself, but the rest of the world should take very seriously.
The foiled Yangtze intrusion attempts in October 2021 and December 2022 are reminders of why the Chinese claim parts of the area. One is to usurp the religious import of the holy falls, and two, to try and alter facts on the ground, like the attempts in Ladakh. That would give them a bird's eye view directly to Damteng and other areas in the Tawang sector.
They want to change their line of patrolling and the way they can control, like something like happened in Galwan, that if you advance 1 or 2 kilometers, in many places in Arunachal, the ridge is not as clear that as a cartographer would like to be. Sometimes it's not easy to fix a ridge, and you need to be to agree on this, and this exercise has never been done. I think China is happy that is vague so that they can bother India from time to time when it's convenient for them or when they want to make a point.
We spend a few moments in the prayer hall Gompa, a serene, silent island with high-speed wind whistling all around us. There are a few other narratives associated with the waterfalls and its creation. Tibetan books document a guru named Lavapa, considered to be an avatar of the Manjushri, the embodiment of all of Buddha's wisdom, as the creator of the waterfalls. The legend is that 3 gurus, Lavapa, Nakpopa and Matipa, who came from Tibet to this area to meditate, lived in 3 caves on different sides of the mountains. One of them is said to have run out of ink while writing in between meditating. He is believed to have thrown his pen, which landed upside down near the cave, giving rise to an upside down bamboo grove, which locals are still searching for. While both sides closely observe activities on the other side, we are told the Chinese have often taken control of Chinese-made DJI drones if they are anywhere close to the LAC, illustrating the need for both individuals and state institutions to avoid using Chinese drones. India has also upgraded its intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance ISR in the region by several notches, we are told in off-the-record briefings, details of which Strat News is not publicizing for operational security reasons. Indian forces look directly down into the many valleys on the Tibetan side of the LAC. In fact, Yangtze is the only disputed area in Arunachal Pradesh that is firmly and physically under Indian control. A fact proven by both recent major attempts at incursion being beaten back. The army has been able to counter the PLA's every move because it has been much better prepared since October 2021, with a close watch being kept from the heights and countermeasures employed at every key point.
Pre-warned is pre-armed. So it is essential that we use all our means of surveillance, whether it be your drones or satellites or surveillance, or even with any kind of, you could say, an arrangement with countries. That is absolutely essential.
We just wanted your comments on reports suggesting that there is US real-time intelligence that was given in that incident which helped India.
I don't know, but if you read, some books have been written about Tibet that the CIA and the Americans have done everything. So I think similarly, what's happening now in Yangtze, I think it's more exaggerated, and India, I'm sure, I know that India has the capacity to see.
The need to ramp up civilian tourist footfall to buttress India's holding of the strategically critical area has been recognized, but needs to be implemented fully. India commands these heights, which give forces a strategic view to any Chinese activity across the LAC, its many PLA garrisons, and the Xiaokang or dual-use border villages.
India woke up very late to this threat of these villages. They have done nearly 650 villages on the border, turned to be more PLA army, Chinese army garrison than relocation villages.
India is countering with its own Vibrant Villages program. The Sona Chu at about 10,000 feet flows from Tibet into Tawang district. It is joined by another river called Nyukcharong, which rises from within the Yangtze Plateau. Tsechu village, from where we arrived, lies near the confluence of the two rivers, marking the terminus of the Yangtze region. The Yangtze Plateau at about 15,000 feet is where most of the clashes have happened. In fact, there are two ways to get to Yangtze, straight uphill, and a second road along the river, giving India the advantage of a loop when it needs for troop reinforcements and logistic supplies. The December 2022 clash is reported to have been the largest skirmish in the area for over 20 years since the Kargil War, when similar incidents were witnessed in the Tawang sector as well. While incursion attempts happen almost every year, what's unique now is the increasing number of PLA soldiers engaged in them. One big disadvantage for the Chinese in this area is that the Indian Army occupies all the heights, including establishments at about 17,000 feet, which give a full view of the Chinese positions. The Indian Army has also layers of troops now closer to the LAC as part of the new deployment plans introduced since tensions first erupted in eastern Ladakh in 2020.
So the Chinese are known to put pressure. They wouldn't let that pressure off because that's the way they believe in. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without a fight. So that is what they are at it. And therefore we must be doubly careful. We mustn't give in at all, and we have to be able to deal with them from a position of strength. And that position of strength is to hold and to be able to not get surprised. They should get surprised, as what happened in Yangtze.
We are dog-tired as we make our way back to Tawang with the sun setting and painting a pretty golden picture in the sky. After catching 40 winks, we take one last look on this trip at this starkly beautiful land. The perfect cap to our series is spending time at the Tawang War Memorial, a stupa built in memory of the 2,420 soldiers who died in the Kameng district in the 1962 India-China War. Surrounding the stupa are the national flag, the Army and Air Force flags, as well as flags of the 27 regiments that fought in the war. The memorial is divided into two major halls. One is a museum that houses the belongings of those killed, and the other is used as an auditorium where a sound and light show reminds the audience of the war.
कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी, सदियों रहा है दुश्मन दौरे जहां हमारा.
Strat News Global documented the strategic significance of the Tawang sector in this series along the China front. Click on the icon on the top right of this video or the links in the descriptor if you missed our other episodes, crossing the Sela and Neshipu tunnels, interviewing a senior army officer, traveling along the LAC to the Assam Hill and Kyafor posts, PTSO, and Bumla.
Of course, we have to look at only from the Tibetan angle and see how it affects or not affect, and what could be the consequences of global dynamism in international politics. But then there are also other angles where the global scenario, particularly economy and military, how would that impact Chinese government's reaction? Because how China responds to domestic issues will also resonate in the international politics they play, and how international politics evolves also have its resonation on the domestic politics of China.
Hello and welcome to the Gist on Strat News Global. I'm Surya Gangadharan and I'm in Dharamshala, where I'm sitting down for an interview with the Sikyong of the Central Tibetan Administration, Mr. Benpa Sering. So it's not too long since we had our last interview.
I was glad we had that interview because you are a very senior journalist.
Thank you. Thank you. So just a few questions. I understand there's been some moves towards some kind of a dialogue again with the Chinese after a long time. Can you tell us anything about it?
All I can say at this point of time is that we do have back channels. So the first step is to re-establish contacts. And that's all I can say as of now.
Any idea as to what level? What could you tell us?
No, those are informal back channels. So it's not formal government-to-government channels. So we'll keep it at that right now.
And it's coming from there, from the other side?
I think His Holiness has also said that before.
I understand that there is a move to bring other nationalities in China, like the Uyghurs, for instance, to bring them on a common platform along with the Tibetans. Can you tell us something about that?
For many years, some of our senior leaders like Gyari Rinpoche, Ludi Gyari Rinpoche, they have been meeting with Uyghurs, including Erkin Eptikan, who was a very senior leader amongst the Uyghur people who used to live in Germany for a very long time. Now he's no more. But even during his time, at that time, the Uyghur issue was not a big issue, and there were not too many Uyghurs outside also. So the leadership was also limited. At that time, they also started this allied committee of Uyghurs, Tibetans, Mongolians together, and they worked together. Then later, the UNPO was established, the Unrepresented Nations People's Organization. Those people who are under sovereign countries right now, but don't have access to United Nations. It's a platform for them to meet together, but that became too large and also cumbersome in some areas for us to function. But that still exists. We're still there, but still not very sure about the activities and outcome of the organization. So, and we have been having these meetings with the Uyghurs, with the Mongols, with the Manchus, and with the Hong Kongers and Taiwanese for a very long time. But it has not concretized into any objective program. So these are some things that we may have to look into the possibilities of whether we can work together, because everybody has a different historical background and different ask and different methods of reaching their goal. So we always look at common grounds, not the issues of differences that involves different nationalities within China.
So these meetings have been held in India or overseas?
In June, we had one meeting here in Dharamsala itself, where we had representatives from the Uyghur community, from the Taiwanese community, from Hong Kong, from Mongolia, and for the first time, the Manchus. That's why I was a little bit surprised as to whether there is a huge shift in policy of the South Korean government, because the Manchus are mostly located there, and they claim support of South Koreans in their struggle. So even Manchurians are now coming out with that, and that is also changing the equation between South Korea and China, not only because of the Manchus, but there are larger issues of North Korea and the threats that are coming from North Korea and China. And because of North Korea, also the relations between South Korea and China is also getting affected.
So you see this as a positive development going forward, even though it's taken time?
Yeah, well, I think it's an interesting development in the sense that South Koreans have been quite conservative in their approach, and also because of their broader proximity with North Korea and being very close to China, they have been more cautious about their approach towards China. But then now you have the AP4, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand being invited to G7 meetings. They are also being invited for NATO conferences. So that's also raising the hackles of Chinese against NATO-like formation in the Asia-Pacific or Indochina. Then you also have the Quad, which is also seen as another NATO-like formation in the South China Sea. So now you see, of course, a lot of equations changing. You have so many multilaterals happening with so many varied interests. And I think India's role globally in whether it's the SCO or BRICS or G20, to take it to an international order whereby everybody abides by rules and regulations. So I think that's a very important step forward, particularly with India's leadership globally.
But does it specifically help your case? Does it help you push your case with China?
Of course, we have to look at only from the Tibetan angle and see how it affects or not affect, and what could be the consequences of global dynamism in international politics. But then there are also other angles where the global scenario, particularly economy and military, how would that impact Chinese government's reaction? Because how China responds to domestic issues will also resonate in the international politics they play, and how international politics evolves also have its resonation on the domestic politics of China, because that involves the Chinese government's capacity to reach out internationally and domestically. But unfortunately, Chinese they say something and always do something different. That has been the case with China so far. So that is, as Prime Minister rightly put it during the G20, I think the insinuations were more against China and Pakistan, because there is a lot of trust deficit in the relationships. Unless there is trust, it's very difficult to move the relationship forward. And China is always very suspicious with every single country in this world, including its own people. So now how this trust can be bridged, or whether countries will continue to follow the economic gains, leaving aside human rights and other things, whether they will do that. But now we get this sense that all the countries around the world are more conscious about human rights and climate change issues that's confronting this world.
Now, earlier there was an audience with the Dalai Lama where he spoke of total autonomy that they want, assuming he makes a decision at some point. Have the Chinese ever spelled out what their ideas on autonomy are?
With Chinese, they like to believe that Tibetans already have autonomy because the Tibetan regions are called Tibet Autonomous Region, Tibet Autonomous Prefectures, Tibet Autonomous Counties. So all those areas in the map where Tibetans have traditionally occupied these places, inhabited these places, and which are of contiguous in nature, are one. So Tibet's size is almost 75% of China. Well, no, 25% of China, but 75% of India. You know, so it's very big in that sense. So yeah, there are definitely challenges, but if everybody is committed to resolve this, then the Sino-Tibet conflict is the most easy one to resolve, because we have we will concede sovereignty if there is a resolution through the middle way approach. But till such a time, the historical status of Tibet is history. We cannot change that.
Conceding sovereignty, those are big words, you know.
Yes.
How will it go down with young Tibetans?
That is also there. But then again, you have to look at the choices. Do you have a better choice than middle way approach or the middle way policy? If you have a better choice about how to achieve that, how it can be done, then we can definitely go for another option. But that doesn't leave any room for any other option right now.
We've had some curious developments in China of late. 2 senior ministers disappearing, no explanation at all. I mean, what is your sense of what's going on there?
It's very difficult to accept the explanation that corruption lies at the heart of Li Shangfu, the foreign defense minister's vanishing. But then again, the question is, Li Shangfu was appointed only after the last plenary by Xi Jinping himself. Now, not even 1 year going into this, you know, after the plenary, or maybe after the March session. Few months after that, he had to be removed. And Xi Jinping has been conducting this anti-corruption effort for several years now, since he assumed office from 2014 onwards. Maybe not so much for the first 1-2 years, but then after that, anti-corruption was a big move that he copied from Mao to, of course, handle corruption, anti-corruption also, but at the same time destroy all his opponents, which is exactly what Mao did. Again, Mao is very well known for destroying his opponents. If you read Jan Halliday's book, it's very, very clear in there. So I don't think it's only anti-corruption. There may be other matters related to that. Then the Qinggang, they say it's because of his, now the Chinese government is saying it's because of his relationship with the TV host and had a child in Washington, in US. But that again is very flimsy ground, even though Chinese communists are very clear about extramarital affair and all that. But that cannot be a reason for his removal, because he was there as ambassador to the US. And Chinese government already knew about what was happening. They cannot, independently do anything. So those facts should have been known to the Chinese leadership when he was appointed as the foreign minister. Then again, you are talking about the rocket forces. The 2-3 leaders in rocket forces. So apart from the eastern, northern, southern, western, and central theaters, then you also have the rocket forces, which Xi Jinping himself considered it of utmost importance, and he appointed these people, and those were his appointees. Again, they are talking about corruption. But then nothing that is coming out as an explanation from the Chinese government can be true. That much we can understand. So if there is an explanation after so long period, since July to now, and you have an explanation coming, so that's molded in the manner that they want people to perceive this news. But that cannot be true. So everything we say, anything I say also would be speculation, because the system is so opaque. And I think through the Chinese system, it's very easy to understand the policies, but very difficult to understand the placements.
Apparently, there were some reports about some senior leaders in the party, obviously not serving, who have told Xi Jinping that he's on the wrong track and all kinds of stuff. Is it given your understanding of how the Chinese system operates, is this something which can happen? I mean, a set of retired leaders telling the guy in charge that,
That norm was very much there. When, from maybe Deng Xiaoping's time to Jiang Zemin, to Hu Jintao, to now Xi Jinping, the norm is that if you are Jiang Zemin, there has to be 1 or 2 persons from your side in the Politburo to protect you. Because under communism, they can do anything. Yeah. They can send somebody to arrest you tomorrow. We all saw what happened to Hu Jintao. Yeah. At the plenary itself, he was taken out and he was rarely seen after that. So disappearances are very, very frequent in China. And these are I think these are symptoms of a larger picture. Otherwise, they don't normally, and it's very difficult to hide also. And we will know the truth only maybe after 10 years or 15 years when they are no longer with the government. So the norm is that every president, every former president will have to have 1 or 2 persons in the new Politburo.
Even after he's retired?
Even after, no, that is more important. When you are there as head of the state or premier or president or whatever, you are protecting yourself. Yeah. Once you are not there, the incumbent or the successor might do something that might affect your security interests. So for that, you need those. But this time, there's nobody in the Politburo. It's all Xi's people. And the speculation before the Badahi informal meeting was that this time there's nobody to reprimand Xi Jinping. But only later, much later, after the Badahi happened, because that's a secret meeting, then we got informed that a former vice president, Mr. Tsang, who was also responsible for making Xi Jinping what he is today, it's assumed that they had a separate meeting before the Badahi meeting, where Li Keqiang is also supposed to be present. And then they drafted their own thing, and then Tsang went to inform, of course, the word you use, reprimand or scold or whatever, that used to be the role of the senior leaders to control or to maintain some balance with the incumbent leadership. But that has, many people thought that there will be nobody to reprimand to the current leadership, but then later the Nikkei reported that they were reprimanded from the senior leaders, and it still works in that sense. And then I think he became livid and he went back to his team and said, oh, these are remnants of problems left by Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. So, these things still happen, because one person to rule 1.4 billion is not easy. Not easy. And then you have so many competing forces at every level, and to gain loyalty of all this by force, not by love, then it becomes more problematic. Because if there is an opening, then they can take
So my last question is, what is the future of the Tibetan community in India?
We believe that Indian government will be as generous to us as they have been before. And we can never forget this, because through the darkest hour of our history as a neighboring country and as somebody whom we regard as our guru, as our teacher, we believe that the Indian government will continue to grant us the support that they have been doing. And I think it will also largely depend on the behavior of the Tibetans in India as to how we conduct ourselves. So, yeah, and I think also the fact that Indian government is very proud to tell the international community that they have been looking after the Tibetan refugees' welfare is well taken in Delhi. And I think nobody wants a change in that status quo of how the world perceives India in receiving refugee community, including Tibetan, even though they are not signatory to the Refugee Convention. So our job is now more and more Tibetans are getting scattered. As I said, the dispersal of the younger generations from the compact communities is a huge challenge. So that we are looking at another solution to repopulate the compact communities, and then also work on the younger generations of Tibetans who have now become citizens of independent countries, and they have the right to vote and also the right to advocate for their representatives on the cause of Tibet. And knowing the language also makes a lot of difference, and that is what we are preparing for. So also to make this administration strong, because Tibetans never focus on databases. If you ask Tibetans how many, they'll say many. Then how many, they don't know. Now we are focusing a lot on data, so that all our future policies could be driven by data, hard facts, and then it'll become more reasonable. And that's why we are developing database structure and system and changing some systems, even though we do have a good system. So these are some of the things that, and also to make sure that even if we have to struggle for another 30, 40, 50 years down the line, we have the younger generation to take the lead. That is what we are preparing for.
Penpa Sering, thank you very much for again giving us time and for talking to us. And I wish you the very best in your endeavors ahead. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
This is all we have for you today on Strategies Global. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on social media. Thank you and good night.
If there is one aggressor, it's going to be China.
Yeah.
So the level of paranoia with the Chinese leadership, because one thing the Chinese leadership lack is trust within themselves and with others. They don't trust anybody else, and others don't trust them. So if there is no trust, it's very difficult to maintain relationship over longer time, because you always live in suspicion as to who is going to do what. So that is why when I checked with Chinese scholars, they said that not more than 3 Politburo members can meet together without the permission of the president. This convention was there, but was reinforced more during Xi Jinping's time. And what does that say? That manifests that they are afraid of internal coup.
Hello and welcome to The Gist on StratNews Global. Good evening, I'm Surya Vindadran, and this evening we have with me the Sikyong of the Central Tibet Administration in India, Mr. Penpa Sering. Sir, welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Sir, we've been reading some reports about renewed Chinese efforts to culturally assimilate or sinicize young Tibetans. And I understand that while earlier there were reports of mass incarceration of Tibetans, is this a new, more recent development?
No, it has been happening over the years, but now it is becoming more intensified under President Xi Jinping. At one time, we used to really fear demographic aggression because it's only 6-7 million Tibetans on that 2.5 million square kilometers. of land, and only 7 million Tibetans, and it's 1.4 billion. I mean, and we thought that Tibet would be completely overwhelmed by the majority Han Chinese. But maybe also because China's population is also declining, and it's not possible for every Chinese to live on the Tibetan plateau. You need that lung, and they come only to those areas where they can make money in towns and cities. They don't go to rural areas where they have to do hard labor for livelihood. So that has not happened as much as we feared. So the next assault from the Chinese government is now, how do we turn every other nationality into a Chinese? So that is under Xi Jinping, one nation, one language, one culture kind of policy at the expense of all other nationalities. So you're striking at the very root of the identity of people. In the case of Tibetans, our language comes from India.
Yeah.
Our Buddhism also came from India. So we are an extension of Indian culture. We are proud to be repository of one part of ancient Indian wisdom, because we must have translated all the available Buddhist texts into Tibetan in 8th century. And thereby we are proud to be a custodian of one part of ancient Indian wisdom. Now, China is striking at that, taking Tibetan children away from their families, put them in the boarding school. So we are talking about 1 million children between the age of 6 to 18 in boarding school out of 7 million total population. And the last time we checked, below the age of 6, between the age of 3 to 6 also, it used to be several thousands in boarding schools, nearby boarding schools. Now it has gone up to 150,000. So the age limit is also coming down. And then the focus is more on Chinese language, Chinese version of history, Chinese communist ideology, and how to maintain their loyalty to the Communist Party. So thereby you are completely brainwashing the younger generations of Tibetans. And that's why when I spoke at this seminar yesterday also, I mentioned, of course, it is very detrimental for the Tibetan population if this continues for another several decades. But at the same time, this also has its security implications on India, because Tibetans always looked up to India as the land of Aryavrat, the land of the Buddha. And we have this huge respect for India and the Indian people. And then, of course, the government and people of India have been very kind since we came into exile. So that equation will also change if people change.
So tell me, in this situation where you are seeing so many of your young people being culturally, their Tibetan identity being wiped out, what would you expect from India to do, given the fact that relations with China are not good? What would you expect from India?
No, relations with China being good or not depends on who is the more belligerent party. In this case, China is the belligerent party. India has always been a very defensive country. So I always said, if there is something that we know about China, having lived on that plateau for so many centuries as neighbor with China, China respects only strength, not weakness. So they have, over the years, tried to contain India through its policies or support with, or its relation with Pakistan over many decades. We live in India, we know how India's foreign policy have been so centric on Pakistan and Jammu Kashmir. Now the whole equation has changed. India is a growing power. India has the strength to stand up on its position. And India is standing up to its position and its values, democratic values. So then only you command respect from the Chinese. So that is a very important development that has taken place over the last few years. And
so do you expect that as India's strength and power grows, it will influence the Chinese to perhaps talk to India more, and then indirectly perhaps influence their policy in Tibet?
My analysis of why China's belligerence on the Indian border, or saber rattling with Taiwan, or assertiveness in the South China Sea, or with Senkaku or Daewoo Islands with Japanese, is that they keep these hotspots burning. Because you look at Ladakh, the place in Galwan area, except for some greeneries on the banks of the river, nothing there. Mountains. So what are you fighting for, actually? You know. So, of course, Indian analysts say these are ways to contain India, that India does not go beyond certain thing. But at the same time, my thinking is that China has become very insecure today. So everything that's coming out of the Chinese leader's mouth is security, security. And that also creates a sense of fear in the Chinese people's mind that, again, the foreigners are going to come and invade China, which is not really the truth. So they try to create that atmosphere. And if there is a threat to the survival of the Communist Party, depending on the severity of that threat, they will attack one of these places. So till such a time, I don't see any immediate danger from the Chinese side, because their economy is in the doldrums. Starting from the rural governments to the banking sector to the housing collapse and the debt economies that are not working, BRI programs that are not going as they expected. And their foreign exchange reserves will also come down if the GDP growth is not as much as it used to be. And if they don't have too much trade surplus with other countries, they don't have the reserve to splurge it on Belt and Road Initiative or space technology or artificial intelligence or military equipment. As I say, China needs to be more introspective. They point fingers at everybody else and say they are trying.
Everybody else is at fault.
A problem for China, but whereas China is fueling military expense of all the other countries. Look at Japan. Prime Minister Kishida is now very strong on spending on defense, and Taiwan has to spend. There's no choice for them. Australia is investing in nuclear submarines, even though they are that far away. Now India has to spend more. We all know how much India is spending on infrastructure development, and the new defense ties with France or Germany or US. But India is also in a very difficult position because of the growing Russia-China relations. And if China were to attack India today, I think India would be in a very difficult position with spare parts and the military supplies not coming through from Russia. So it's a very new scenario that is developing, new dynamics and equations coming up. So it's very interesting times.
So I'd like to touch upon the point you made that Xi Jinping and the Communist Party appear insecure. Is this, what are they insecure about? I think the primary focus is internal, isn't it? A mass public uprising against the Communist Party. We saw some evidence of that during the COVID time, not too long ago, I think last year itself. Is that the primary fear here?
I think because nobody is going to attack China outside. India is not going to attack China. NATO is not going to attack China. None of the neighboring states have the capacity or the will to attack China. So if there is one aggressor, it's going to be China. So the level of paranoia with the Chinese leadership, because one thing the Chinese leadership lack is trust within themselves and with others. They don't trust anybody else, and others don't trust them. So if there is no trust, it's very difficult to maintain relationship over longer time, because you always live in suspicion and who's going to do what. So that is why when I checked with Chinese scholars, they said that not more than 3 Politburo members can meet together without the permission of the president. This convention was there, but it was reinforced more during Xi Jinping's time. And what does that say? That manifests that they are afraid of internal coup. But then now the things have changed, unlike the previous Politburo, where you have, normally they keep people from the former presidents, like Jiang Zemin's people, Hu Jintao's people. Now that Jiang Zemin is no more, Hu Jintao's people should be there to protect him. That is the system. That's how it works. Now, this time, it's all his people, 7 people. So it's one hand you have Xi Jinping and the 6 other people. And it's supposed to be all his own people. So if you listen to the Chinese people's reaction to the developments in Russia with Putin and Wagner, Prigozhin, there were some YouTubers in China who did a very good analysis of how people viewed that. And China showed that for only a few hours when it started. And when the story started evolving around Prigozhin's relationship with Putin over 30 years, being an inmate, chef, this, that, and then a close ally of Putin rising up against the Iron Man, as Chinese people see, or even Xi Jinping sees Putin as a very strong man, Iron Man, and that image being shattered has its implication on the minds of the Chinese people as to whether there would be a future Prigozhin against Xi Jinping or not. So those questions are, and then suddenly they stopped the coverage by the state media, and there are no other media that can cover that, or they showed it only after the Prigozhin decided to leave to Belarus for exile. So that is the level of control on information we are talking about, which is taken for granted in the free world.
But tell me, this idea of a coup, this suspicion of a coup, is it realistic given, Xi Jinping's control over the system? And coup from where? From within the party or from the army?
Oh, this could be varied, So coup, the first thing I said about having to secure his permission for more than 3 Politburo, then it becomes a majority. And the second level is during Xi Jinping's time, particularly in the last 4 years, he has been changing every general, just like what Mao used to do when he changed the Eastern Theater general to the Western, swapped the job. Similarly, Xi Jinping is also transferring all the generals every single year. He makes sure that the generals don't build strong relationship with the cadres. So that also is a paranoia to rule out military coup. So it could be from anywhere, political, from the public also. Again, China is the only country that spends more money on internal security than external security, particularly on security apparatus and the apps that they use, like electronic identification, geolocation, now even DNA profiling, iris scanning, and all that. So that itself manifests a deep distrust between the rulers and the ruled. And now, according to this YouTuber, she was also talking about the world's largest army in the world, in terms of size. So these army people, at the initial stage of the formation of Communist Party, the party used to dictate who they can marry and who they can date with. And later there was a little more freedom. People could choose their life partners. But now this is being reimposed.
Even marriage
now, as to who you should marry, you can marry, or who you can date with. That is what the YouTuber was saying, and she sounded very factual about this.
So what is their definition or meaning of who is most compatible with the other? Is it loyalty to the party? Is that what matters?
Which means to say that, of course, they will even the spouses or the people that you are dating, they will have to undergo background checks to be eligible to marry an army man, so that all these whatever secrets of the government does not go out. So now with the counter-espionage law also, everything is so contradictory. They want investment, but then you have the counter-espionage law. And just this morning, there was a report about a Chinese reporter just reporting about China's economy and comparing that with the depression of the 1930s. And he is now not there.
So what are your resources or the scholars you mentioned earlier? What are they telling you about the Chinese economy? Is it really going down?
Of course, there are a lot of apprehensions on the quality of Chinese data. So they always hide something. Now they want to, in the free world, you can have access to all kind of data, and you can make your analysis of what is happening. And China is clamping down more, because now they make sure that all sensitive data that portray China as a weak economy or economy not gaining traction or the contraction of economy and comparing with other situations when there were bad things, everything could be a cause for you to be arrested on the ground of national security and social stability, because all the laws that Chinese government frames are very, very ambiguous. It's not well defined. So anybody can take decision at every level depending on whether you like that country or not, whether you like that company or not, or whether you like that person or not. So it all depends, because on the one hand, they need the market. On the other hand, they put these restrictions. So everybody has to live in a kind of uncertainty. Even business people, they wonder, with the Japanese, they have already arrested some 17, 18 of their people already. And what does it say? How longer will Japan be able to pursue with this policy of always have to confronting their people being arrested and seeking their release while running the business at the same time? But that is why Japan has gone for +1.
China +1,
China +1 solution. So, which many other countries might also follow, because there are a lot of problems with decoupling, too much investment. So that is why when people tell us, oh, the dragon is biting us, then we tell them, who fed the dragon? And we were not able to tame the dragon. And then you say that the dragon is biting at you, and you're still feeding the dragon. You see so many European leaders, from Chancellor Scholz to President Macron to von der Leyen to Baerbock to Pistorius to all Asian leaders going to China. Now New Zealand Prime Minister is there. President Lula also went. So you have the African Union participating in human rights discussions in Tibet with SCO members. So all these are happening, aligning, realigning, alignment, and all these developments are happening. But then what is the message for Russia, for China, for Europe? The main concern is Ukraine. And then you have this very deep relationship between Russia and China, whereas China needs European market, because most of the European countries have trade deficit with China, including India.
True.
India has a huge trade deficit with China, particularly in the last 1-2 years. It has gone up from, the business volume has gone up from 79 to 118 billion or so. So as long as China have this excess of foreign exchange reserve, they will splurge it and they will use it against you. So you cannot complain that the dragon is biting at you, because you are feeding the same dragon.
You think it's realistic, military coup in China? You think it's...
I think anything can spark anything, because right now the paranoia from the government is forcing the government to take certain steps which again constricts the freedom of the people. So the more you constrict people's freedom, the more people are going to be wary of the government, not trust the government. And then add to that the economic woes of the government, where you have, we already mentioned about rural banking, housing and all that. And then the falling contraction in the economy. So that is going to fuel, when it comes to livelihood, when it comes to the stomach. You're already talking about 11.6 million young Chinese between the age of 17 to 24 who are unemployed. And they, for one, some of them have even gone to foreign countries, paid huge fees to study and come back. And then suddenly you are asked to go to the rural areas and work on the farm. It's just like, what Mao did.
Is that true? They've been asked to go to the rural areas?
There has been a lot of reports on that. They have not been, because the cities are not able to provide them with employment. So then the only alternative is go to the villages to work on the farms. And then having paid so much money, having spent so much time to study and try to seek a white-collar job, that is the Chinese dream. And then their dream is completely smashed now. And then 11.6 million may be small out of 1.4 billion, but when you take 11.6 million as a force to reckon with, they can create chaos. So if there is anything, economy is something that can really bring the Chinese back on their knees.
So let's get back to Tibet. Given China's economic situation, do you see perhaps going forward a certain relaxation of the strict rules they're following in Tibet? Do you see kind of pulling back of the Chinese state from, in the lives of ordinary Tibetans?
That looks very unlikely. If you look at the incremental repressive measures of the Chinese government, particularly during Xi Jinping's time, every amendment to available laws, prevailing laws, are being made more stricter, not looser. The indication could only come from those policies and programs. So what we see now, whether it's on control of the use of religious areas, or whether it's on control of the use of internet, so everything is becoming more and more stringent. That makes it more difficult for people to exercise their freedom. So it doesn't look very likely that under the present circumstances things are going to change, because Xi Jinping also have been saying that there is no need for us to change our system. Because we have proven over the last 2-3 decades that we can have economic development under Communist Party. So that being a fact, they forget to look at every other aspect of human aspiration. Like, what are people longing to? Are they only looking for wealth or material wealth? Because for Chinese government, every problem, the solution is development, nothing else. So it's nothing to do with the religious aspirations of the people. Well, people have been deprived of this spirituality for the last so many decades, and now materially they are much more better than before. But then again, you have this spiritual vacuum. When Tibetan Lamas go to Beijing, some of their patrons are communist leaders, military leaders. They do meet with them secretly. So even they have to wonder whether there is life after death or not. Whether you believe in it or not, or whether you are religious or not, ultimately it boils down to that. Even Tawang, when he was dethroned and he had problems, when he died, he sent his son for His Holiness to pray for his father's soul. So you have all these contradictions it's not as ironed out as, as we tend to see from the outside.
And this thing about the Dalai Lama's reincarnation, the party is heavily involved in trying to get a solution.
No, they are not a solution. They are more into creating future problems. So they know that Tibetan people are very religious, deeply devout Buddhists. So if they can control the Dalai Lama, then they can control the Tibetan population. So they are not bothered about the living 14th Dalai Lama, but they are more bothered about the yet to come 15th Dalai Lama.
Do you think they've already identified somebody, some little boy?
Not possible. They cannot. They cannot. That is why when I was asked by some foreign diplomats as to, you don't seem to have a process in place regarding His Holiness selection and all that. That is something for His Holiness to decide, because it's His Holiness who is going to be reborn. I cannot decide as a CTA leader or any other government for that matter. And this is a purely religious and ritualistic matter, so it is best left to people whom His Holiness entrusts to carry on the responsibility. So my message to the Chinese government is, have you not learned enough lesson from the Panchen Lama saga? Because you have 3 boys. Out of the 3 boys, one was selected by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and then he was abducted, and along with his family, we still don't know whether he is alive or not. Even if he is alive, whether he has been given the traditional education to carry on his responsibilities or not. And then you have the Chinese select Panchen Lama. When he was sent to Tibet, you have to pay the people to go listen to him, meet him. You have to force the civil servants to make it compulsory for them to see the Chinese selected Panchen Lama. So you don't see this respect from the Tibetan people. They just call him he's a Tibetan boy, of course, they just call him another political leader, not respected as Panchen Lama. So you don't see pictures of the Chinese selected Panchen Lama to be sold on the market, in the market. You see only the 10th Panchen Lama. So that is how Tibetans show their displeasure or not accepting the Chinese choice. Because a government that does not believe in religion or spirituality and interfering in the process of selection itself is quite, I don't know, such a contradiction that it's difficult to place it in a very realistic or rational sense. But that is what Chinese government always does. And my response to this was that China cannot handle unpredictability, just like with Trump. That's why His Holiness also saying it could be a rebirth, it could be a emanation, it could be a woman when he's asked. So China is confused. So that's why right now the decision that His Holiness has taken is very wise, because once His Holiness decide, then they will use. China has all the resources, financial and human, but then they will try to influence the international community to follow their, but they cannot just appoint one person. There has to be a time.
So last question. You deal with the Indian government. What is it that you would ask of them, or in your discussions with them, what is it that you seek? I mean, whether in terms of the Tibetan diaspora here, what is it that you would wish for them to...
The Indian government and the people of India have been very kind to us. We have our historical relationship, as I mentioned before. Our first king of Tibet came from India. So we have all these. We feel like an extension. I tell our friends, I look a little different because I'm a Tibetan, but our mind is all the same. It is shaped by Indian philosophy and thinking. So humanitarian issues, the Indian government has been very, very kind. When it comes to political issues concerning China, earlier when that question used to be posed to His Holiness always used to say India is overcautious. Now I say we can remove the over, but still cautious. And I think in international politics and looking at the national interests of government of India, there needs to be due diligence and discerning power to take the right decision. But then if they can be a little more assertive about their position on Tibet, like the boundary issue, I say India is not saying it, but the fact that India still uses Indo-Tibetan Border Police and Indo-Tibetan Border Force, not changing it to Sino-Indian Border Police, that itself underlines or underscores what India really wishes it to be. So, but then His Holiness has taken on this middle way policy because he thinks more about the common interest rather than individual interest. And if we can have a non-violent, negotiated, mutually beneficial, lasting solution to the Sino-Tibet conflict on that plateau through the middle way or genuine autonomy for Tibetans, then I tend like to believe that even the border issues should be resolved. So if that happens, then there will be much more peace and stability, because we have played the role of a buffer historically between the two most populous nations in the world. There was never a world war between China and India because of Tibet, and Tibetans have so much respect for Indians that there's never ever been a war. So we are willing to play the role of a bridge in future if there is a resolution to the Sino-Tibet conflict and promote more stability in the region.
So on that hopeful note, Pepa Sering, thank you very much for speaking to Spread News Global.
Thank you.
And I hope we can have many more such conversations in future.
Thank you so much, Surya.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
That's all we have for you now on The Gist. Do tune in for more such conversations going forward. Thank you very much. Good night.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
You're on Strat News Global. I'm Nitin Gokhale. This evening we have a special program and a special guest on our program in the evening that we go live with. The program is Gist, of course, as all our viewers know. And I have somebody who is just been elected the president of the Tibetan government in exile, Penpa Shering, who's joining me from Dharamshala live. But we will be taking questions from the audience as we go along. But let me welcome Penpa sharing and congratulate him. But before that, let me say this, that Strat News Global has this evening program called The Gist, which we go live on. Penpa sharing, good evening and welcome.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be part of your program.
In fact, let me congratulate you on the election as the president, as they call Sikyong of the Tibetan government in exile. And also, let me start by asking you that having been elected as the president of the Tibetan government in exile, what is your priority as you take the charge of the government in exile, as far as the Tibetan affairs are concerned?
There are two main responsibilities for the Central Tibetan administration. One is to resolve the Sino-Tibet conflict, because of which we are in exile. Because of China's occupation of Tibet, we are in exile. So we have to work with the Chinese government to resolve this issue with wholeheartedness from both sides, because negotiation and dialogue doesn't happen only from one side. So we will make every effort to reach out to the Chinese government. Until a lasting solution is found, we will be pointing out to the Chinese leaders as to what are the policies and programs they are implementing inside that are not beneficial, both for the Chinese government and the Tibetan people. And the second responsibility, of course, once the Chinese government is more responsive and work towards a lasting solution for the issue of Tibet, then there will be a change in course. And till such a time, we will be pushing our advocacy work forward in multiple terms, by using all the potential that we have, by optimizing all the potential that we have around the world. The second responsibility is to look after the welfare of the Tibetan people. So just like in any democracy, whenever we have elections, there is division within the community. So my first job would be to bring together all the Tibetan community together, starting from the top. So yesterday I met with the Supreme Justice Commissioners. In a few days we'll be having the Parliament in session, so I'll be talking to the Parliament about the relationship that we need to maintain for pure democratic polity. And then I'll be talking with the autonomous bodies and also the non-governmental organizations and the media. So these are some of the things that we need to attend to immediately.
Yes, indeed. Very detailed program you've chalked out for yourself as you take the leadership. As someone who's chosen or is in favor of a middle path on the the Sino-Tibet issue, how do you see the approach towards the Chinese government, which has not held formal talks for over a decade now? Do you think they're amenable to any talks now? Because given that President Xi Jinping is a hardliner and has sort of become a stronger nationalist, if I may say so, do you think there is any hope of those talks being revived, or you have no hopes really? What is your view?
We always remain very confident and positive about the outcome, because as in Buddhist thinking, we know that everything is impermanent. Change is the only constant. So the Chinese Communist Party, however strong they are right now, cannot remain that strong forever. So there will be a time, but it's difficult to say what time or when these things will happen. All I can say is I don't have a magic wand to resolve this issue by myself. We all believe in humanity, so I also like to believe that the present Chinese leadership, who are supposedly quite hardliner, just as in other countries also, you always also have softliners. So we really hope that common sense prevails on the Chinese leadership,
and they work towards resolving national issues, not just the Tibetan issue, but also Uyghur issue and Mongolian issue, so that so that China can command moral power on top of the military and political and economic power they enjoy. The only thing they lack is moral power. So we would really expect the Chinese leadership to be wise enough to take the right course, not just with the Tibetans, but also with its immediate neighbors and other important countries around the world. Because right now, what they are doing doesn't seem to be the right path.
Absolutely. In fact, as we speak, there is this comment which has come from one of the viewers, and he's liked this comment of yours that there is impermanence. The Buddhist way is about impermanence. There is. So I think you hit the right chord. It also reminds me of my interview with His Holiness the Dalai Lama in January 2020 in Bodh Gaya, where he said that the Chinese may even choose my successor, but it will have no credibility. In fact, as you can see, that visual is playing out. He said that nobody will take that chosen successor by the Chinese seriously, not the Tibetan people, not the people who support the Tibetan cause. So in that sense, I think you are carrying forward that same philosophy. But there are other critics and other people who are worried about the situation in Tibet. They say time is running out for Tibet, and therefore it has to be, whatever has to be done immediately. Do you think do you ever feel despaired about time running out, or that the Chinese are so strong that it might take a lot of effort from the world, but the world is not really stepping up to do what they should do in the measure that they should do?
Is waking up now. When we say we don't have much time, the question revolves around China's policies and programs, particularly to do with demographic aggression, through which the kind of cultural genocide is taking place inside Tibet. So that is also one of the reasons why we keep following the middle way approach, because I keep telling my people that, another 20, 30, 40 years down the line, if we are not able to return back to Tibet, forget about independence, even autonomy may not make sense when Tibet is completely overwhelmed by a Han majority community over the minority Tibetan nationalities. It's a very, very concerning situation for us.
Indeed. In fact, there is a question from one of the audience, and I'm sort of going to mix it up with my questions. Ma Tara, she's a lady, she's saying, I'm interested to know what the Sikyong views on the massive infrastructure development by China in Tibet, especially the dams of the Himalayan rivers. I think you'll have to sort of satisfy the viewer's question. What do you think about the infrastructure development?
Absolutely, absolutely. We are not against development, but development has to be sustainable. That is the reason why we have been pointing out to not just China, but also the whole world, that the environmental situation inside Tibet does not concern only the Tibetans. It affects the whole region: Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Burma, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, including China, from where the rivers flow. That is why Tibet is also known as the fountain of Asian rivers. Therefore, building dams, too many dams, 1 or 2 dams may be acceptable, but you are talking about several dozens of dams on one single river. So that is a manipulation of hydro resources, and China also does not share hydrological data with the neighboring countries, so the downstream countries don't have enough idea about what's going to happen to them. When there is flood, they are overflooded. When there is no water because of the damming, today we are political refugees. But because of China's damming projects inside Tibet, Now we see many more environmental refugees in the downstream countries. People lost their livelihood. People have to change their lifestyle to, make another living. Earlier, they were dependent on the rivers that flow from Tibet. So these are very important issues. I think the U.S. has just woken up to that. So they are looking at the Mekong tributaries, the countries that Mekong flows through. Similarly, I think Pakistan and India and other countries also should be concerned. There is some level of understanding on this matter, but this needs a lot more amplification and also understanding of the situation as to how this is going to affect the livelihood of people downstream. Then the downstream countries are not just small nations. They are highly densely populated nations in the world. So it's very, very concerning, particularly damming and the environmental situation, the fragile environmental situation inside Tibet.
I think very well put. So, in that context, I have one more question about the what I call the Hanization of Tibet. I think you have also spoken about it. Your other Tibetans have spoken about it. Is it only about destroying culture? It's also about subjugation of religion. And despite the fact that, as His Holiness said again in the interview in January 2020, that you would be surprised, and I was really surprised. He said there are more people adopting Buddhism amongst the Han Chinese. So is there a way that the inherent strength of Buddhism will overcome the Hanization that's happening in Tibet?
It depends again on the time factor as to when we can go back or not. You call it Hanization, some call it Sinification, some call it Sinicization. Whatever term you use, the policies and the programs of the Chinese government are aimed only, whenever there's a problem, they talk about development, development, development. They believe that development can resolve all human miseries, which is not true, because that is only the physical aspect of it. What is more important is the mental aspect of human beings. So Tibetans have been practicing Buddhism for more than 1,300 years, but Buddhism went to China much before it came to Tibet. We, of course, got it directly from India, but then the Buddhism was much more prevalent in China. Therefore, in the vacuum that followed communist China and the deprivation of people from practicing their spirituality, there is now a revival, a sense of revival, despite all the restrictions. And a lot more people are paying a lot more attention to Tibetan Buddhism, which is a lineage of the Mahayana Nalanda tradition of Buddhism. And now people who have some sense, who have an understanding, realize that Tibetan Buddhism is not what the Westerners earlier used to call as Lamaism, but that is much more to do with the scientific approach of living. It is a way of life, a philosophy that deals with psychology, and quantum physics and all that. So it's good that Chinese are showing interest in Tibetan Buddhism, but at the same time, the nation tries to subjugate. So all the terms that use, whether it's subjugation or whatever, is very much relevant in this case. But much more so, I definitely feel that the policies and programs that reflects from the Chinese government side amounts to cultural genocide. Because then you are destroying Tibetan Buddhism, you are destroying Tibetan language, everything to do with Tibetan national identity. So if that happens, that is definitely cultural genocide.
Indeed. In fact, one of the aspects of that cultural genocide that you spoke about could also be the Chinese insistence on the fact that they want to select the successor to His Holiness. And in that sense, they are saying that the Tibetans in exile have no right to choose, or His Holiness has no right to choose his successor. We will do it. How will you resolve that, and what will happen? The question that is in the minds of the supporters of Tibetan cause and Buddhism is that what after His Holiness? And that question, I'm sure, is dogging everyone who's concerned with Tibet. What do you have to say to that?
I think one thing that the watchers should understand is that Tibetan Buddhism and the concept of reincarnation is purely Tibetan Buddhist in nature, and it's a highly spiritual thing. The relationships that historically we enjoyed with the Mongols was priest-patron relationship, and we had very little to do with the Ming dynasty that is wholly Chinese. But then when the Manchus came in, again, we enjoyed a certain level of priest-patron relationship. But after 1959 or 51, from the 17-point agreement onwards, it is communist China. At least the Chinese emperors with whom we had relations were Buddhist. Even then, their interference in the Buddhist structure of Tibet, in Tibet was very, very minimal. What China claims in the white paper about reincarnation is not wholly true. So right now the situation is you have a communist government who does not believe in religion, who are atheist, and trying to interfere in the reincarnation of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And the 14th His Holiness the Dalai Lama is still very much living in India. We are striving to ask or urge the Chinese government to invite him to visit China and Tibet. While they are not bothered about the well-being of the 14th Dalai Lama and his people, then why should they be bothered about the 15th Dalai Lama? It's obvious that they want to use it as a political tool, and I believe I would like to believe that they have learned their lesson from selecting their own Panchen Lama, who is not respected by Tibetans anywhere in the world, leave alone inside Tibet. So those lessons need to be learned. And if the Chinese, I'm sure you must have asked the same question to His Holiness when you interviewed him. And I remember His Holiness saying in jest that if the Chinese leadership is really concerned about the reincarnation issue, they should look for Mao Zedong's reincarnation first, Deng Xiaoping's reincarnation second, and then maybe the Dalai Lama's. So unless you believe in the system, if you want to use it only as a political tool to subjugate the Tibetans or try to reinforce their power on the Tibetans, that is not definite. It's not going to be lasting solution. If you want to find a solution, then it has to be lasting, that meets the aspiration of the Tibetan people.
Indeed. So in that context, how do you see the role of the Western nations, especially the United States? There is an increasing sort of despair amongst Tibet watchers that Western leaders are now shying away from meeting His Holiness whenever he visits. His space for more meetings is getting constricted. Is there any expectations from the Western nations and, of course, India? What would be your expectations? My question in two parts: Western expectation, Western support and Indian support.
Yeah, Shai Desi is also asking the same question.
Yes, that's why I thought that.
Yeah. Now compared to the situation earlier and now, if the pandemic is not happening right now, if His Holiness had been a little younger right now, then I'm sure there would be many more people wanting to meet him under the current circumstances when China's belligerence is creating a lot of problems with almost every country in the world, not just in its immediate neighborhood, but also in the South China Sea and the European Union and US, everywhere. So there is a sense of realization that as the more the Western nations engage with the Chinese government, the Chinese government would become more responsible. That has not happened. The expectations were completely not as per the Western nations wished. Therefore, today there is a definite realization, if you base the reaction from the US government, not just the immediate past president, but even presidents before that. And now Biden's administration is also quite strong on China. The very fact that Secretary Blinken wished the Tibetans on Tibetan New Year, that's a first. That has never happened before. And Nick Price, the spokesperson of State Department, wishing us on our electoral success and committing future cooperation. Those are also a first. So in fact, fortunately, since 1987, when His Holiness the U.S. Congress for the first time to the Human Rights Caucus about the 5-point peace plan, there has been a steady increase in the support for Tibet in the United States, both from the administration, the White House, as well as the Congress. So we are very fortunate to have bipartisan, bicameral support in the United States. And we are really looking forward to take some step forwards as to how to align policies of United States along with other allies who enjoy the same universal values of freedom, democracy, justice, and human rights. That will be one step that I'm really looking forward to work with the United States government. I think we are making headway there. There are a lot of signals, pointers to that. And in India, of course, India is the nation who understands the Tibet issue from the beginning till now. I don't know about what Chinese call as time immemorial, when that began or when should we count from there, but at least from the time that India and Tibet had cultural religious relationship, we were mentally much more closer to India than any other country. Therefore, the very reason that His Holiness decided to come to India, not any other country, to seek refuge, and the Tibetans being very well received by the Indian people as well as the Indian government, successive governments, now irrespective of how strong they were at one time or not. Now, of course, we see a lot of columns, not a lot of new writings expressing people who were in power position, expressing their concern about India's policy towards Tibet and China. And there is a deep down understanding, only because of China's belligerence and their action, that Tibetan issue cannot be just used as a leverage, a political or diplomatic leverage, but this needs to be resolved if there has to be peace in the region. We are not just talking about Tibet or Central Asia. We are talking about the whole South Asia and the whole geostrategic, geopolitical region.
As you can see, there's this question from Anil Maske. He talks about last year's crisis in Ladakh, the ongoing standoff, if you want to call it, or the tension there in eastern Ladakh. So he's asking whether the aim is something else rather than an aggression against India. What's your view on that?
I have been, whenever we have discussions about these issues, I have been speaking to my friends that China will definitely create flashpoints around the world, particularly around its neighborhood. So India is, that is also the reason why after so many rounds of dialogue, China has not resolved this issue, border issue with Tibet, with India, which was India-Tibet border. Even now we have Indian-Tibetan border police force. Yes. So the only reason I can think of, building villages in such remote places, which are very difficult to be accessible. In Doklam we are talking about, now in Galwan, all this aggression is just to create flashpoints during this pandemic. If there are social unrest within China, then they could say, oh, India is attacking us, instead of saying we attack India. So that builds nationalism in Chinese people. Yes. And because of the nationalism, the communists may not fall. That is the only reason I can think of from my experience for China's belligerence on the Indian
Indeed.
border.
Yes, I agree fully with you, and I can only see that you have a task on hand, having taken over the leadership now, and of course, His Holiness is always there to guide in the larger framework, really. And as I can see, there's the support that the Tibetan cause and Buddhism enjoys across the world is only increasing. I think that should worry the Chinese more than anything else. So on that note, I want to thank you for giving me the time and giving Strat News Global this opportunity to have a discussion with you rather than an interview. And I think hopefully we'll have more occasions going forward. But we wish you all the best in your tenure that you are now going to be the president of the Central Tibetan Administration. You are the president of the Central Tibetan Administration, and we wish a lot of good things happen during your tenure. On that note, let me thank you and all our viewers who asked the relevant questions. We wish to congratulate you once again and hope to see you sometime soon. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Nitin, for your time, for inviting me and to spread the word of Tibet. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pleasure is mine.
Thank you.
So viewers, thank you for joining in large numbers and asking the questions. As you know all our social media handles. You know where to go for subscription in case you want to subscribe to our channel. And of course, you know where to press the bell icon to get all the alerts and all the information. Do keep sending feedback and comments. We will continue to bring such programs to you, and of course, the important geostrategic, geopolitical, and geoeconomic issues that we'll continue to discuss on Strat News Global. Until the next time, it's goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Strat News Global. I am Surya Gangadhar. Many of you will be familiar with my guest, Dr. Lobsang Sangye, the Sikyong of the Central Tibetan Administration in India. He is a familiar figure to those of you who follow Tibetan affairs, and more so the affairs of the Tibetans in India who are in exile from their homeland. Dr. Sangye, welcome.
Thank you, Suryaji.
Sir, let me get straight to the point. You've had a round of elections for the new Sikyong. Can you update us on what is left now, what's left to happen now?
Tibetans all over the world voted in the first round, where they voted for nominees of the Sikyong, or the president of CTA, and also the members of parliament. So the first round is done. Now the second round is on April 11th. So we have two candidates for the Sikyong position, and many other candidates for the members of parliament, and including representatives of Tibetans in Europe, North America, and Australia, New Zealand. So Tibetans in around 30-some countries will be voting on single day. That's April 11th to elect our next president of CTA and members of parliament.
And who are the likely candidates? Is it going to change very much the current policies that you have been following all these years?
Both the candidates have declared their pledge to follow the middle way policy. So that means the policy of middle way approach will remain. And I'm sure in the tactics and strategy, there might be differences, and there might be differences in their approaches and their personalities. Otherwise, the middle way approach, which is our policy to seek genuine autonomy for the Tibetan people in Tibet, will remain the same.
So what are these elections designed to achieve? Is it to build up the Tibetan civil administration, political structure, etc., for something in the future?
Now, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama devolved his political authority in 2011, he wanted to separate the church and the state. So I was elected in 2011 to take over the responsibilities of political and administrative matters, because he would like to see the Tibetan freedom movement moving forward, elected and led by, the person, who is voted by the Tibetan people. So that was his vision. And then accordingly, we are marching forward, even though we are in exile. The Tibetans are scattered in 30 plus countries, but we all come together as Tibetans to show our solidarity, to strengthen our organization, and to assert and participate, in the democratic process. So we want to say that we are as democratic as India or Nepal or Europe or America. So we are one of the partners and a successful one compared to some countries.
And what would you define as your major achievements, sir?
Well, every politician will say I fulfill all the promises I made. So I should not be saying as such, normally, but, I'm pretty content with where I am, all the things actually I did, say things I would do. I did, I think, 90% of it. And then many more other things that I've not done. So fundraising, creating awareness of Tibet at the global scale. And most importantly, the U.S. Congress passed Tibetan Policy and Support Act, which was signed by the president. Now it has become a law in America to support Tibet. So in that law, Central Tibet Administration, which I had, is also acknowledged. And my position is also acknowledged. Now, when I got elected, there was no country acknowledged my position or the Tibetan administration. Now it's acknowledged by, legally acknowledged by the U.S. government. So that's politically. And India also, we have passed Tibetan Rehabilitation Policy Act, which is very, very helpful to Tibetans. So and so forth. And the number one priority for me was education, because I grew up as a refugee with a humble, upbringing, with nothing much to eat or share. With education, I, managed to stand on my own feet. Now, in the last 10 years, education has, improved leaps and bounds. That everybody agrees. So, these are the few things I can share.
Now let's look at developments in China, in Tibetan Chinese occupied Tibet. The Gyaltsen Norbu, the Beijing appointed Panchen Lama, recently talked about the Sinicization of Buddhism in Tibet. What does it mean?
This is a very dangerous signal, because Buddhism is the heart and core, or the basic foundation of Tibetan civilization and Tibetan identity. When you Sinicize Buddhism, you are taking the Tibetan narrative out of Buddhism. For example, when we teach Tibetan Buddhism in Tibet, we say, the Lhasa was the great scholars and translators brought Buddhism from India to Tibet in 7th and 8th centuries. And it has a lot of Tibetan elements, Tibetan stories, Tibetan struggle, Tibetan contribution, right? So when you Sinicize it, they want to translate all the Tibetan Buddhist texts in Chinese and teach Buddhism in Chinese. So they want to simply teach, let's say, Four Noble Truths, or Eightfold Path, or compassion and, a kindness, without the Tibetan context, without the Tibetan element. So with that, you take the Tibetan feel, the Tibetan passion, Tibetan identity, and Tibetan nationalism, So this is how they want to suck the air or the force of, Tibetan civilization without the Tibetanness. So they want to, make our civilization shallow and make our identity, a very, un-Tibetan, or so far away from Tibetan, or rather Sinicize or make Chinese. So this is a very dangerous policy. So to hear him say that, whether he actually said it or not, but to have his quote is very disappointing, as well as, very frightening.
Is this an acknowledgement of the fact that perhaps Buddhism is also growing among the Han Chinese, and therefore the Communist Party sees a need to control the growth and direction of this religion?
I think it's a realization that in 1960s, 98% of monasteries and nunneries were destroyed. 99% of monks and nuns were disrobed. And almost 90% of Tibetan scriptures were burned, tankas were burned, statues were removed, stolen, right? So after physical destruction of any element of Buddhism in Tibet, they thought communism prevailed, right? But after 60 years, they realized that thanks to the government of India, we have rebuilt our monasteries and revived Buddhism and Buddhist civilization back in India and all over the world and back in Tibet. And also, the largest Buddhist country, ironically, is China, with 300 to 400 culturally Buddhist Chinese. So Buddhism in China has more members than the Communist Party of China, which has around 82 million members, right? So, by that account, His Holiness Dalai Lama has more members, supporting him, spiritually speaking, than the Communist Party, right? So now they want to sinicize Buddhism. They see that as a threat. So at the very get-go, they destroyed our monasteries and nunneries because they saw this as a major threat. Even now, they see it as a threat. So actually, the Chinese leaders should realize that religion and spirituality is a matter of heart and mind. No bombs and guns can destroy spirituality, right? So rather, you must make amends and find a solution to live with the spirituality, which is at the core of Tibetan people, also the general Asian civilization, right? So yes, this is an acknowledgement that after 60 years, they have failed to change the hearts and minds of Tibetan people.
But is it possible that this could also be a positive development? Because if much of China becomes Buddhist in its outlook and its, in its perhaps the politics could also change. The Communist Party could also change. Is that something which you see as possible?
Now, if you go back to history, right, the greatest civilization of China and the longest dynasty was Tang Dynasty, a Buddhist dynasty, and that they consider the great civilization. And Tibet also, the height of Tibetan Empire coincides with the Tang Dynasty. So Buddhism could bring that civilizational changes within China, and that brings hopefully peace and harmony in whole of Asia as well. Primarily because if they become Buddhist, they look at India very respectfully because India is the land where Buddhism was born, right? So even the Tibetan scriptures, when the Lamas and we all read our scriptures, we start with homage to the land of, the holy land of India, So that much respect is there. So for civilizational changes in China, Buddhism will be a crucial element. So yes, to have Buddhism spread all over China is a good thing, but they want to cut off the source or the most, most sophisticated, systematic Buddhist practice is in the Tibetan Buddhist world, not in China. For example, what Buddha said and his closest disciples said are in 300 some volumes. It's only in Tibetan language. In Chinese, you have 24 volumes, or in India or Thailand or Sri Lanka, you name any of the Buddhist countries, they have a dozen or 24 volumes. Only in Tibetan language, we have 300 plus volumes, So our civilization is very rich. Understanding of Buddhism is richest in the Tibetan world. So that's the treasure trove they want to, undermine and, dilute.
Now, Tibet has seen various phases of oppression and cultural crackdowns in the past. Given what's happening in Xinjiang to the Uyghurs, what are the reports you're getting from the current situation in Tibet? Is it getting worse? Is it better? What is the reports you have?
It's getting worse because, we were the patient number one. Because the party secretary of Xinjiang was the party secretary of Tibet Autonomous Region, where he executed all the policies of cultural genocide, the labor camps, and all that, right? The technological surveillance and restrictions, all were imposed on Tibetans, which, took him 5+ years. which he executed in a year or two in Xinjiang. So the glaring violation was more prominent, and international media caught hold of it, and that's why the genocide is taking place in Tibet. It's taking place in Xinjiang, and everybody knows it, right? So yes, what happened in Tibet was replicated in Xinjiang, and what is happening in Xinjiang is replicated back in Tibet. So situation is getting from bad to worse. That's why the Freedom House, which measures in the Freedom Index all over the world, listed Tibet as the least free region in the whole world, similar to Syria, for 6 years in a row. So our situation is very grim.
So you would say the current Xi Jinping administration is far more harsh on minorities than perhaps earlier administrations?
Clearly. Now, our situation is terribly bad. Okay, I mean, it can't get worse. But yes, presently, it's much, worse than before. So when we think it can't get worse than this, so, it's getting more worse. So yes, situation has gone from bad to worse for sure now.
So what is the world doing about it? What is India doing about it? Do you see India taking a more proactive stance on this, or is it hands off?
Now, India has, done the most for Tibetan people. I mean, by far, the largest number of Tibetans are in India. His Holiness Dalai Lama is in India. Tibetan administration based in India. So for sure. Now the U.S. government, as I said, has passed the Tibet Policy and Support Act. Now it's a law to support Tibet. So during the pandemic, when the Republicans, Democrats were not necessarily getting along, right, they came together and passed the bill, sending a clear signal to the whole world, including to Beijing, that Tibet is very important. Now, similarly, the media coverage about Tibet, last summer and since then has been much more in India, and the growing awareness about Tibet also is increasing in India. So at least there's a public discourse, so which is, welcome, because we have been saying this for the last 60 years. What happened to Tibet could happen to you. That includes India. And people always thought, okay, what happened to Tibetans is a sad thing, but we can somehow get along with Chinese and we can somehow, settle this border issue. But now the border incursion has only increased and the tension have only increased, because we have all along said that it has always been a border between Tibet and India, and it was a peaceful border for centuries. The day you said it's a border between India and China, you have essentially given an invitation to Chinese troops to come to the border, because if you ask them, why are you here? They say, well, you say it's China's border, I'm here because you said so, right? Now, all the disputes are happening. So now there's growing awareness that if you want to solve your challenges with China, you have to address the issue of Tibet. There is no way around it. So when the Indian troops at the border, when they cross over, they're not going to China, they're going to Tibet. You meet Tibetan-speaking people. By learning, Chinese language and Chinese numbers is not going to help you when you cross the border, because they are Tibetans, right? So, we all need to realize that what happened to Tibet is happening at the border and with the neighbors of India as well.
Is there any assessment you have made, since we are talking about the clashes in Ladakh? Any assessment you've made as to why China did this?
Expansionism, has been centuries-old policy of imperial China to, nationalist China to communist China. So, when they occupied Tibet also, they said the same thing, Tibetans are barbarians. I mean, Han Chinese, they are the center of the universe, Zhongguo, right? And all the people in the periphery are barbarians. They ought to be civilized. That's how they occupied Tibet and Mongolia and Xinjiang. Now they are continuing the expansionist design because they have the military hardware and money to spend. So that's what's happening. And 60 years ago, they said the same thing. Let's occupy Tibet, is the palm, and then let's go after 5 fingers. So Ladakh, Nepal, Bhutan, Sikkim, and Arunachal are the 5 fingers, and Himachal and Uttarakhand are also in the middle, right? So they are coming after 5 fingers after the occupation of Tibet. And we have been saying it for the last 60 years, and no one, gave us much traction. But since the Galwan, tragic incident, people are waking up and saying, actually, this is what's happening.
But Dr. Sangay, isn't it true that the world has been curiously silent and inactive on Tibet, no matter what the Americans may have done now? Largely India and the world have been kind of hands off on Tibet. Isn't that the case?
Yes, I think for some decades, it was like, okay, what happened to Tibet was a sad thing, but we'll hands off and we will deal diplomatically and economically with China. Somehow we'll get along. But the assertiveness of China with all the neighboring countries, right, and assertiveness, what they call wolf diplomacy, all that, right? The China dream. They want to dominate the world ideologically, right? Economically, militarily, and politically. So this growing realization at various capitals around the world have realized that, oh, perhaps we made a mistake by being hands-off on Tibet. So we should be hands-on with Tibetans, right? So it is happening. We hope that it happens much more assertively and strongly and much more vocally. The fact that it's happening is a positive indication.
So what is it that you would like to see the world do more, or even India? What is the advice you would give India?
Tibet, in the recent US-China meeting at Alaska, China said Tibet, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Xinjiang are the core issues, right?
Yeah.
The India included in other countries should also say, yes, Tibet is also a core issue for us, and we should put it on the table and find a solution, a peaceful solution, a win-win solution for China and for Tibet. So that's how we should approach, right? So this is, what we like to see, countries all over the world to stand up with Tibetans for justice, for truth, for our basic human rights and freedom.
Do you still have Tibetans coming over from there to India? Are they able to cross borders and make it here?
Unfortunately, very few manage to come because they have clamped down, on the border of Nepal. So from the Tibet side, Chinese troops are manning it, and from the Nepal side, Nepalese troops are manning it, but they are trained and and they have workforce to work together to chase away or arrest anyone crossing over from Tibet to Nepal. Unfortunately, the escape from Tibet to India has trickled down now.
So in that sense, is your flow of information from Tibet, intelligence, contacts with the Tibetan living there in Tibet, it has reduced?
Yes, it has reduced. That's true. It's a challenge for us. But then now, but there are Tibetans in various countries around the world. Sometimes they get to talk to each other, and we get some information still.
Last question, Dr. Sangay. What is it that you plan to do now since you're moving on? What are your plans about what you want to do? Obviously, you want to be in the area of Tibet, but what do you want to do?
Yeah, I think I've not finalized as of now. When I was an academic before at Harvard University, so I might go back, But then I will have some role in the Tibetan political world because given the experience that I have, I want to continue to serve the Tibetan cause. But also as a father to a young daughter, I want to be, I want to be near her than being an absentee father for so long. So I have to play my father's role and also Tibetan patriot's role. So I'll combine the two, and I will be nomadic. So I will be all over the world, including in India.
So, Dr. Sangay, good luck and good fortune in your endeavors ahead. And thank you for speaking to Strat News Global. Pleasure talking to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you for giving me this, privilege.
A pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Strat News Global. I'm Parul Chandra, and with me today is Dr. Lobsang Sangay. Dr. Sangay is the president of the Central Tibetan Administration, more commonly known as the Tibetan government in exile. Dr. Sangay, before he became president of the CTA, was the prime minister of the Tibetan government in exile. He has been spearheading the Tibetan cause for nearly a decade now, and he is also the political successor of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. Welcome to Strat News Global, Dr. Sangay. Pleasure to have you with us.
Good to see you again.
Yes, we meet, I think, just about, say, we met about 7 or 8 months ago, but currently we meet in very, say, in a time when ties between China and India are very tense. 20 Indian soldiers have been brutally killed by the PLA troops in eastern Ladakh, and ties seem to be spiraling downwards between New Delhi and Beijing. What do you make of the current aggressive moves by China?
Well, you know, China has been quite aggressive at the border for many years now. Initially with border incursions of few hundreds to 400 to 500s now. And Doklam in 2017 was the major flashpoint where Indian and Chinese troops came face to face, right? But there was no physical violence, and at least there was no casualties. This time, so there is, you know, casualties of, you know, 20 Indian Jawans who died. So this is an escalation. You know, I just feel that one thing is leading to another, and I think this will escalate more and more. That's my worry.
Yes, there is certainly escalation of the tensions, but really, do you think that this is part of Beijing's expansionist policies in the region? They have shown similar tendencies in the South China Sea. But what about these recent face-offs, say in Ladakh, in Sikkim also? What would you say to all this?
You know, China is an empire and it has an expansionist policy. Yes. So Tibet was occupied, Inner Mongolia was occupied, Xinjiang was occupied, part of the expansionist policy. Now they're expanding it further, and then hence they're encroaching into Indian territories, Nepal, you know, Bhutan, and South China Sea, East China Sea. With all the neighboring countries of China, all of them have one issue: incursion and expansion from the Chinese side towards or in the territories of all these countries. So what you see in Ladakh is part of the greater game plan of expansionist policy.
Yeah, that's right. But given that China is indulging in all this, and I did hear you speak about what Chairman Mao Zedong had said many, many years ago, when he said that China is the palm of the hand, and Ladakh, Nepal, Bhutan, Arunachal, and all these areas, Sikkim, yes, are all the 5 fingers.
Yes.
In the light of that statement, do you see this current expansionism by China as part of the current Chinese regime's moves to really carry forward what Chairman Mao had said so many decades ago?
Absolutely. I think, you know, if you study from 1949 onwards and 1960, 62 to 67, the flashpoint at this time, the Sichuan Glacier, under the occupation of China, which was, you know, shared or given away by Pakistan, it's part of that expansionist design, you know. So hence now 3,488 kilometers long border is there, and they're encroaching, you know, on a daily basis into Indian territories, and it's part of their expansion. So they got the palm, now they're coming up to 5 fingers. So they will persist And hence my worry is, this is just the beginning.
This is just the beginning. What do you think that India then needs to do to check or contain China in its expansionist moves?
Now, from military point of view, you can do certain things. You can, strengthen the military hardware by, strengthening military presence and building infrastructure in the whole border areas, whole of the Himalayan region, from Ladakh all the way to Arunachal Pradesh, right? And then you have to also strengthen the soft power, the culture, the civilization, the identity, the heritage of the Himalayan region should be respected and should be inculcated and cultivated and supported. That's very important, right? And then after all, till the issue of Tibet is resolved, I think this will continue to happen. Because for thousands of years, it was a border between India and Tibet. Now it has become border, of India and China because of occupied Tibet. And all these flashpoints, the tensions is happening. So hence, till you address the issue of Tibet, it is going to, remain as a flashpoint.
You have said in the past that they first came for Tibet and now they're coming for India. Do you think that India needs to be more aggressive in terms of countering Chinese moves in the region?
Well, India has no option because, Chinese expansion is designed and incursion is not just at Ladakh, the whole of Himalayan belt. And if you look at all the neighboring countries, right? Nepal is under tremendous pressure, Bhutan is under pressure, Bangladesh under pressure, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Pakistan is, obviously is, what they call, all-weather friends, right? Yes. So now India has to counter all these things, to have the status and the respect of all the neighboring countries, immediate neighboring countries, and the whole of Asia.
Dr. Sangye, now another thing that I would like to ask you is about China's One China policy. Now, India has always backed that policy. Given the current state of bilateral relations between New Delhi and Beijing, is it about time that India junked this policy?
One China policy was adopted by China for Taiwan issue, right? So now the representative of Taiwan, the ambassador of Taiwan to India, is asking for a review, and many people in Taiwan are asking for the review of One China policy, right? So Indian government should pay close heed to what the people of Taiwan are saying, because they know the best and it affects them the most, right? Yes. So I think there has been several speeches being made by Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen on this, and their foreign ministers and the ambassadors. So yes, India should, pay close attention to what Taiwan is saying on One China policy, because it affects them the most. And Indian government should consider what they're saying.
And another question that comes to mind is about the Dalai Lama, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Now, His Holiness has been in India for nearly 6 decades, and India has been home to him, as well as a very large Tibetan community. Now, it's often said that it's about time that India used the Dalai Lama card to good effect and in its favor against China. Is the time right now for India to do so?
Well, His Holiness doesn't need to be used by anyone. His Holiness himself is a global figure, and he's very wise, and he's ahead of many global leaders around the world, and he has his views, and he shares it around the world, right? And I think he is one of the best ambassadors of India in advocating a Nalanda tradition, Indian secularism, right, and the greatness of India. So he has already been willingly and voluntarily being what he himself calls a proud, son of India, right? So he has already done more than anyone can ask for.
Okay, quite nicely spoken. Dr. Sangye, now let me bring you to the issue of Nepal. Nepal has been, there have been increasing Chinese inroads into Nepal and also increasing reports about the persecution of the Tibetan community in Nepal, given that Nepal serves as a bridge between Tibet and India. What reports do you get about the condition of Tibetans in Nepal?
Nepal and Tibet had very long relationship and very close relationship. Our cultural heritage with the people of border of Nepal and Tibet are very similar. And historically, we enjoyed very good relationship. And on few occasions, there has been some battles or war or invasions. But generally, for centuries, we have lived peacefully, and with very cordial relationship. And if you listen to some of the old songs of Nepal, there are many songs regarding Tibet. And people of Nepal know about Tibet, more than many people around the world, right? So that was the fact. And unfortunately, in recent times, under Chinese government pressure, the Nepali government has to, adhere to or give concessions to on the issue of Tibet and Tibetan people. So the Tibetan people in Nepal are facing tremendous pressure, right? And in fact, if you look at 1990s, maybe more than half have already left Nepal and gone out to various countries around the world, and some also to India, right? So they are facing difficulties. For example, Tibetans who were born and brought up after 1990s are not even issued, residency card. So their identity also is, made unnecessarily illegal, and their livelihood and living condition difficult, which is unfortunate.
What are your views on the national security law that China has passed for Hong Kong? There have been protests lasting for many months now, and yet China has gone and there have been protests for many months now, and yet China has gone ahead and brought in this law. Does it again speak of China's aggressive and muscle flexing in the region?
Yes, I think it reflects some kind of nervousness, insecurity within China. And when the whole world is very busy with this coronavirus pandemic, the virus originated in Wuhan, the city of China, which everybody knows. And I think the attention is on coronavirus, and then they quickly passed the national security law on Hong Kong, and they're going ahead and implementing it, right? So, which is in violation of one country, two system, and the basic law, which was, provided to Hong Kong and promised by the Chinese government that the basic freedom of Hong Kong will be respected, right? So, with this national security law, now there will be more regression of freedom and basic human rights of people in Hong Kong. So that's a fact. And it happened in Tibet. Whenever there is some kind of national security law is passed on the issue of Tibet, that means security prevails over human rights. So this is going to happen. So with what already happened in Tibet, it's happening in Hong Kong, which is unfortunate.
Yes. Now, let me bring you to the issue of Tibet itself. You have recently suggested, in fact, that the Chinese, if they want, they can hold a referendum in Tibet to find out whether Tibetans there want to be a part of China or they want to be autonomous. But given the Chinese, again, the Chinese expansionist tendencies and the oppression in Tibet, Do you think that the Chinese will ever carry out a referendum in the region?
Well, the Chinese government says that Tibetan people in Tibet are content. They're very happy. Right? If that is the case, then what we say is let's have referendum and Tibetan people in Tibet choose whether they choose to be under Chinese leaders or Tibetan people, right? Or Tibetan leaders. And we are absolutely confident that Tibetans in Tibet will vote to have Tibetan leader administer the region, right? So that's the counter argument we are making. So if Chinese government is very confident, then let's have referendum and let people in Tibet decide. Whatever they choose, we will abide by it. So we are again pretty confident that the Chinese government will not hold the referendum because they will lose that referendum.
Yeah. Now, given that you've been leading the Tibetan cause for so many years, and given of late the very aggressive posturing by China in the region, in the subcontinent, as well as in the South China Sea, are you still hopeful that your demands for the Tibetan people and for autonomy will ever be conceded to by Beijing?
Absolutely. Now, number one, the solidarity of Tibetan people inside Tibet. The younger generation sense of Tibetan identity and embracing Tibetan culture, Tibetan language, Tibetan dresses, Tibetan mindset is ever growing inside Tibet. And number two, the international awareness about the reality in Tibet is also increasing. And most importantly now, what the Chinese government is capable of, right? And how Chinese government is misleading the world on various other issues is also coming out in the open, right? Hence, the combination of all these three things, internally Tibetans in Tibet being strong, and regionally growing awareness about these incursions and the expansionist design, and awareness about Tibet and China in general at the international level, all this combined together creates an environment where Chinese government will feel the pressure and Tibetan people assert their identity. Hence, we do feel the autonomy for Tibetan people, genuine autonomy of Tibetan people, and basic right of Tibetan people will be realized.
One other question that comes to mind in the context of Tibet is it's the growing militarization of the area by the Chinese. They've been building a lot of infrastructure on the border, again, to counter India. And they've been building roads, railways, and airfields. Now, given all this, you have also said that Tibet should be made a zone of peace. But doesn't that seem like wishful thinking given the Chinese mind right now?
No, from our side, it's not a wishful thinking. In fact, a historical reality. When Tibet was independent, when Tibet was the buffer zone between India and China, it was zone of peace. It was a demilitarized zone, and the border didn't have Indian army. Not even Indian policemen were needed to guard the border. And the travel between border of Tibet and India for Indian pilgrims to go to Mansarovar and Mount Kailash was like a free flow, right?
Yes.
And the Tibetan traders coming to India and the Indian traders, and especially the, what do we call Tibetan Muslims from Kashmir area going to Tibet were all open and free. So for thousands of years, Tibet was zone of peace and border was demilitarized zone. So in the last only 60 plus years, it has become militarized zone, and Tibet also has been made into heavily militarized Tibetan plateau.
Yes.
So what we are saying is, let's go back to history. It's a win-win for India. It's a win-win also for China, because you don't need this, incursions and tensions from all your neighboring countries.
And my final question for you, Dr. Sangay. Now that Indian and Chinese troops have been involved in a very violent physical clash in eastern Ladakh and left 20 Indian soldiers dead. Where do you see India-China ties headed?
You know, when it comes to countries like China, all the countries in the world have relationship. And relationship is part cooperation and part competition, right? So far, India felt there is more cooperation and less competition. But now with the border incursions, the tension is pretty clear. On geopolitical factor, on economic factor, and ideological factor, authoritarianism and democracy, there are more competition than cooperation. So that's how India should perceive China, that there will be more competition from China on all fronts, and similarly, India should be prepared to compete with China and cooperation, where it's possible.
On that note, thank you so much, Dr. Sangay, for sparing time and talking to Strat News Global.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
First memory of Tibet? Just randomly roaming in the fields with my parents and just having fun and nothing else.
Okay, I was born in a semi-nomadic family, meaning we have both. We do farming, at the same time we have yaks and all things. So my first memory, one of the favorite memory of Tibet is my spending time on mountains, looking after the yaks and things.
This year I've been asked to deliver the lecture. It's about the relation between India and Tibet between 1947 and 1962.
That picture has been taken in 1951 when the Dalai Lama took refuge for a few months in Chumbi Valley. The Indian soldiers, they give him a guard of honor and they accompanying him. So it was 70, 80 soldiers. They couldn't stop the Chinese or do anything like that, but it was a symbol of Indian presence in Tibet. There was trademarks. These trademarks were dedicated to one area in Uttarakhand or one area in Ladakh or one area in Himachal Pradesh. So every traders, tribe, clan, they would go to a trademark, stay several months, bring goods from Tibet in summer and come back. And similarly, the Tibetan traders were coming in what is today Uttarakhand. So that was extensive trade which slowly disappeared with the Chinese invasion. That is the Chinese propaganda that they, for immemorial ages, times they say that they were in Tibet, that Tibet was part of China, which is and it's not true. But today, if you read the Chinese media, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of articles on archaeology. And they are doing what I call political archaeology. They want to prove that since more than 5,000 years, Tibet was part of China, which is not correct. And they have just totally forgotten all the exchanges between the Himalayan belt and in particularly in the central sector of the border in Uttarakhand, or in Ladakh, or in Himachal Pradesh, but also in Sikkim and in the northeast.
if you take our history of our religion, our culture, these are really inspired and taken from India itself. We practice Buddhism, and as you know, Buddhism started from India, the Buddha himself. And so the culture and the historical ties with India, helped us to, counter our sufferings. It gives us more space.
We call him as the Dalai Lama, our spiritual leader. Because of him, and we have created our Tibetan schools where we do learn our languages, Tibetan language, and we have Tibetan communities, Tibetan settlement, as you can see here around. So we keep our culture day to day, time to time. So till now we haven't forgot anything.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
Hello and welcome to The Gist on Strat News Global. Good evening, I'm Surya Gangadharan and welcome to another edition of The Gist. This evening I have with me Dr. Gyalo. He's a Canada-based Tibetan academic, sociologist, who was teaching in China for many years, in fact in Yunnan University. And he has been active in his years in Canada to push the case of China's colonization of Tibet, especially its cultural policies that are trying to rob Tibetans of their own heritage. He has also been active in the UN in terms of underscoring China's human rights policies in Tibet that are trying to marginalize the Tibetan language, marginalize Tibetans and other human rights abuses. So Dr. Gyalo, welcome, glad to have you.
Thank you for having me on your show.
Dr. Gyalo, let's begin first of all with a little background from you. I've kind of summed it up here.
Okay, sure.
But as academic based in China, a Tibetan academic based in China, how was it working there? Could you briefly give us a sense of how it was?
As an academic, in Tibetan academic in China, recently, particularly since the second term of the Xi Jinping's era, there are many policies and academic research got very restricted. And also the other policy as well. For example, they shut down all the diaspora Tibetan office from the county level to the central government level. That's all those carried out after the 2018, which means the second term of the Xi Jinping. Yeah.
So you would say there's been a hardening of policy on Tibet?
Yes, some of the policies are hidden. They have two types of the policy: hidden policy and the policies on the table. So the hidden policies are implemented over the last 6 decades. And the policy on the table, they're playing the game. And in the policy document, when you read it, there's no problem. But when they implemented the document down to the ground, then they play the double game. So because nobody watching it, how they implemented the policy in the way it's correct or not. Nobody watching it.
Yeah.
So the local authority implemented in a way that they want. That's the situation. The hidden policy, like education and the colonial boarding school
and economic, and the language in education policy, language in government system policy, and the cultural activity carried out by the collective of the Tibetan people. They have all kind of restrictions. Those restrictions are in the three levels: material restrictions, and the structural restrictions, and some of them we have the sanctional restriction. So all those three types of sanctions restrictions are carried out with their policies. Yeah.
You made an interesting remark about China's colonial school system in Tibet. Could you describe exactly what this is and how it works?
Before, until 1995, even my people, the Tibetan people, we couldn't realize what is China's ideological conspiracy of it. So since 1995, we realized that something wrong. The teachers are teaching, students are studying, schools are running, but our society is not in the progress.
Yeah.
So then we think about what's wrong with our education. So we realized then the education has a problem, has a problem with the curriculum. We analyze the curriculum, we analyze the policy, and then I think I'm the first person who academically defined China's school education in Tibet. It's a colonial boarding school, because I applied the internationally accepted scientific framework of the 7 stages of the colonization to the Tibetan society. It perfectly fits the Tibetan situation, particularly the education system. That's the first. The second is curriculum. They limited our culture and the knowledge in the curriculum system only from 15 to 25%. Those two trends allow me to identify the education is under the fall of colonization. So I call the colonial education system. Yeah.
So basically, they're not teaching Tibetan culture and language as they should, and the focus is more on learning Mandarin, Chinese ways, and Chinese thinking.
Yes. Earlier years, they gave us a little bit of space, but since Xi Jinping took a position in China's central government, then those opportunity and the chance are completely removed from the system of the education. What they demand is one culture, one nation, one language as a China. So under that kind of a notion, we don't have any space for our cultural language being practiced. So this is I think, clearly we can see this is China's top ideology of the ideological conspiracy that's been implementing and practicing over the 7 decades in Tibetan society. So our kids who were in school system almost produced as a cheap labor.
Okay.
So before I claimed this, before China claimed saying we liberated Tibet as a poor people and putting them as a master of their own society, my conclusion is now they weaponize the education, the school system to turn our 4th generation as a cheap labor. So that's what they did, yeah.
Now I want to jump to the United Nations and the Universal Periodic Review. Now just briefly for our viewers, the UN carries out a human rights examination of its members every 4 years or so. And this time it's China's turn. January, China is going to come under scrutiny. The question is for its treatment of Tibetans and Uyghurs and others also. The question is, how rigorous is this review of the human rights situation in China, and how transparent is China when it comes to giving details of how Tibetans are treated? Dr. Gallo, you've been dealing with this for some time. What is your sense?
Yeah, that's the first time for me I attend those UN Geneva summit last year. It is very clear. As a village boy born in Tibet, in east part of Tibet, all the way up to last year's Geneva summit, I saw how and what the level of the deep things that China lying. When I got the chance meeting with those committee members, I told them the reason we're having such great challenges in convincing those international institutions and organizations, because the China's repetitive lying became a truth in with those international community organizations and institutions. So now it's a time for us to explain the truth of the situation inside Tibet. For example, particularly China's delegation lied about the number of the students in the boarding, number of the boarding schools. They minimize the Tibetan, only refer to Tibetan autonomous region. That clearly for us is only one third of the Tibetan region. What we're claiming is entire Tibetan, which we have Wizang, Kham, and Amdo.
Yeah.
So China divided those regions into their 4 provinces. But they exclude those numbers.
I see.
So they obviously exclude 2/3 of the population's data for the education report. So of course there is a gap, information, statistical gap there. So this is, I think that China intentionally playing the game, same as before. I think at this time we have our own people who have a deep, almost 30 years experience working in the education system. So now it's a time to show the truth, to justify the truth.
Does the UN system allow a powerful country like China to be questioned? Do they insist on proof? Can they send a fact-finding team into Tibet?
They did. They asked committee asked many questions to the Chinese delegation, but the number of the key questions are not be answered because they don't have answers. They don't have answer. So if they don't have answer, there's no answer, obviously. So when they answered, which is lying, there are false statistic information there, and also sometimes they exaggerated the situation where the reason why they put those kids in the boarding school. They say, oh, Tibetan family, the community are live too far from the school system. It's obvious. For me, I've personally been those schools, place. I know how far the distance between school and a community. That's not the reason. China have such economic power. They can build the school beside every village. But they did not do that. You know why? They wanted to use the school as a weapon to erase the Tibetan culture completely, to assimilate Tibetan young generation that makes Tibetan has no any ability or capacity to do the resistance in the future. That's what they're doing in the school system. Yeah.
So can, say this time, when there is general international sentiment against China, do you think you'll be more successful in trying to persuade UN member nations to, put China on the mat?
Of course, I think if you don't increase the pressure on China, then they will do whatever they have, the plan they make, right? So you're letting the free water flowing everywhere.
Yeah.
But if UN and the member of the UN country who join together very strongly to increase the pressure on China, then that will have a good result, I think. Because according to the Chinese personality and the cultural characteristic, they listen to the power and the rich. They ignore the poor people and the weaker group. Always. When you see the reviews of the history of the China's culture, the way it is. So I learned this. When I was in my university, when I was teaching, I had the chance to travel to Beijing with a Chinese provincial officer. On the train, we got this interesting argument. He says, if you don't know the cultural figure, Chinese figure, you will have no food to eat. But if you don't know your Tibetan cultural figure, you still can be survived. So what do you mean that? Every angle of the life, in the daily life basis, you face this kind of dilemma all the time. So China is such big country. They have a power. Now they're using their education system as a weapon. They weaponize the school system to annihilating the other minority culture as well. For example, when I was in Yunnan, I traveled to borders or the border area between Thailand, Myanmar, and the Yunnan's place. There are multiple ethnic minorities. They're also facing the similar challenges, but they give up the hope. Then again, when you take a look at the Tibet, Mongolia, and the Uyghur, those minority region are not a simple minority group. For example, Tibetan, when they joined China, we signed the 17-point agreement. We're not just simply join them. We have a roots, long historical roots. You cannot simply pull it out and then stop it. So that's the way I see it now.
So what do you expect will happen during this review?
The review needed to be able to identify everywhere, everything they lined, needed to pull out. Then let them correct it, and then let them change it.
You think that will happen?
If international community stand together strongly to increase the pressure, they will do it because they have to join the international community, right? So those pressures are very powerful. They listen to power. So I think, based on my knowledge of the China, they will listen.
I think you're being optimistic. But let me go forward. Assuming China's cultural colonization continues, and do you expect that this could deepen some of the security issues that India is facing vis-a-vis China? It's very clear what China been planning for the long term. When you in Tibet, when you have a opportunity to practice Tibetan language and culture, then Tibet, the border with India is safe. Can you imagine if we let them succeed it,
the colonial boarding school system
Yeah.
in Tibet, then the China will don't need to deploy the Chinese people to the border area.
Yeah.
And that border areas, the Tibetan people, the young generation will be supporting China,
Yeah.
became a Chinese. So then that means the real border and the real power, you're going to face it.
Yeah.
So if we let them, we strongly be able to stop them or prevent their cultural assimilative education system, then that means Tibetan will have the chance to practice their language and culture. Then our border area will get more safer, I think.
So last question,
Yeah.
Where do you see India's role in this?
Of course, because we been border, we been neighbor, Tibetan and India as a neighbor, we have a long historical cultural connectivity.
Yeah.
The every primary legitimacy is from the society, from the ground.
Yeah.
But the society is informed by culture, the culture practiced by people.
Mm-hmm.
The people produced by education. So from those kind of logical relation, when we successfully be able to stop the education system, that means we let our people practice our culture and the language, and our border going to be safe as in the history before. If we let them succeeded, China succeeded, then the real challenging and the security challenging going to come soon, I think.
Mm-hmm. So you think India is being proactive enough, or we're not doing enough?
We need to, I think, from my point of view, we need to step forward more. For example, in the UN, we need to clearly make statements on the China's colonial education system.
Mm-hmm.
Then that will increase China's sense too. Oh, if we continue this, that will increase enemy around the world, even with our neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah. The China is making such a long-term planning, the strategic planning with India. When you see their railway road, the map they're doing, I saw this clearly. The recently China saying on the India, they say, siege India without the fighting. What does that mean?
Yeah.
You know, that's the big question, but also it's a big challenging for the India. But I think you need to have increase the solidarity with the Western country, the democratic country, and the neighbor country together strongly to increase, to prevent China colonial boarding school and other bad policy. Then that will bring the good result in the future soon, I think.
Well, interesting perspective, Dr. Gyalo. Let's see what India does. Although we appear to be more driven by our own interests, and that will weigh in obviously whenever we project our Tibet policies.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Gyalo, thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure.
Great perspective from you.
My pleasure.
That's all we have for you now on The Gist. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on social media. Thank you very much. Good night.
This is Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Revi, and our guest today is Tibetan writer and author Tenzin Sundu. Tenzin, really appreciate you taking us some time for us.
Thank you for having me.
Tenzin, just wanted to get an overview of the situation in Tibet, but I'm using a recent-ish news peg, a UN report which says that over 1 million Tibetan school children have been forcibly taken away from their families and put into Chinese boarding schools. Now, using that, can you just elucidate what the situation in terms of repression and coercion inside Tibet is?
The situation inside Tibet today is at the highest level of repression, brutality, and surveillance, to a point people know that even one photograph of the Dalai Lama in their phone is known by the Chinese government. And this is the level where about 1 million Tibetan children are forced into colonial school boarding schools where children are given Chinese language education, and their right to study, learn Tibetan language has been deprived to them. This has come to where China's 70 years of occupation of Tibet has brought to more than 1 million Tibetans losing their life, and about 6,000 monasteries destroyed. And today we are at a situation where Tibetan nomads, farmers are losing their land all to China's mining. Those mining then go to China, make cheap made in China products, and China sell it to places around the world. And this is where Tibet is having to pay the cost for China's economy, and also what is called the development to countries around the world.
Again, if I just look at some new moves, I think there was a seminar where there were a lot of scholars, and there's this move to try and use the pinyin name for Tibet more. Why would the Chinese be trying to do that? We face the same in, say, in Arunachal Pradesh, where they name places according to Chinese language.
Yeah. See, China's attempt to rename Tibet, English language Tibet, or from Hindi, Tibet, it's disconcerting and inconvenient for China, because China looks at Tibet today as what China calls Xizang, which actually means Western Treasure House. So they look at Tibet as a source of their natural resources, from where they could take those natural resources and continue to churn out cheap made in China products. They do not respect the Tibetan people, language, culture. And they continue to say that Tibetan people are a minority. But there's no minority rights. But then this was not how China looked at Tibet. Traditionally, China looked at Tibet as what is called the Trufan. Trufan actually meant that China looked at Tibet as the place of wisdom. Entire China's mythology of the monkey and the pig story, just like how Ramayana Mahabharata is in India, their mythology, their entire history was there in search of going to Trufan, the place of wisdom. Now China looks at Tibet as a source of natural resources. This is where we have come to today.
I know you have very strong views on this, but I'd like to get an overview of what you think of India's Tibet policy.
India's Tibet policy, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama has again and again said, it's overcautious, and it has not changed so much. India's Tibet policy started from Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai, 1954 Panchila Agreement, where India was one of the first to recognize Tibet as a part of China. Now, linguistically, there have been certain changes that have come about ever since Atal Bihari Vajpayee took the helms of the administration. Instead of saying Tibet blanketly, India started to say Tibet Autonomous Region is a part of China, which then recognizes only a part of Tibet as part of China. And then we must also notice that since 2008, India has stopped giving China the free certificate that Tibet is a part of China. And I think these are slow developments. It's not about the political parties. It's just generally India is much more assertive. It's much more confident of its own policies. And now India is a global player.
Talking about being a global player now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping had a conversation which was on camera in Bali during the G20 in Indonesia in November. They've had a conversation where both sides have issued statements now at BRICS. There are two more opportunities possibly. One is the East Asia conference and the ASEAN conference in Indonesia early September, and then days later the G20 summit in Delhi itself. Meanwhile, officials of various levels which find a part in the statement are looking at ways to kind of cool down temperatures. How do you view all of this?
These are these latest moves from both China and India's sides. We should not look into that too much. These are more inspired or compelled because of their local policies. So there is an election happening next year. Xi Jinping has a lot of enemies from within the political party. He's very, very insecure. He's actually one of the most threatened personalities in the entire China, where of course, he has himself vanished many people, including Jack Ma for a brief period of time. At the same time, he himself is a threatened person. So many of these policies may have been and maybe continuing to come about from local immediate policies. But overall, I see that ever since Galwan, India has recognized China as enemy number one, just as how George Fernandez earlier had said. So I think these are larger changes, and India is not going to forget Galwan Valley. India's aspiration, India is rising to a point because of its youthful population, our level of education here, and also global aspiration. We are continuing to look at China either as a competitor and mostly as an enemy.
Sure. I mean, this is all, of course, contingent of whether Xi Jinping goes to Indonesia and comes to Delhi as well. But how do you, if he does come for the G20 summit, what is that line that Tibetan activists would look at in terms of, obviously you would want to protest. You'd protest whether he comes or he doesn't come. But if he comes, probably more. And dealing with the sensitivities of India being one, the host for the Tibetan people, and two, host for an important summit. How do you tread that?
I think it is important for all of us as Tibetans living in India and people like us who are born and brought up in India, that we are very sensitive to India's emotion that India is having to host the G20 summit for the first time. It is prestige of India. We are very, very aware of this. But India must also know that this is same Xi Jinping who is a dictator in his own country, who has occupied Tibet, East Turkestan, Southern Mongolia, Manchuria for the past 70 years and constantly tries to threaten India. And whenever he had come in the past 3 times, he had always sent PLA soldiers doing incursions into Indian territory. And both of us would not be surprised that if he did the same thing. So we have more concerns from Xi Jinping and less about Tibetan activists. Tibetan activists, India is such, especially New Delhi, is such a high security area. We may not be able to do too much, but I think some attempts will be made. But concerns should be about the border. Xi Jinping definitely will do something on the borders even as he comes here, and he would use that as bargaining chip against India.
The hope among some is that instead of doing something on the border that it's aggressive, possibly if they return to some positions of disengagement or de-escalation. But anyway, that's for the future. You talked about the border areas. If I can just break them into 2 parts, the western and the eastern part. And first, your views on what has happened in Ladakh, especially in East Ladakh, post Galwan.
I think right after Galwan Valley, the tremendous pressure on Indian armed forces because we have suffered a debacle and having to be more assertive. At the same time, then all the policies of de-escalation and calm down. These are confusing moments. At the same time, I think Indian armed forces have proved that we are strong, we are not going to give up, we are there. But also we had seen in certain places, especially in Guyul, Chushul area, there are some grazing grounds from India's side now not being allowed for Indian nomads, and this would mean a loss of grazing grounds for people. So these have now become the new no man's land, and that's a loss from our side. I think when it comes to border areas, how much ever we say in the media on the outside, we should practice that on ground.
And if I can move now to the eastern sector, where we covered extensively, especially in Arunachal Pradesh and Tawang sector, and the Chumi Gyatse, or holy waterfalls, extremely significant for Tibetan Buddhists on both sides, but now, of course, from the other side, they can hardly do anything except possibly watch it. Your thoughts about Arunachal Pradesh and how China claims it as southern Tibet?
See, Arunachal Pradesh, however we look at it, initially used to be a part of what's called the NIFA, Northeastern Frontier Agency. In the history till 1914 McMahon Line Treaty Agreement, it was part of Tibet. And the McMahon Treaty was signed in 1914, which was going to be part of the similar agreement where China did not sign. But McMahon Treaty was a bilateral treaty between Tibet, independent Tibet, and British India. And there was no China there at all. So India has legal claims, historical claims, and documentational claims on this. And China has no business to talk about Arunachal Pradesh at all. Administratively, till February of 1951, Arunachal Pradesh had remained administratively part of Tibet, but from February 1951 onwards, it had become part of India. And again, there was no China business there at all. So I don't understand why China continues to say that Arunachal Pradesh is a part of southern Tibet. Problem here is when India recognizes Tibet Autonomous Region as part of China, then it leaves space for misinterpretation by China. India must, just as how India says we have Indo-Tibetan Border Police, ITBP, we must look at McMahon Line Treaty point and also many other borders in the Himalayas as Tibet border. I think this would give clarification to our people and also to China. And this year, United States passed a resolution supporting McMahon Line Treaty and the line as India's legitimate border. So China has no business here at all.
Sure. I mean, the government doesn't do that, but when we report, we do call it the Tibetan border, and we do say it's China-occupied Tibet. But
that's important. I think every Indian should say Himalayan border with Tibet is Tibet border.
But the corollary to that, the official position, whether it's among normal Tibetans or the government in exile, is that Arunachal Pradesh is not part of Tibet. Is that also an
His
official
Holiness
position?
the Dalai Lama had been there, I think almost about 7-8 times.
Yeah.
Every time he goes there, this is a recognition that this is part of India and China has no business about it. And whenever His Holiness goes there, almost about 40 to 50, 60,000 people gather there, including people from Bhutan and Nepal and all over Arunachal Pradesh. And this becomes the biggest statement that this entire people look at this Arunachal Pradesh, especially Tawang region, as part of India. It's a very clear sign.
What is your information, Tenzin, about Tibetans being inducted coercively or not? We don't have any information about that, into the PLA, and also if you could add Tibetans in the Special Frontier Forces.
Well, see, Special Frontier Force was first set up here towards the end of 1962 after China's invasion of India in the Arunachal Pradesh area. And this has been going on all this time, but secretively. On the other side, China's induction or recruitment of Tibetan, what is called the militia, happened after Galwan Valley. So whenever we see, if you see any of the reports, Chinese reports about their recruitment of Tibetans for their border security, you will see that they never mention that the Tibetans they recruited are part of PLA. These are militia. These are randomly soldiers that are randomly picked up for their own purposes that they would decide. So, which would mean they are not a part of regular PLA, number one. Number two, when they talk about it, they always highlight one thing, that all the soldiers are getting all facilities and perks. These were more prominently reported than their being part of any important part of the security accessories. So I look at this as China's psychological war tactic against India to break down the morale of SFF soldiers. Because SFF soldiers, their situation in India, looking at the way they are treating their own soldiers in the way they are
treating. We don't
know. So we actually see that this is more of a psychological tactic, but it may also come to a point that they may use Tibetans on the Himalayan borders, and finally we may see Tibetans facing each other, or Tibetans killing each other on the Himalayas, one for China, one for India. But I like to believe, and we keep messaging to our brothers and sisters inside Tibet, looking at India, facing His Holiness the Dalai Lama here, how are you going to shoot at us?
I'll let that pause speak for itself. But since you're talking about the Dalai Lama, Tenzin, what are your thoughts on succession? I mean, there's so much debate and discussion over it. The Dalai Lama himself has said, I'm going to live till 113. But something has to be in place, and because China obviously is looking for that option to nullify the succession. How do you see that panning out?
Well, this is a regular question that keeps coming to Tibetans. But I think, the importance is, as far as Tibetans are concerned, His Holiness the Dalai Lama has made it very clear that there would be a point of time that he would leave behind a written statement.
Right.
And that would clarify everything for all of us. And for us, that is going to be the ultimate, call. And people across the Himalayas, especially Indian population and associations of monasteries, associations of high lamas and gurus all across the Himalayas, they all have petitioned Government of India to recognize the Dalai Lama's decision as the ultimate. From among the Tibetan community, whether Tibetans are inside Tibet or outside, everywhere, we all respect His Holiness the Dalai Lama as the ultimate call. And United States has also passed that kind of resolution. So as far as Tibetans are concerned, I don't see there's a problem. The transition, which is going to be the 15th one, this will happen. But I think, as His Holiness says, China is more worried about the Dalai Lama's reincarnation than the Dalai Lama himself. So I think this is it. But then the issue of the Dalai Lama's reincarnation has now become international. It is now no longer a Tibetan issue alone. United States is worried, so is India, so are many other stakeholders. And China will be the number one who will be worried about it. But all said and done, we should still look at His Holiness the Dalai Lama's regular words that he's been saying, that he's going to continue to live for at least next 15-20 years. And he had jokingly also said, let's see who lives longer, the Dalai Lama or the Chinese Communist Party.
And his words, his recent words, I think it was soon after his 88th birthday, when he talked about some kind of feelers, whether it's official or non-official, from the Chinese state or the Communist Party, and that he was ready for talks. How do the Tibetans feel about that, or what's your reading of that?
Well, His Holiness the Dalai Lama has been extremely kind. He's a globalist. He thinks not just for Tibet and Tibetan people, he thinks about the Chinese people. He thinks of world peace. He thinks good for all entire humanity. So I think just the way His Holiness the Dalai Lama looks at for a resolution of the Tibet issue, it's out of the world. Such a Buddha's concept and approach. While people like us, we are common ordinary people. We work for our country, our people, freedom of Tibet. So of course, that kind of karuna with which His Holiness the Dalai Lama approaches not just Tibet but global issues, he would be much more hopeful. For us, our hope comes from what little thing we can do and what little thing or support we could garner around from India, from United States, or many other places. So I think His Holiness the Dalai Lama constantly looks for what is called the negotiated solution. Having a discussion with China. But for people like us, I don't see China making any attempts to talk to us or find a resolution.
Then really appreciate your time and sharing your experiences with us. More strength to you and your people.
Thank you.
And for our viewers, do send us feedback on this interview. You can follow our social media handles for the latest articles that we put up on our websites, or interviews like this with Tenzin Sundu on our YouTube channel. If you'd like to support us, there is also a UPI code that's flashing on your screen. This is Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Revi.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
There was something special to this ceremony in Dharamshala late last month. An 8-year-old boy of Mongolian origin, anointed by the Dalai Lama as the reincarnation of Khalka Jetsun Thampa Rinpoche of the Jonang Monastery in Shimla. The sect is relatively less known or prominent in Tibet's Mahayana tradition. It is responsible for the rituals associated with the Kal Chakra ceremony held every 4 years, and also the Dalai Lama's own personal prayer rituals. The buzz is the Dalai Lama has set a larger game in motion to ensure that the identification, certification and installation of any future Dalai Lama would be in Tibetan hands, not China's. Lamas of the Jonang sect could be among the panel involved in the search for the next Dalai Lama. The move is born of bitter experience at the hands of the Chinese. Last week, Pen Patsering, the current Sikyong or Prime Minister of the Tibetan government in exile in Dharamshala, addressed the United States Congress for the first time via video link, warning that Tibet is dying a slow death. Tsering also touched on the massive surveillance system that China has put in place in Tibet to monitor public activity. The exiled Tibetans are hopeful that the United States could step in and help. In 2020, the US Congress had passed a law making it obligatory for US presidents to ensure the Chinese have no role in identifying and installing the Dalai Lama. The size of the Tibetan diaspora in the United States has been growing, with many young Tibetans moving there in hopes of a better life. They are also motivated by the fact that the Karmapa lives in the United States and this newly ordained Mongolian boy is US born, which means key spiritual leaders are already there. If this trend continues, the politics centered around the Tibetan exiled community in India may shift to the US, where access to power centers may be easier, and the chance to affect some change in China's hold over Tibet. At least, that's the hope. This was a special report by Strat News Global.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
This is Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Revi. Our guest today is Benedict Rogers. Ben, great to see you in India. We've done a couple of online chats before, but welcome. I know it's a very hectic visit, but thanks so much for taking out time for us.
No, it's a great pleasure. It's great to be here in person, and thank you for having me.
Pleasure's all ours. Wanted to talk about your visit to Dharamshala and meeting the Dalai Lama. Of course, the book that you handed over to him already has a written interview with him that you had done earlier. But what can you share with us about the meeting with him?
Well, obviously it was an extremely special moment. Like many people, I had followed His Holiness for many years with great interest. He's been a great inspiration for me. I had done a little bit of work, had a little bit of contact in the past with Archbishop Desmond Tutu, and of course their friendship is well known, and I'd followed the videos that they had done together and the books that they'd written together. So suddenly being in front of him in person was an extraordinary moment. It was a brief encounter. It was an audience. There were other people also having audiences with him. But I had a few minutes with him, and when I presented the book to him, it was very striking how his face lit up when he saw the Tibetan flag on the cover. And I was able to thank him for the contribution he'd made to the book. And then he had no hesitation in taking a photograph together with the book. So it was really a wonderful moment.
Well, this is the book that we're talking about that Ben has written. And I like the tagline a lot, which is the book that Xi Jinping doesn't want you to read.
Yes.
Will you tell us a little bit more about this book? Because it's wide. It's talking about your personal experiences over 30 years in and around China, as well as each of the issues that the Chinese Communist Party is being extremely repressive or coercive about.
Well, when I first started thinking about doing a book on China, initially I was a little bit hesitant because I thought there were thousands of books already on China. What can I possibly add that is new or of value? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that among the many books on China, there were very few indeed, if any, that put together in one volume all of the diverse human rights challenges. So the crackdown on dissent, on civil society within China itself, but also what I would say is a genocide of the Uyghurs, the decades of atrocities in Tibet, the crackdown in Hong Kong, and then on top of all of that, the increasing threats to Taiwan, also the Chinese regime's complicity with two dictatorships on its borders, Myanmar and North Korea, and the threats that China now poses to the free world well beyond its borders. And so that's what I decided to do. I decided to weave in a lot of personal experiences. It's not a personal memoir, but I do draw a lot on my personal experiences to bring colour to the story, as it were. And I end the book with a chapter on what the international community should do about this growing challenge to us all.
So let's take the issues one by one. Since we're talking about the Dalai Lama and your visit here primarily was focused on that. Tibet. I remember either reading or seeing an interview of yours from late last year where you were possibly lamenting the lack of focus on Tibet, or the spotlight on Tibet had kind of fallen off the grid. What is the situation currently in Tibet according to what you know?
Well, the situation in Tibet, I think, is continued and indeed intensifying repression. Of course, Tibet is the place that has suffered probably longer than all the other elements in the book, because it's suffered repression ever since the invasion in 1950. And it was interesting, actually, the day I met the Dalai Lama was the 64th anniversary of his safe arrival in India after his escape from Tibet. But today we see Tibet as almost a laboratory for the surveillance state in China itself. So the rollout of surveillance technology, the use of boarding schools and the transfer of Tibetan children from their families to boarding schools where they're basically indoctrinated. And essentially the Chinese regime has had for a long time a campaign of sinification of Tibet, trying to turn Tibet culturally and linguistically into a Chinese state. And the reason I think that it's important not to forget Tibet is there are a lot of lessons we can learn from Tibet. And of course it's right that the Uyghurs and Hong Kong and the other issues receive the attention they receive, and I'm involved in those issues. But I think we shouldn't forget Tibet.
When you're talking about Tibet, I mean, the Dalai Lama himself has said that he's going to live up to 113, I think. But the succession issue has been talked about a lot, has been debated a lot, especially because of the suppression and control that China tries to impose on the Tibetan people. Order number 5, I think it was in 2007, which dealt with that. Some even suggesting that the Dalai Lama should give a little bit more than just guidance in the succession plan. What's your assessment of that issue?
I'm not in any doubt that the Tibetans, especially the Tibetans in exile, will find a way according to their own practice of identifying the Dalai Lama's successor. I'm also not in any doubt that the Chinese regime will try to impose their choice, which is ironic given that it's officially atheistic state, and yet they want to be in the business of the reincarnation of the Dalai Lama. They also want to be in the business of appointing Catholic bishops in China. But I think that the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan community will find a way to choose a successor, and we may have a situation where there are two, in inverted commas, Dalai Lamas. But I hope the international community will be clear that it's the Tibetans' choice that we recognize, and not Beijing's puppet choice.
Well, that's something that happened with the Panchen Lama when there are two of them. But again, it's completely fallen off the grid in the sense, does anybody know whether the original Panchen Lama is?
I asked about this when I was in Dharamsala, and the answer I got was nobody knows. Nobody even knows whether he's still alive. And one Tibetan said to me, if he's still alive, why don't the Chinese regime, produce him, show him to us, and let us know how he's doing. But all they do is from time to time make statements saying, he's okay, he's well, but nobody actually has any details either about his well-being or his whereabouts.
It's interesting what happened very recently when the Dalai Lama introduced the reincarnation of the Khalkha Jetsun Nampar in Poche, Mongolia. Explain the significance of him doing that in the larger picture of what we've been just talking about.
Well, I think it's a timely signal to the world that the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan Buddhists have a long-established system for choosing key figures in Tibetan Buddhism, and that those figures don't have to come from within Tibet, and the fact that he's come from Mongolia is a sign that the reincarnation of key figures in Tibetan Buddhism can come from outside the borders of modern day Tibet, and I think that's an important message for us.
Your sense that you've got either on this trip or in your other experiences of the Tibetan youth, the new generation, is there a problem with this patience? Do they feel that there needs to be something more done? You think they think that the fight back should be maybe even with arms? Is there that kind of a thought or process?
I didn't encounter that particular thought, and actually what impresses me deeply about the Tibetan cause is just how both reasonable and non-violent and peaceful it is, and they would have every reason after all these decades of repression to be looking to more radical action, but I certainly didn't encounter that. There are, of course, differences between His Holiness the Dalai Lama's middle way approach, which at least in principle is a profoundly reasonable and moderate approach, and I deeply respect it. I have a lot of doubts as to whether under the current regime in Beijing it's actually workable, given what Beijing has done to Hong Kong and to Xinjiang. But I admire the Dalai Lama for adopting such a reasonable approach. I did find among other Tibetans that I talked to that they don't share that approach. They want independence, and I respect their opinion as well.
Again, looking at China and the larger picture of countries that border China, and Bhutan has been in the news a lot. In India, at least, the king visited here, issues on the boundary, which concerns that have been expressed, possibly not officially, but in the Indian media, about whether there's any change in policy with Bhutan. But your assessment of how China deals with issues like this, these boundary questions on its border?
I think it's clear to me that China, particularly under Xi Jinping, is now an expansionist state, and whether it's through literally expanding their borders, and as they've been trying to do on India's own borders, or whether it's through increasing their influence, infiltration, coercion in neighbouring countries and beyond neighbouring countries, it's clear that their agenda is to dominate. And we see that in these issues relating to Bhutan. We've seen it clearly over recent years in Nepal, and then across Southeast Asia. I think, as I talk about in my book, China now has extraordinary influence in Myanmar. It's really probably the regime that is keeping the military regime in Myanmar alive economically, with arms, and diplomatically. And that's because of its own interests. The same in Cambodia and across Southeast Asia. So wherever it is, it's clear that China is an expansionist state.
You were talking about India's borders, and we are very familiar with what's happening. I mean, lives have been lost. I think the only clash in that terms with the Chinese is the Indians who've been facing them. Galwan is one issue which is still being dealt with, that is Ladakh. But we've also just come back from Arunachal Pradesh and traveled all the way to the LAC and saw a lot of stuff there, including the area where the latest skirmish happened in December last year in Yangtze. And it's ironic again, like when you're pointing about the issue about Tibet, here again, the holy waterfalls are considered extremely religious significance for the Tibetans and Buddhism. And the Chinese are trying to use that to bolster their claim on Arunachal Pradesh as what they call South Tibet.
Yes, I mean, I think it is very ironic. The Chinese regime will repress religion most of the time, but it will try to weaponize religion when it suits it. And I think the threats to India is something that not only India itself, but the rest of the world should take very seriously. Xi Jinping seems to be, and over the last few years, seems to have been picking fights with everybody. And I think the places really for the world to pay close attention to are the India border, of course Taiwan and the South China Sea. And if China is allowed to gain any ground in any of those areas, that will be a major concern for the international community.
Like you said, you wear many hats, and the Uyghur genocide and the situation in Turkestan. Can you bring us up to speed as to? We've seen all the stories and the reporting that has come out from a very difficult area, but what is the situation currently?
Well, the situation is that what the Chinese call Xinjiang, what the Uyghurs call East Turkestan, is essentially a giant prison camp. I mean, it's made up of hundreds of prison camps. It's believed that at least 1 million, but quite possibly 2 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities are held in those prison camps. There's widespread religious persecution. Mosques have been destroyed or closed. And there is a campaign of forced abortion, forced sterilization, widespread forced labor. Both the previous and the current US administrations have called this a genocide. Several parliaments around the world have done so too. And a couple of years ago, there was an independent tribunal held in London, chaired by one of the top barristers in the UK who had been the prosecutor of Slobodan Milosevic. And they found that this is a genocide. So I think it is, and as well as being a genocide, it is also, there's also a lot of evidence of Uyghur slave labor being used in the supply chains of major multinational brands.
Hong Kong is another area of deep love for you, and you were associated with that for a long time. But is Hong Kong completely lost to the CCP as of now? And what are the lessons for Taiwan that can be learned from Hong Kong?
I think in the short term, it is hard to see Hong Kong returning to what it was. Pretty much every pro-democracy politician and activist in Hong Kong is either in prison, in exile, or has been silenced and is keeping their heads down. The press has been totally destroyed. There's no press freedom now in Hong Kong. There's basically no freedom of assembly. Even freedom of religion is now coming under some pressure. So Hong Kong has gone from being one of Asia's most open and free cities to one of its police states. And that's epitomized by the fact that the current chief executive, who was Beijing's appointee, spent his entire working life in policing, either as a frontline police officer or as Secretary for Security. So Hong Kong is now a police state. I think I don't say it's totally lost, because one must always keep hope, but I think change will only come to Hong Kong when change comes to China. The lessons for Taiwan are clearly that, first of all, Beijing can't be trusted, it doesn't keep its promises. And secondly, that the model of one country, two systems, which Deng Xiaoping originally designed for Taiwan and applied to Hong Kong in the hope that Taiwan would then be inspired by it, clearly Taiwan is not going to be attracted to that model on the basis of the broken promises in Hong Kong.
IPAC again is something that you're closely associated with, and I think on this visit you are meeting or have met a couple of Indian politicians. One, I think, from Arunachal Pradesh, the area we've just come back from, a current MLA or a legislative assembly member, ex-MP he was in Delhi, and an ex-minister. India's involvement in IPAC, because I remember when originally IPAC came out and we did a chat with you, you had expressed the hope that countries like India would also join with a lot of exuberance and fervor for the cause.
Yes, I mean, IPAC is an extraordinary organization. It's the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, and it brings together something like 30 countries around the world, more than 200 parliamentarians, always on a cross-party basis, so bringing together people who may not agree on many other things, but they agree on the challenge of China. And I think what's important about IPAC is that it shouldn't just be Western democracies. It should be the free world as a whole, democracies around the world that recognize the challenge of China. And that's why having the participation of countries in this region, Japan, Korea, other democracies, and most especially India, given both the size of India as a democracy and the really crucial situation that India has with China at the moment, is really important. And I hope I'm looking forward to meeting the Indian IPAC members on this visit, and I hope India's participation will grow further.
And Rogers, absolutely appreciate your time and sharing all your experiences and expertise with us on Strat News Global and, of course, our audience.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure has been ours. And for all our viewers, if you like this video, don't forget to hit the thumbs up button on YouTube. You can follow all our social media handles. There's a Telegram channel you can join where you'll get updates as to when we put up articles on our website or interviews like this with Benedict Rogers on our YouTube channel. This is Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Brevi.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
बुद्ध का मार्ग भविष्य का मार्ग है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी का मार्ग है।
The first ever summit on Buddhism, hosted by India and New Delhi, saw keynote addresses by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and His Holiness the Dalai Lama.
Dostan deve, havd kal dost deve yine, neden göbüşü şardı doğa. Şimdi yine çancı kusumda donyi gita sanlı dağıya var, genge çancı kulamda görüş yapıcı şumba yine.
आधुनिक विश्व की ऐसी कोई समस्या नहीं है जिसका समाधान सैकड़ों वर्ष पहले बुद्ध के उपदेशों में हमें प्राप्त न हुआ।
But they spoke separately, Modi on the inaugural day and the Tibetan spiritual leader speaking on the second day. They did not meet. In fact, they have not met since Modi took office in 2014, although they have spoken. But India sent some other signals too. Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu was on stage with the Tibetan leader at the Buddhist summit to remind the Chinese that Arunachal is a part of India and the Dalai Lama's presence in India tells the world that China's occupation of Tibet is illegal. The Buddhist summit was an opportunity to challenge China's narrative that Buddhism is of Chinese origin.
India is a land of Buddhism, so I think we expect Indian Buddhism should be revival and lead world Buddhism.
The summit, attended by 300 delegates and scholars, discussed climate change and the environment, a not so subtle message to China that its activities in Tibet have seriously damaged the environment and displaced the local population. Delegates also reflected on the Ukraine war and its damaging consequences to the world.
All Buddhist community of global response to this most dangerous challenge for today, I think we should provide the possible hope of the wisdom to make this war to be resolved and a new vision of global nonviolent peace to be initiated.
Hopefully, India will use the momentum generated by this summit to stake its claim to its Buddhist heritage. Such summits are also good for political messaging at a time when relationships with neighboring countries like China are fraught and uncertain. With Sanchit Razdan, this is Ramananda Sengupta for Strat News Global.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
This is Strat News Global. I'm Amita Brevi on our flagship weekly show, The Talking Point. Today, our guest from Taipei is Sana Hashmi and from New Delhi, Antara Ghoshal Singh. A warm welcome to all our viewers who are picking up this live stream, and a welcome to those viewers who will pick the stream later on our YouTube channel. From Taipei, as you said, we're welcoming Dr. Sana Hashmi. She's been a guest on Strat News Global before. Thanks for your time so late in the evening there, Sana.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me on the show.
And in Delhi, for the first time on Strat News Global, we have Antara Ghoshal Singh. Antara, pleasure to have you on our show.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today.
Sana, just looking at developments in and around you, there have been a lot of developments both within Taiwan and around Taiwan, and Taiwan has been bolstering its defenses for quite some time now, especially post recent developments. And would you say in preparation for what is most likely going to be Xi Jinping's third and more terms?
I think Taiwan has always been prepared for it, specifically since 2016, since the suspension of the cross-strait dialogue, and how China has become more assertive and aggressive towards Taiwan. And this has happened primarily during Xi's tenure, and this has been happening since 2014. Of course, Ma Ying-jeou was there. Ma Ying-jeou was considered a little pro-China, but with the coming of Tsai Ing-wen, what we have seen is that China has just suspended all the dialogue. So I believe that Taiwan has been preparing for that. There's not much talk about Xi Jinping coming, uh, going for the third term. Now there is local election in Taiwan in November, so that is something that's been occupying the news, all the media platforms in Taiwan. But of course, this is something that's been watched everywhere, be it Taiwan, be it US, globally. And I think there will only be a divine intervention if Xi Jinping doesn't secure the third term. So I believe that this is how it's very important for Taiwan as well. But I believe when it comes to China's policy towards Taiwan, it's not going to change much. China has been aggressive towards Taiwan, and after Xi Jinping secures the third term, what we're going to see is that there will be this similar kind of tough stance on Taiwan, and Taiwan will, of course, be on the top priority list for China even after the 20th Party Congress. And I think this is one of the reasons how the new normal was established after Pelosi's visit. So the so-called new normal will be continued even after the third term as well.
Sure. Antara, what are the expectations from the 20th Party Congress on Tibet with respect to the evolution of the CCP policy?
What I gather from the Chinese media is that, promoting high quality development of Tibet, developing advantages and characteristics of a plateau economy, these are, projected as the major goals that will be discussed during the meeting. And the focus will be A, on promoting strength and avoiding weaknesses, B, on adjusting measures to local conditions, C, on deepening reform and opening up, D, speeding up the construction of infrastructure, railways, highways, and other major infrastructure projects. And next is developing characteristic industries in Tibet. And last but not the least is to coordinate development with security.
Samay, you were saying that Taiwan has been preparing all through the decades, and especially with this new normal that you're talking about post Pelosi's visit. But in your mind, what will it take, both domestically in Taiwan and internationally, to deter Xi Jinping's attempts at forced reunification?
I don't think, because I think we really need to establish if there's going to be invasion or forceful reunification. I think it's not going to happen anytime soon. Of course, we have the next timeline, that is 2027. The PLA modernization has to happen by 2027. That is what the agenda. But I believe that China is not going to really invade Taiwan by then as well. And we have the example of Ukraine. So I believe that China is further dissuaded from invading Taiwan. And of course, there's a lot of support for Taiwan at the global level. For Ukraine, there were a lot of countries that didn't see it coming. US was the only one who was talking about it. But for Taiwan, especially since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been humongous support for Taiwan. And I believe the question that you asked me about how to deter China's invasion of Taiwan. And of course, Taiwan is preparing for a not so imminent invasion. But apart from that, what I believe is that countries need to talk about Taiwan more. If there are more and more countries that are talking about Taiwan, and if there is greater support for Taiwan, for example, if India starts talking about Taiwan tomorrow, that will also act as deterrence. So, and in fact, why China has become so aggressive with respect to Taiwan is primarily because it has got the support of larger international community. It wants countries to stop talking about Taiwan, and I think this is what is going to dissuade China to invade Taiwan. You're on mute.
I was just talking about Andra's paper in the ORF on Tibet, very interesting paper. Andra, if you'd like to simply explain for our viewers the crux of your argument, which is explaining Chinese thinking on Tibet in terms of an economic corridor that goes beyond what you call the security dimension or Chinese propaganda.
Yeah, thank you very much for reading my paper. And just to give you any sense of what I have written in the paper, I've actually argued that currently, there exist two sets of contradiction in Tibet. If you look at various, official documents released by the Chinese government, as well as what is being discussed by China's strategic community, you will see that Tibet's main and primary contradiction is about unbalanced and inadequate economic development. And the religious ethnic tension, the issue of Dalai Lama, is actually its secondary or a special contradiction. But this complete picture about Tibet is, mostly kept under wraps. China's, sophisticated propaganda machinery strategically overemphasizes Tibet's special contradiction, and it somehow downplays its main contradiction of unbalanced and insufficient development. So if you go by China's propaganda narrative, Tibet under the party state is shown as something which has emerged as an epitome of development, like in land of abundance and plenty, and where it's thriving with vitality and jobs and riches and all. However, it continues to face serious national security threats, and different anti-China forces, including India, Tibetans in exile, and hostile Western powers are colluding with each other to threaten China's sovereignty and territorial integrity in Tibet. And to fight these forces, China is prioritizing Tibet's security. But this securitized narrative is actually missing in China's internal debates and discussions on Tibet. And here the focus is clearly on the development challenge that the region has been facing. There is enormous concern among Chinese strategists over the fact that even after 70 years of Chinese rule, and despite various high-level interventions by the Chinese leaders, Tibet continues to be the least developed region in China. Its per capita GDP, local fiscal revenue, everything is lagging behind every other region in China. It is also one of the provinces where the urban-rural income gap is also among the highest and still growing. So there are various concerns within Chinese strategic community about how Tibet's problematic economic model has turned it into an unsustainable, low efficiency economy or a dependency economy with very weak self-development capacity. And in recent years, with Tibet's economic development dwindling, China has for long, talked about Tibet's double-digit economic development, but now that number is dwindling, and there is, the limitations of the investment-led or the infrastructure-led economic development is becoming more and more prominent. So the agenda of prioritizing Tibet's development is once again gaining currency within the Chinese in the Chinese side. And the interesting part is that how do they want to reverse Tibet's economic challenge? It is by constructing an economic corridor, which connects Tibet to the densely populated and bustling markets in northern India. The idea is that it will help Tibet to make full use of India's resources and markets to create new opportunities for Tibet's development, which will help it to, develop pillar industries like in tourism, in energy trade, in several related fields. Keeping India as the primary market. And in fact, many Chinese experts, they believe that in addition to developing Tibet, this corridor economy through India is going to, is going to become the backbone of Northwest China's regional economy, integrating the entire region and exposing the entire region to the global economy. The other thing is that domestically, the Chinese leaders' frequent reference to prioritizing national security or consolidating border defense in Tibet is understood in a very different manner. They are primarily seen from the background that China advances with Tibet's opening up. It integrates the area with South Asian South Asian economic circuit. It constructs, cross-border economic zones, encourages free movement between people, and the possible risk that emerges from China's own activities rather than some evil design from some other neighboring countries. So it is a very different way how they interpret the entire the entire strategy on Tibet.
We'll ask you to elaborate a little bit more on that. But Sana, since you talked about one way of deterring China or Xi Jinping in terms of Taiwan was for countries to talk about Taiwan more, deal with Taiwan more. Just looking at India's policy now, India's not officially reaffirmed its one China policy since 2010, since of course China doesn't reciprocate in terms of an one India policy. Your analysis of that, and if you want to speak on the recent statement that India made on the militarization of the Taiwan Strait.
No, definitely I would personally also, as I advocate for India-Taiwan relationship, I would want India to be more vocal on Taiwan, but generally as well. Taiwan under China's control is not in the interest of India and other major stakeholders in the Indo-Pacific region. But I believe when we talk about India's Taiwan policy and also China's intensified aggression towards Taiwan, I see a policy change in India. And I feel that this policy change has not been really appreciated by the global media and also by our own domestic media. India talking about militarization in the Taiwan Strait and calling out China for its unilateral action that is changing the status quo in the region, in the Taiwan Strait. I believe it's a huge policy change that has not been India's policy. It has not been India's policy to talk about Taiwan at all. So I believe there's a huge policy change. Of course, there's still a lot of room for India to talk about Taiwan and to talk about China's aggression. But I also understand why there are slow steps towards Taiwan, because any major policy change by India will be irreversible. And being very close to China and dealing with this more than 70 years old protracted boundary dispute, it's not very easy for a country like India to just be like the US or Japan and accuse China directly and call out China directly. But even if we look at our China policy, is it really helping us? Is China's attitude towards India is changing? The border dispute is still intact, and after the 20th Party Congress, we are also going to see more and more border standoff. Border standoffs have been happening since 1962. It hasn't stopped. And even after 20th Party Congress, what we are going to see is that the new normal has been established with respect to India-China boundary dispute. That is the violent clashes. So are we really going to back pre-April 2020 status quo? China has already said that we don't accept that. So that means what we are going to see is more and more clashes between India and China. Of course, we have diplomatic channels. We are talking to China. Dr. Jaishankar has already said that that's my job, to talk to China. This is what the basic tenets of diplomacy. But it's not really helping us. Are we really able to dissuade China to be more accommodative on the border front? I don't see it happening. So I believe it's very important to talk about other issues, other conflicts that are going to destabilize the Indo-Pacific, and Taiwan, I think, should remain at the top of that for countries like India.
One of our regular viewers, Matara, agrees with you completely. Sana says border aggressions will not stop. Agree with the panelists. Antara, just coming back to you in terms of what you were talking about, the Chinese discourse, which everyone outside probably doesn't pay attention to, which is this gateway that they're looking at from Tibet to India, and then I presume further on into South Asia and Southeast Asia. How realistic is that? I mean, in the sense, like Sana is saying, things post Galwan, India's response we have seen. India's Tibet policy. Why would India allow China to make Tibet a gateway of sorts to India and then further on?
Yeah, yes, Amitabh. It's a very important question. Why should India agree to such a proposal? Which is meant to facilitate Tibet's development of Western China, and in a way enabling, sustained rise of China, or helping form a Chinese century of sort. Of course, we won't agree to such a proposal. China knows India won't agree to such a proposal. It knows that there will be demand for reciprocal concessions from China, be it on the issue of disputed border or South Asia or accession to international organizations and so on and so forth. And even after even after meeting these demands, many Chinese strategists feared that they might not be able to win over India. So the Chinese strategy is to militarily, economically intimidate India into submission, to apply various pressure tactics. Using various South Asian nations as facade to enter the Indian market, taking various strategic detours, reroutings, building different high-profile demonstration projects in India's neighboring countries. It also, resorts to power projection at the LSE, as well as at the Indian Ocean from time to time. The intention is to exert pressure on India to adjust its China policy, to convince that confrontation with China is not going to help India. India has little choice but to give in to Chinese demands unconditionally. So that is how China is strategizing on this issue.
Sure. Sana, now, so as to speak, that the dust has settled post the Pelosi visit. Your assessment of the US-China dynamic and the so-called American strategic ambiguity with President Biden making so many statements that needed clarifications later.
I think it's as in he has said it several times now, and White House also later said that the U.S. policy has not changed. But I believe that those are not really gaps. If you look at Biden administration policy towards Taiwan, I would say that even if we may also talk about Pelosi's visit, that was a part of the larger U.S. Taiwan policy that Taiwan has got the bipartisan support from the U.S. and intimidation and bullying is not going to work. So I think this is what has happened at least since the Pelosi's visit. And even if we look at the statement by Biden, that's actually consolidation of the U.S. commitment. And I believe that the policy overall hasn't really changed. The U.S. isn't really moving towards strategic clarity. Strategic ambiguity still remains. But I think the policy is not going to change until and unless there's an official pronouncement or a written statement that's going to come out from the US side. But if we look at it, I believe that there's a lot of evidences that point us toward US larger commitment towards Taiwan. And I think this is what we have to read when we talk about Biden administration. But I feel it's very worrisome for the US as well. It's just not about the question of Taiwan for Xi Jinping. It's also a legacy issue. And it's also a part of the wider US-China rivalry. Everyone knows, be it India, be it Taiwan, or be it US-China rivalry or the Belt and Road Initiative, what Xi Jinping is trying to do is to get away from the policies of his predecessors. Tongues hide your strength, hide your capabilities, which were diligently followed by his predecessor Hu Jintao and Jiang Zemin. Xi Jinping is not following that at all since the very beginning. And what he's trying to do is to form a new image for China that is strong and bold. And I believe Taiwan, US-China rivalry and aggression towards India are part of that larger China's changing image and what Xi Jinping and China are trying to project.
I don't know whether you want to take this, Andhra, as a question from Tara. I want to know why India did not vote against China regarding human rights violations in Xinjiang in the UNHRC. We are sending mixed signals to China and the world. It's problematic. Our stated position is that we don't allow country-specific resolutions to come up. But in your assessment, how does that sit?
Yeah, it's just my assessment. So I don't know what actually Indian government is thinking, but how I see it is like, the entire concept of human rights is, how it is defined by various countries. I don't think India's definition or understanding of human rights is same as countries which has actually taken up this issue in China. Their definition of human rights matches with India's definition of human rights, and I think that is one of the important reasons why India would not like to bring up the human rights issue anywhere for that matter, not just in China, but in other other countries as well at the UN platform. So I think
So,
that is one of the big reasons why that has not been
many would
taken
say
up.
that you don't want Kashmir or other issues to come up in areas like that as well. I know, Sana, you have touched upon this issue, but Jaideep Gadawi is asking, can we expect the aggression over Taiwan to increase or decrease after the party congress?
I think it's going to be the same, at least in times to come. And in fact, in the recent time, it has just been intensified. We are not really seeing China mellowing down on Taiwan. As I said, that it's a part of China's larger scheme of things. It's an important subcomponent of U.S.-China rivalry. If the U.S.-China rivalry is going to be intensified, that also means that China's aggression and assertive posture toward Taiwan is also going to be intensified. And also with Taiwan, what China is really trying to establish is that countries that do not really play by the rules that are prescribed by the CCP will have to face the consequences. And these consequences depend on the kind of relationship that China has with these countries and what kind of red lines they are going to cross. So I believe that it's all going to depend on that. And if we are going to see more parliamentarian visit from countries such as India or, for example, Australia, I think China is going to be more aggressive and assertive. But at the same time, as I've said, that we need to normalize such visits. It's a part of the existing scope of cooperation between Taiwan and other countries. And I believe in the long term, this is definitely going to dissuade Taiwan. But of course, in the shorter term, what China is going to say is that, if you send your parliamentarians to Taiwan, we are really going to, you will also have to face us militarily. So I think this is the short-term response, but we have to look at the long-term response. That is, this China going to be dissuaded and not going to invade Taiwan.
Antara Matara, thanks you for your last answer. I just put that up on your screen. But in terms of normalization, which Sana was talking about, that the Chinese want, could you explain to us what your assessment is of the border villages that China is developing, and how what is India doing?
A lot of people would say that it's like a fait accompli sort of situation that is being created. I would argue that it depends upon how you are seeing it. If you ask me, is it a land grab? I'd say yes, it's land grab. But is the Chinese objective in Tibet only about grabbing land? I would say no. Its real objective is to develop Tibet. Its real objective is to resolve Tibet's development challenge, to resolve the entire Western China's development challenge, to sustain China's economic rise. And such objectives cannot really be achieved without active cooperation from India. In my paper, I have tried to describe the ground situation in these border villages, the life of people living in these areas. I have quoted various Chinese researches which has been conducted in these villages, which talk about the severe, economic challenge that these regions are facing. How nobody in China wants to live in this kind of model villages. The natives are migrating in large numbers to bigger cities for both economic and non-economic reasons. The relocated people, they also prefer to stay there as what they say, like migratory birds during peak tourist seasons, and then they want to go back to their to all the places where they actually come from. Even the grassroots party cadres, they just dread living there and working in these border villages because of the extreme the extremely challenging working condition that they face here. So unless these border villages have access to Indian market, either directly or indirectly through other South Asian nations, China's purpose of making these villages will remain unfulfilled, you know.
Unmute myself. In terms of what you were talking about, Sana, Dr. Hashmi, in other countries, especially India, developing or there being an evolution in India's Taiwan policy, we've had our first MP in 6 years, I think, or 4 years.
6 years.
6 years. Deals with Foxconn, other business opportunities. You look down south, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana, even in Chandigarh, I've read about. It is progressing.
No, definitely. I would say that there's definitely progress from India's side. The way India is looking at Taiwan it's definitely changing. There are slow but steady steps towards Taiwan, that I would say. And you talked about state government approaching Taiwan. State governments have more autonomy to approach Taiwan and to attract investment from Taiwan. Recently, we had the delegation from Telangana government, and more state government, they have been reaching out to me and trying to understand and trying to gauge how's the situation and how can they really reach out to Taiwanese and Taiwanese companies. So I believe if you look at the current existing scope of the relationship, there's a lot that within that scope, India and Taiwan, they could do together. And since 2020, I've been saying it that we talk about security cooperation between India and Taiwan. We talk about military exchanges, but what about the basics of India-Taiwan relationship? We have been talking about strengthening relationship. Even in India, there is consensus, and the public perception has been towards strengthening ties with Taiwan. But despite such kind of support, we haven't really seen real progress. We haven't really seen substance in India-Taiwan relationship, and that's because that we are not even focusing on the existing scope of cooperation, and that's of course culture, education, connectivity, and also of course economic. And if you look at the Indian office efforts as well, they have been really trying to attract Taiwanese investment to India. Bilateral investment treaty was the updated bilateral investment treaty was signed in 2018. There has been increase in the investment from Taiwanese side, but if you look at the the investment figure for Taiwan, given the status of Taiwan, the economic status of Taiwan, it's abysmally low. So there's a lot of scope within the existing scope of cooperation between India and Taiwan. And also you talked about the visit of Indian MP in 6 years. So that's the first time in 6 years that we are receiving Indian MP. And the Indian Taiwan Parliamentary Friendship Association was established in 2016 and it was revived in 2020. We have Taiwanese participants, but we really don't have any Indian participant apart from Mr. Sujit Kumar, who has been very vocal on India's proactive stand towards Taiwan. But apart from him, I don't really see any interest from other member of parliamentarians from any other party. So I believe this is something that we could really rectify, and we could really motivate and encourage our MPs to talk about Taiwan, to talk about China more, and how there is no doubt that China is the largest security threat for India, and it's going to remain the largest security threat in times to come. So how do we address this issue? We have to talk about Taiwan, and I feel that we need to have more parliamentary exchanges between India and Taiwan.
Antara, your last answer on border villages, Matara again says your words were music to her ears. But just going on to Tibet, you mentioned it slightly in terms of Chinese propaganda, but what is your assessment of the Chinese military presence in Tibet and how India has to respond to that?
I have consulted a lot of Chinese scholars writing on this issue, and what I find is the issue of construction of economic corridors through South Asia, through India, is actually not a pure economic project. What they say, I'm quoting, these are China's economic lifeline during peacetime and security lifeline during wartime. So since the days of Hu Jintao, the Chinese side has prioritized coordinated development of economic construction and national defense construction. Under Xi Jinping, the focus has been on deep civil-military fusion. The more China tries to open up Tibet or integrate it with the Indian economic circuit, the more vigorously will China strive to militarize Tibet. Because as I see that most of the Chinese strategists, they look at Tibet as the key supply center or the security guarantor for China's access to Indian markets and access to its interest in the Indian Ocean region. So their way of having an Asian sanctuary between China and India is actually, as I have written in my paper, that Asian sanctuary under gunpoint. So that is how they want to achieve it.
Sorry, I think you were talking about India-Taiwan relations, Dr. Hashmi, not moving fast enough, even though they have been moving. Ambassador Bambave has written a piece today where he outlines at least 7 areas where India should learn to tango with Taiwan. Could you elaborate on the steps that you think India needs to take, and is an FTA like far-fetched? I think you're muted. Are you muted? Yeah, you're muted. Yeah.
Sorry. So I think it was a fine piece, and I think we need more articles like that when we are talking about what Indian government should do, and without really compromising with the stand on one China policy. Even though India doesn't talk about one China policy, but this still there. When we talk about FTA, I don't think FTA is in the pipeline right now. I mean, we should not be fixated on the FTA right now. But of course, Taiwanese side has a very different perspective about going to India. What they want is they want an agreement which safeguards their interests when they go to India. There's lack of familiarity. But what we need to do is we need to talk to Taiwanese investors and businesses, and we need to have policies. And I think this is what Ambassador Bambavle also mentioned, that we have to have easy and smooth policies to attract Taiwanese businesses to India. So I believe FTA will follow, but what we need to focus is to have policies that are friendly towards Taiwanese investors. And apart from that, we need to have more think tank exchanges. We need to have more student exchanges. And in fact, Ambassador Bambavle and Antara and a few other were in Taiwan just last weekend. We had the inaugural India-Taiwan dialogue. When we talk about think tank exchanges, it's very basic. It's very common for countries to have think tank exchanges. But for Taiwan, I think it's doubly important, because when we do not have a diplomatic relationship, and in the absence of diplomatic relationships, such channels play an important role. And I think it's very important to talk to people, to talk to civil society, to engage civil society. I think this is going to persuade the government to take a proactive stance toward Taiwan. And I think for India also, it's very important that we have to have some kind of government exchanges, some kind of government policies that are more proactive towards Taiwan. Because if we are really shying away from engaging Taiwan because of China, we know that relations are not going to be normal. We know that it's not going to be business as usual. In fact, after the 20th Party Congress, it's just going to go downhill. Once she secures the third term, what China wants is to contain India's rise. And we are sure about it. I think there's no doubt about it within our leadership. So we need to brave ourselves for more problems with China in times to come. And we really need to see Taiwan on its own merit. I'm not saying that we have to engage Taiwan because we have issues with China, but we can't really overlook engagement with Taiwan because of China, because we really have to call out China for what it is doing, and we have to have firmer China policy.
You were talking about official diplomats. We don't officially have diplomats there, but I have to mention this for my viewers. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Taiwan calling you India's second ambassador. Am I correct?
That was very kind of Minister Joseph Wu to say.
Antara, just coming to you in terms of, you mentioned it earlier also, in terms of the Dalai Lama's succession and the issues over that. How do the Chinese really see it? Is it fate accompli in terms of them choosing a successor?
Yes, this is a very important issue. The interesting thing is I rarely find this being discussed so much within Chinese strategic community, particularly in recent years. You can see one-off articles, commentaries in party newspapers or Chinese foreign ministry spokesperson talking about China's position regarding the political nature of the reincarnation process, or about the importance of drawing lots from golden urn, approval from central government, and so on and so forth. However, debates and discussions on Tibet within Chinese strategic community is mostly focused on the economic challenges currently facing the Tibet Autonomous Region. One explanation could be that many in China strongly believe that economic development alone can, resolve a lot of other issues like ethnic and religious tension between communities and similar problems. And hence, probably, when it comes to Tibet, almost the entire focus of the Chinese strategic community is how to develop Tibet, how to make it, how to develop its self-development capacity, how to make Tibet, a propeller for China's overall development. So the entire focus is on the development aspect rather than on the religious or ethnic issues. I would like to argue that our single-minded focus on religious ethnic issues in Tibet probably needs to be relooked at, because if we really want to use Tibet as an effective deterrent against the Chinese side, we really have to be on the same page with China on Tibet. Of course, just highlighting the religious aspect or the ethnic aspect, it serves the Chinese interest. It even serves the Western interest, Western countries' interest, but it doesn't really do much to our interest. So we need to talk about India's central role in China's Western development strategy. We need to talk about how important India is to China's, China's interest in developing Tibet and other, Western provinces, and thereby, sustaining its rise, or ushering in something like a Chinese century. So we need to talk about the importance of India to China, and then probably look at a better bargain or a better negotiation with the Chinese side. That is how I would like to look at it.
Antara Ghoshal Singh, absolutely appreciate your time and your experience that you shared with us on Strat News Global, both for us and for our viewers. Thank you so much. And Dr. Hashmi, as usual, thanks for giving us time so late in the evening for you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Just a reminder to all our viewers, you can, of course, log on to our social media handles to get the latest, including our Telegram channel that will help you know when we put up both articles and new videos like this one. You can also help support us. There's a QR code that's flashing on your screens currently, and there's a description. There's a link in the YouTube descriptor as well. This is the Talking Point on Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Revi. You're watching Talking Point on Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Revi. Glad to be joined from near Puducherry by Cloud RP. He's one of the foremost China and Tibet specialists. He's also an author of India-Tibet Relations from 1947 to 1962, 4 volumes. Claude, thank you for appearing on Strat News Global again.
Thank you to you for inviting me.
It's our pleasure. Also from Dharamshala, we're joined by Dorjit Setten. He's a member of the Tibetan Parliament in exile and also the executive director of the Students for a Free Tibet. Dorji, thanks for coming on Strat News. Glad that you got the time.
Thank you. Thank you for calling me.
We're just looking at March 10th, which is the day when
the Tibet uprising from 1959 is marked. It's 62 years, the anniversary, which was marked just a couple of days back. Just looking at overall Tibet policy, I want to look at what the US is doing. The Biden administration, Secretary of State Blinken, in his congressional testimony, has spoken about the first face-to-face meeting that will take place between senior officials of the Biden administration and of the Chinese Communist Party. Both the Wang Yi, the foreign minister, and counselor, as well as senior leader Ji Chi, will be meeting the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense Austin in Alaska. When he was asked about what would be on the agenda, this is what Mr. Blinken said.
The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, will come out there as well, and we plan to meet with Director Yang Jiechi and State Councilor Wang Yi from China following that trip. It's pretty simple. This is an important opportunity for us to lay out in very frank terms the many concerns that we have with Beijing's actions and behavior that are challenging the security, the prosperity, and the values of the United States and our partners and allies. So we intend to raise, and we will raise, the host of issues, some of which have already been touched on today, that concern us. We'll also explore whether there are avenues for cooperation, and we'll talk about the competition that we have in China, with China, to make sure that the United States has a level playing field and that our companies and workers benefit from that. This is not a strategic dialogue. There's no intent at this point for a series of follow-on engagements. Those engagements, if they are to follow, really have to be based on the proposition that we're seeing tangible progress and tangible outcomes on the issues of concern to us with China. But this is an opportunity for us to put on the table.
Claude, just to get your views on US policy and how you see that developing, while we also play out a timeline of high points and low points in recent Tibetan history. The US, the Biden administration, has specifically talked about Xinjiang, about the Uyghurs, about possible genocide there. They've talked about Hong Kong as well. Tibet has not specifically got a mention apart from the State Department spokesperson. How do you see Tibet in the US Biden administration policy, Claude?
I think it's very good what America does, and it's really progress, and I hope that the Secretary of State will take the Tibetan issue. I see more from the Indian point of view, which is very different, because India and China today have a border of 4,056 kilometers. So, and out of it, 3,450 are the LAC with China. And we know that since May, it has been very hot, and 50,000 Indian officers in Javan were facing the PLA with about the same number, 200 tanks in some places like the Spango Gap. So India has a very different problems than the US. Though I fully support, and I'm very happy that US has passed the legislation, the Secretary of State will take with Yang Jiechi and Wang Yi the issues like Xinjiang or Tibet or Hong Kong or even Taiwan. It doesn't solve the problem of the border with India. And that is what concerns me. Though I have to say that the border where the confrontation took place for 9 months is not part of Tibet, because Tibet just touched the Demchok area, the Rutok area, and up to Lanakla. The entire border issue since 9 months in Depsang or in Pangong or in Hot Spring or in Galwan are more with Xinjiang than with Tibet. But the border for India is it's one entity, so whatever happens one side also has consequences on the other side. So I'm more concerned about that, and I think that's why I think the policy of the government of India should shift. I would not change fully. I would not go straight away for one China policy, but some small shift which will send a message to Beijing that Tibet is a friend of India. Tibet for thousands of years has been in relation with India, and we will not forget that. And that's why I spent 4 or 5 years of my life researching this period between 47 and 62, which are very, very crucial. And it's when Tibet lost its independence and India lost the border. So we are seeing the implication today.
Well put, Claude. Tibet lost its independence. India lost its border with Tibet, a buffer between China. Dorji, your position, both individually and as a member of parliament, in terms of what India's policy vis-a-vis Tibet should be. Should there be a minor shift or a major shift, considering what's been happening between India and China?
Yeah, so for centuries, the independent Tibet and India enjoy peace and friendship and share friendly neighborhood, border trade, culture bond. However, once China occupied Tibet, the whole peaceful development has disrupted by China's illegal and unfriendly manner. China has never shared, as we said here, border with India until Tibet was occupied. So it is high time India to recognize Tibet as an independent and occupied country, which, even in the recent Tibet Policy and Support Act passed in US, has also recognized Tibet as an occupied country. So history has taught us that China cannot be trusted. Befriending with China, thereby ignoring Tibet issue, has been the biggest mistake of India in the past. And it would be unwise strategy for India's national security in the future. And we know that China's greed stretches far beyond Tibet. What we have witnessed in Galwan, it's a China's expansionist policy towards controlling whole Himalayan region and world at large as part of aggressive policy. Therefore, India, it's an incredible duty as a strategic as well as moral responsibility to engage China with strength and support Tibet through supporting Tibetan resistance movement across the world and in India.
I'm just taking some of our viewer comments as well. Vijay Chitnis, who says India should recognize Tibet, Taiwan, Xinjiang, and Hong Kong. China does not recognize the territorial integrity of India, hence we should reciprocate. Meanwhile, Tanuj Abekharna, a regular viewer, says for successive Indian governments, which don't even name China openly, a review of the One China policy is too big an ask. It won't even happen in a grouping like the Quad or Broad, that's Quad plus one. Too scared to lose trade. The Quad summit is currently on as well. Just wanted to play out something that the Dalai Lama himself, Strategies Global founder and editor-in-chief in January 2020. This is when he was asked about the next generation of Tibetans and how they were viewing the whole situation.
Generation of Tibetans taking forward the struggle for more autonomy, more
Tibetan determination, very firm. Generation since 50s, generation past, but new generation, their determination as strong as the previous generation, very strong. So physical level, Chinese occupied, but Tibetan spirit or mental level, they never control. So it's a Tibetan spirit, combination with Buddhism, Buddha Dharma, Nalanda tradition,
right,
very strong. Now, the China invader, they themselves more and more, also the number follow Tibetan tradition, Tibetan Buddhism. So the Chinese control Tibet by weapon. We influence their mind. So long run, they say our sort of influence is more stronger than their weapon.
That's true.
Quite clear.
Claude, in terms of the change in attitude over the years, I mean, some would criticize the marking of the uprising day as just another day. Every year it's marked, but there's no change in it. Do you see a change in Tibetan generations as they fight for their cause?
I don't know exactly. It's very difficult to know what's happening in Tibet itself. I mean, you can see the generation in Dharamsala or elsewhere in India. His Holiness mentioned that determination which is there. I think it is the most important today because Tibet as a nation cannot fight militarily China. China is too powerful. We have seen in Pangong in the last few months. But I think that determination is very important. And I believe His Holiness that the people in Tibet are really determined, but they cannot express themselves because the monitoring has become so pervasive everywhere. So that's absolutely impossible. But at the same time, the Chinese propaganda is extremely powerful and well-oiled. And like yesterday, it was the last day of the National People's Congress, and the Panchen Lama gave an interview, and he said that the Tibetan Buddhism has come from China. Everyone knows, and everyone in the world knows that it has come from Nalanda and from India. And Guru Padmasambhava and all the great Indian gurus from Nalanda brought the Tibet, Pandit Atisha and others. So they are brainwashing their own people. And the Chinese Panchen Lama, the one which is the puppet, has said that the most important first is the party. Second is our country, China. And third is the people of China. And the fourth is the religion. So it's a very serious issue. And obviously, the Tibetans do not believe and will not follow that. So now how it translates into Tibet policy for India is another point that we will discuss later.
Sure. Dorothy, thanks for those pictures that you provided, which you just played out there. That's marking March 10th in Dharamsala, marked all over the world. Tell us a little bit more from maybe your family, your friends who are in Tibet, of what exactly the situation inside is, and maybe we could play out some pictures of the Chinese propaganda that Claude was talking about, of the uprising and the subsequent events as well. Dorji.
Yes, as Claude mentioned, it is very difficult to get information from Tibet. But with whatever limited information we are getting, we can see the resistance is strong inside Tibet. As we mark the 62nd uprising, Tibetan national uprising on March 10, globally, there are repression and lockdown inside Tibet. As Claude mentioned, recently, especially under Xi Jinping's regime, the Sinicization and repression has increased inside Tibet. What we are witnessing right now inside Tibet is an outright assault against Tibetan people by Chinese government as a fundamental aim for eradicating Tibetan people, our identity, and in our own land. Chinese government carried out this action because they see Tibetan national identity as a threat. Why, after over 6 decades of the occupation, Chinese government is still sensitive about it. We are seeing this propaganda that Chinese government has intensified, especially targeting new generation Tibetans inside Tibet, is showing that after 6 decades of occupation, Tibetans have not lost their hope for freedom. In fact, the new generation Tibetans are participating in movement in different ways. One example I can give was recently in January this year, a 19-year Tibetan monk called Tenzin Nyima from Kanzi, Eastern Tibet, he died sustaining severe injuries from Chinese police detention. And it was because he was arrested because in 2019, he joined a group of teenagers holding peaceful demonstration outside the Chinese local police. And because of that, the group was arrested. Tenzin Nyima was part of it. And similarly, in the recent time, the cases of young people and Tibetans who are being arrested in detention, dying, has increased, which shows that Tibetan youth are even despite they are born and brought up under this propaganda, but they are realizing the discrimination policy that China is implementing. And we know that that since 2009, over 156 Tibetans have set themselves on fire, literally putting themselves on fire to show that the repression of Chinese government is unbearable, and calling for help outside from the Chinese human rights violation, and calling for freedom and end of the occupation. And these kind of protests that I'm mentioning is happening everywhere. I am from, my family is from Eastern Tibet, Nangchen. My parents escaped Tibet. And what we are seeing right now in my hometown are similar kind of protests and repression continuously happening. I have like relatives whom I cannot contact because I cannot reach them. So that is the total control that is being carried out inside Tibet. But despite this mounting challenge, as I said, both Tibetan people inside and outside continuously resist China's occupation. And as we can see in the recent March 10 Tibetan uprising, after generation, now younger generation Tibetans are participating not only in Dharamsala, but around the world. Tibetans are joining the movement, resistance, and calling for freedom inside Tibet. So this is a sign which His Holiness Dalai Lama rightly mentioned, that new generations are taking the movement both inside and outside Tibet.
Claude, you mentioned the Chinese appointed Panchen Lama and what he had said. Now, what China is looking forward in terms of its policy, and the US and everyone else is also aware of that. I just want to, excuse me, play out what the US State Department spokesman Ned Price had to say when he was asked about the succession plans for the Dalai Lama and the other lamas in Tibet. This is what Ned Price had to say about that.
That the Chinese government should have no role in the succession process of the Dalai Lama. Beijing's interference in the succession of the Panchen Lama more than 25 years ago, including by quote-unquote disappearing the Panchen Lama as a child and attempting to replace him with a PRC government-chosen successor, it remains an outrageous abuse of religious freedom.
We have also asked, of course, the Dalai Lama the same question about the future, and he was kind enough to give this answer to Nitin Gokhale in January 2020.
Say that we will choose the next Dalai Lama. What is your reaction to that?
That is, you see, look, now Panchen Lama, I recognize one boy through traditional way investigation.
Right.
And then Chinese officially recognize another Panchen Lama. Now, officially, there is Panchen Lama. But the Chinese, among Chinese also, they usually describe a false Panchen Lama, Cha Panchen Lama, correct, false way.
False.
False.
Or fake.
Fake Panchen Lama. Among Chinese themselves. And among Tibetan, you see, not much of a faith.
That's right.
So, if in case Dalai Lama institution is supposed to remain, and the next 15 Dalai Lama, you see, decided by Chinese, then Tibetan, I think, I do not believe that.
Exactly. They'll not accept
yes.
the Chinese choice.
Claude, you want to tell us about how China, in fact, do you see it working in the future when it comes to succession, and how that could impact Tibet?
China is playing its own game. They will follow. They will try to find their own 15 Lama, like they found the 11th Panchen Lama. But I think from government of India side, there is, first of all, India is a secular state. It's mentioned in the constitution. But at the same time, India can really do something in giving a statement from the Ministry of External Affairs, from the Foreign Secretary, or from the Minister, or the Joint Secretary, XP, spokesperson, saying that whatever His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama decide, India, the government of India, will go for it. Whether Dalai Lama decide for an emanation or a reincarnation, the 15th Dalai Lama will be, like the 14th Dalai Lama, an honored guest in this country. And we will provide everything that has been provided to the 14th Dalai Lama to the 15th Dalai Lama. I think that is the minimum that the government of India should do. And there is no harm to do it. It doesn't even change one China policy. It's just that we stand by him. If you don't mind, I would like to say a few words, because you show some pictures of these villages.
Sure.
And that's a big issue for India, for the security of India. Now, Xi Jinping, for 5 years, has worked on the alleviation of poverty, to take out
completely.
So they built this village called Xiaohang village, which means moderately well-off village. Out of the 600 villages, 100 are on the border, and they are the pictures that you shown. Now, apart that the Tibetanness of this, the original traditional houses has been totally destroyed, and they are just blocks like that.
Yeah.
But 100 of these villages are on the Indian border, and they are not for the local people. The first village, which has been adopted by President Xi Jinping, called Yume, which is north of Upper Subansari district of Arunachal Pradesh, had 2 inhabitants 5-6 years ago. When Xi Jinping adopted that village by writing to 2 ladies, shepherds from that area, in 2017 it was, there was 32 inhabitants. Today there's 200-300 inhabitants. It means that China is bringing Han migrants to these villages, and now half of these villages, including the one which is in Indian territory in Lonju, also in Upper Subansari, which has come in the news recently, will be inhabited by Chinese Han. So basically, you're changing the demography of the border. It has very serious implication, and India has to look into it very, very, very seriously. And if you allow me one more transgression about the March 10. The history of the March 10 has been changed by China. They say it was emancipation of the serfs, that the Tibetan aristocracy and the Tibetan clergy were holding all the land, and all the rest of the Tibetan population were serfs. Now, it's not true. If I was happy when I did my research to find the original report from the Indian Consul General in Lhasa, Major Chiba, and he said it was the masses, the entire population of Lhasa. There was 30,000 inhabitants in Lhasa at that time. These people revolted against the Chinese occupation. So it had nothing to do with the people wanting to emancipate. And Major Chiba gave a lot of details of the massacres, the machine gunning of Tibetan people, innocent people. They just few thousand people died between March 10 and March 28, when the government of Tibet, the Kashak, who had ruled Tibet for a century, was dissolved. So China will always try to change the history. Like they've done in Galwan, they say that India attacked China. Like they have done in 62, that India attacked in Kenzimane or in Tawang, north of Tawang, India attacked China. But we should work, and you should propagate that the real side of the history.
Sure. Let me get Dorji in on that, on China trying to change history both through its propaganda and through demography, as Claude is pointing out. And if Claude, if you have any future, after Dorji answers, there's a question from Matara who says, are there any concrete figures about the demographic change in Tibet? But Dorji, go ahead.
Yes, China's changing of narrative is not a new thing. China's invasion, so called as the peaceful liberation, which is completely fabricated. In fact, the so-called the 17-point agreement was forced on Tibetan people to sign, and the Tibetan people during the uprising rose up because they felt the life of His Holiness Dalai Lama was threatened, and they took this stand despite the mounting challenge in terms of facing Chinese military. Tibetan took to the street and protest and call for the independence of Tibet. There was like three main call during the uprising: was China to end the occupation and long life His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So as of now, like, after 60 years occupation, what we are seeing here is China's expansion, and China's influence now has not limited to Tibet. And what we are now witnessing globally with China's the mishandling of coronavirus, which has now built such a disasters to the whole world, that international community is finally recognizing the true face of China. As we struggle for our freedom, as we fight against China, it is international community, including United States, to be blamed from the very beginning in terms of appeasement policy that they have developed over the years. But nevertheless, the international community is now recognizing the failed policy in terms of dealing with China, and we are seeing stronger voices coming from a global community. So this is a time to really deal China, not just for the Tibetans, Uyghurs, or Hong Kongers who are suffering under the occupation, but for our own democracy and rule of law and freedom and justice that is a threat happening because of China. Look at what is happening in Myanmar right now. The military coup happening, how China is backing it in United Nations. There are like voices in Burma right now protesting Chinese interference in the Burmese democracy. So what China actually wanted is a dictatorship, military rule, control not only in China but globally, which can be an ally for China. So it is a testing time for the global community to stand and protect our democracy and freedom, and stand with Tibetans and other people who are being oppressed by China.
It is one thing to stand up, at least verbally, or even like the US does, impose sanctions against specific entities or individuals, but does that change any policy? Claude, I know how difficult it's been for you to even get your 4 volumes out when you're talking about NEA archives, but this question that Matara raises, are there any concrete figures about demographic change in Tibet? Do you have anything on that? And I also wanted you to go on to talk about the dangers, not just from the border villages that we saw pictures of, but the announcements that have come out from the National People's Congress of investment of up to 29 billion in Tibet on infrastructure projects, on dams, which are next to Arunachal as well. If you want to take those two, Claude.
About the infrastructure project, also, it's a major concern for the government of India and for the people of India. Not only the dam, which has been confirmed now, it will be 3 times the size of the capacity of the Three Gorges Dam. Can you imagine 3 times the Three Gorges Dam, which was the biggest dam? And it's very close because the terminal of that hydropower project come a few kilometers from Bishing. Bishing is the last post in Upper Siang district of Arunachal Pradesh. So that's one thing. The other thing is the train which will link Sichuan to Tibet. That first part will be finished in July between Yingchi and Lhasa. But now they have said that in the 5-year plan that the other two sections, Ningxi, Yan and Yan Chengdu will also be taken. Moreover, that China is planning a new road between Xinjiang and Tibet. We have all heard about the Aksashin road that China built without asking India, and India took too many years to react. With the tragedy that we are living today is direct consequences of that Aksashin road. But they are doing another one which will link Xinjiang. It will be located more west, and it will the county of Gyaltsy in Tibet, and it will go eventually to Kerong, which is the border with Nepal, starting from the Xinjiang from the 318. So further, they are also mining in Aksashin. Now the Aksashin is an Indian territory, and it will be the largest zinc mine in China. So that's a very serious issue that India has to worry about. India has many things to worry about. And I was reading today morning that in Chinese press that China has been recruiting 3,800 Tibetan. They passed all the tests. I don't know how many out of these 3,800, including 750 ladies, how many will be taken in the PLA. But it's a very serious issue, because if one day we have Tibetan fighting on China's side against the Tibetan who are in the Tibetan army, the Special Frontier Force, who did so good for India, because on 29th of August, without the Tibetans, it was really the turning point in the Ladakh confrontation, and India could bargain some sort of beginning of a solution for at least for the Fingers area. So India should be grateful to this Tibetan fort, but I hope that one day we will not have Tibetan fighting against Tibetan. China is doing a lot of propaganda to coerce the Tibetan to join the PLA and giving them a lot of incentive. So that's also a very worrying
extremely
for the future.
I'll just get to the SFF, but do you have any answer in terms of broad figures of how much there has been a demographic change in China? I mean, are those even estimatable? If I can use that word that I can coin.
Dorjila can give maybe better than me, no?
Dorji, any idea in terms of the demographic change that the Chinese Communist Party has over the years changed in Tibet?
No, I mean, it's a very difficult to get a number on that, but certainly in terms of the gravity of situation, in terms of larger democratic number, there was a recent report in September 2019, which was authored by Adrian Zen, titled Xinjiang's Militarized Vocational Training System Comes into Tibet, which was co-authored by Inter-Parliamentary Alliance in China. So this report described about forced labor in Tibet. Over 500,000 Tibetans are being subjugated to a coercive labor with a forced indoctrination and military-style enforcement and harsh punishment. So you can see, in terms of the number of the forced labor being implemented, over 500,000. So those are something that are being that recently found. But in terms of overall democratic, we don't have. As a Tibetan, traditionally we consider Tibet has a 6 million Tibetan population.
Right.
And
Yeah, go on. We'll also try and play out some of the tweets which indicate the recognition that finally India officially gave to the SFF, the Frontier for Special Frontier Force, in which Tibetans who live in India are in the Indian Army, and Claude was talking about. But Claude, you wanted to say something else.
No, I just want to tell you my personal experience. I went only once to Tibet in 93, this long, 27 years ago. At that time, there was 15,000 Chinese shop in Lhasa and about 300 Tibetan shop. So you imagine in 27 years. And what is more, as I mentioned earlier, the worried for India is the situation on the border where Han will come and occupy, whether it's opposite Denshok in Ladakh or opposite Uttarakhand, Barawati and other places, Sumdo in Kinnaur, or in Kibutu in Lohit, or in Tsona. In Tsona, north of Tawang, where the first clash took place in 62. I could find the name of 9 of these villages. So these villages have come out of nowhere, including Lepo village, which is 2-3 kilometers north of Kenzimane, the border with India. So that's very, very worrying. And I agree with Setan when he said that it has changed the awareness of Tibet, especially in the last year, mainly due to the Wuhan virus, which opened the eyes of many in the West and in India. Yesterday, the government of India decided to ban most of the Chinese firm doing 5G and others. But also, all over the world, it has changed. It has changed because of the COVID, but also because of the Ladakh, which was on call for the attack on the points which were agreed. Like if you take Galhan, you take Pangong, and you take the hot spring Gota, it was if the Chinese map of 1962 given by Chou Enlai shows exactly this position. So there was no doubt about where LSE was. And they transgressed this, they changed, they wanted to change 1 or 2 kilometers just for their own sake of having a better position or like that. This is not acceptable. And the government of India, for the first time, has been firm, has refused. So that's where we are now. I think for the first time, China has got a message that India will be firm on this thing.
Claude RP talking about India giving China a message. Georgie, you wanted to closing comment before I end the show?
Yes. So as Claude has raised concern in terms of China's propaganda recently with Galwan incident as the military confrontation heated, China has again produced many propaganda in terms of Tibetans joining PLA. And of course, China has been always pushing on that. But what I can say based on my experience, my communication with Tibetan people inside Tibet who are, seeking refuge in India and across the world, Tibetan people inside Tibet after 60 years of occupation has continued to look up to His Holiness Dalai Lama and Tibetan exile government in terms of their loyalty. Why China's Sinicization has incentivized recently, especially focusing new generation Tibetans in school and monastery, is because they are fearful, and a lot of these resistance and uprisings are happening in monasteries by the Tibetan new generations. One example we can see, learn from the recent uprising in 2008, which happened 12 years ago. Before that uprising, there was a doubt in the international community what is happening in Tibet, what our Tibetan people are thinking as China spread the propaganda that Tibetan people has lost trust on His Holiness Dalai Lama, and they are loyal to the Chinese government and Chinese so-called the development and whatever they want to show outside. But the 2008 uprising has changed the landmark, historical landmark, and changed the resistance inside Tibet and globally, the way we look at thousands and thousands of Tibetans from hundreds of cities and town villages across Tibet rose up against the Chinese occupation. They brought up His Holiness picture. They really showed the desire of Tibetan people. Right now, Tibetan people are inside Tibet silence because of under gun. Every household, every monasteries, like, has Chinese agents, Chinese surveillance, and even with a simple statement or holding His Holiness Dalai Lama picture will lead you to prison. So what China is trying to project as Tibetans' loyalty towards Chinese government is completely false, and Tibetans continually ask for the global support. And for the last 60 years of occupation, we have been continuously fighting, and that's what we have been telling to the international community, to India, to United States. But it was unfortunate because how the international community has rejected our voice over the year and worked on this failed appeasement policy with China, which we are now paying the cost in terms of the coronavirus. For example, the China's mishandling is paying cost by everybody around the world with the death of their own people and the suffering. And this is a cost of what we are paying on a state dictatorship, totalitarian regime, which oppress citizen voice, which suppress the voice of their own citizen, of doctors, of scientists who had warned about this pandemic. And we are not yet there. It is time now. It is a wake-up call. Not only Tibetans, you can see now in East Turkestan, over 3 million people are behind the concentration camp. There's a genocide happening right now in 21st century. If we don't wake up right now, when we will? And it is no longer an issue of Tibet. It is no longer an issue of Hong Kong and East Turkestan. It is something that is now on your door, on your security, your family, your rights, your freedom. If we cherish democracy, rule of law that we practice in free and democracy here, we have to stand. And how we do that? We stand with people who have been resisting all this time for our freedom. No matter what, Tibetans continuously fight. We are fighting for our freedom. And we know that one day we will win freedom, because dictatorship, the military rule doesn't last long. Right now, even though Xi Jinping trying to show that he is powerful, deep down he's insecure. He is using this violence to show that he will continuously rule. But at the end, people resistance is much more bigger than that. That's why you are seeing resistance across China, everywhere, and Tibet.
Dorji Tsetan, taking your words there, it's a wake-up call, not just for Tibet, but for the world. China, an aggressive China, is at your door. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us, Dorji. And Claude RP, thank you for sharing years and years and decades of your experience and expertise as well with us on Strat News Global.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All our viewers as well, and those of you who have given us some comments on this show, do keep them coming. Send us your feedback. You can help us support our kind of journalism by going onto our website as well. Do follow our social media handles for the latest news and analysis of foreign policy and strategic affairs from an Indian perspective on Facebook or Instagram and Twitter handles. You've been watching Talking Point on Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Reddy.
Hello and welcome to Strat News Global, and welcome to The Gist, our signature show on foreign affairs and security. I'm Surya Gangadharan, and tonight our focus is on Tibet. Now, why is that so?
First of all, let me introduce my guest. He is Tenzin Lakshay, Director of the Tibet Policy Institute of the Central Tibetan Administration in Dharamshala. Welcome, sir. Good to have you.
Thank you so much, Surya.
And now let me tell you why we are focusing on Tibet. Now, a few days ago, China issued a white paper on Tibet. It's not a new development. They've been issuing white papers since the 1990s. And I'm told that this is the 15th white paper they've issued. So what is the provocation this time? For that, we need to understand just what was in the white paper. So let me quickly go through small graphics that we prepared for you. The white paper says that there have been historic changes in Tibet since the country was liberated in 1951. Liberation is their term for occupation. As you're aware, China invaded and occupied Tibet in 1951. They've talked about the complete victory over poverty. They say that traditional culture has been protected and further developed. They also say there's been remarkable progress, these are their words, remarkable progress in ethnic and religious work. And finally, they say Tibet is embarking on a new journey in the new era. So let's try and understand what they're trying to say here. So Tenzin, let me get back to my guest. What is the provocation for this latest white paper?
Surya, thank you so much for inviting me for this forum. So let me first tell you that this white paper, in fact, they call it 70 years and liberation development inside Tibet. Whatever they call it, right, it's not a liberation as such, as you rightly pointed out. It's an occupation. It's a brutal occupation in 1950, since from 1951. Right, the whole agreement was set up in a way that Tibetan delegation was forced to sign it. So it was not a legitimate one. And even though they call it a liberation, right, they use so much of forces. Chinese PLA armies coming into Tibet and then kill thousands of Tibetans. And then destroy Tibetan monasteries. We used to say that there are more than 6,000 monasteries destroyed. So is it called a liberation? So therefore, it's very difficult to say that whatever China projects in the white paper, so-called white paper for the last so many years, but this isn't a white paper, it's a black paper, right? That gives a wrong narration of the Tibetan history. Right, that shows a wrong narration of what exactly happens inside Tibet as of now under the Chinese occupation. So therefore, we simply reject what China says in the Council of Tibet.
Mm-hmm. But you mentioned earlier that there were 15 odd white papers they've issued. So where is the need to constantly come out with white papers? Does it, in a sense, reflect insecurity about their hold over Tibet, about public attitudes towards their control over Tibet?
Yes, Surya. To give you the straight answer, there's a fear growing inside the mindset of the Chinese hardliners, leaders. Even though they call it 70 years of liberation, but still, there is a grooming fear within the Chinese leader, thinking that there isn't any stabilities, right? Thinking that the Tibetan aspirations is going far away from the wishes, the political wishes of the Chinese government. So therefore, I believe that if China, right, is really going to what they want to say, then first thing they need to do is they need to look into the aspirations of the Tibetan people inside Tibet.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot do it on their own will, right, for their own goods, for their own safety, for their own stability. So if you look at past 70 years, whatever they have done, the number one priority is to fulfill their political need. Right? It is not to accommodate the aspirations of Tibetan people. That was not there. So therefore, there is a grievances, right? And so far, if you look at the international community, there is a growing number of sentiments. There is a growing number of solidarities for Tibet. So they want the China for consistently publishing the white paper on Tibet means that they want to impress upon the outside world that whatever they did inside Tibet is good for Tibetan people. So in fact, it is not. It contradicts, right? Whatever they say, it contradicts with whatever they are doing inside Tibet. That's the problem, I think.
Now, I find increasingly the Chinese are interested in this whole issue of the succession to the Dalai Lama. And, there's something odd about an officially atheist state showing interest in reincarnation, the golden urn and all that, So what is going on?
See, if you look at His Holiness statement of 2011, right, His Holiness has categorically mentioned about how the reincarnation has to be taking place. What are the traditions of the Tibetan reincarnation system? So therefore, if you look at China, right, since 1950s, right, the Mao Zedong and all the Chinese leaders, they whispers, right, by saying that religion is poison, religion is opium, right. So therefore, an atheist government, right, and now they believe that, right, being His Holiness is of a stature where everybody, right, both inside and outside Tibetan listen to, have a faith, right, and everybody listen to him, right. So therefore, they believe that the whole 70 years of Tibetan occupation still didn't work out very well because His Holiness is in India. So the tactic which they play around is if they have the authority for the next Dalai Lama, that means that they believe that everybody will go in the Chinese direction. Right, direction. So therefore, but they do it only for the political reason, not because having a sentiments for the religious belief, not because of their willful desire to propagate the Tibetan religious sentiments. But inside Tibet, if you look at Tibet right now, right, the religious sentiments are being crushed. Right. In reality, right, they want to wipe away the Tibetan aspirations. They want to wipe away the Tibetan cultures, traditions, everything. But they want to own the legitimacy of this incarnation thing, which is historically not deserving for China. So therefore, the religious sentiments or reincarnation thing, I think China, whatever they do, will doom to fail. It's going to doom to fail because what happened is they strictly do not look through the spiritual angle, spiritual traditions. And moreover, now, whatever they do is they want to create a kind of legacy by saying that the Tibetan tradition, the Buddhist tradition, is a Chinese characterizations. Never before they used to say the Tibetan tradition as a Chinese characterizations. Even in the white paper also they say that, right? To make Tibetan Buddhism as a China's characterization. So they try to rewrite the history. They try to rewrite the Tibetan Buddhist traditions. But in actual terms, they are doing not a favor, not to the Tibetan, not to the Chinese. Right. So it's a lie, blatant lie.
Then just explain to me, the Dalai Lama, the whole issue of reincarnation starts only after the Dalai Lama passes away. So has the Dalai Lama given any indication as to who his successor is or where the successor will come from? Any indication at all?
Yes. His Holiness, over a number of times, His Holiness says that if the present situation inside Tibet remains same, he will no longer be born in Tibet. He will not be born in Tibet. Right. So the situation inside Tibet is still very critical. Right. If you look at the religious side, if you look at the spiritual, if you look at culture, it's still not in favor of the Tibetan people. Right. It is still dark. So until the Tibetan issue resolves, right, His Holiness will not be born in Tibet under the Chinese occupation. But His Holiness categorically mentioned that if you look at 2011 remarks statement by His Holiness says when His Holiness becomes 90 years old, then His Holiness will be much more clear in giving instructions about what should be done. Right.
Okay.
So therefore, it's purely a spiritual matter, and we are talking about His Holiness reincarnation. So it matters only with His Holiness. His Holiness alone has the legitimate right to tell where he should be born, right, and when he should be born, right. So therefore, it is not up to the Chinese government. It's not up to us by saying that His Holiness won't be here, here, here. So it's a matter of His Holiness, right, alone, and His Holiness office, right. So the legitimate right for reincarnation of His Holiness goes only to His Holiness.
So what if China tomorrow says this child is the reincarnation of the Dalai Lama, and the Chinese government recognizes him? What happens then?
So this is not the first time they've been doing that. They did with Panchen Lama, right? Panchen Lama, when the 10th one passed away mysteriously, right? There were lots of theories about it, but still, when he passed away, the new one, right? When His Holiness recognized that one, soon after that, the Panchen Lama disappeared in 1995. Right now, he's an adult. Right, since when he was 6 years old, he disappeared with his parents. Nobody knows, even the UN. Right, even the world communities. Even though we put so much efforts in finding whether he's alive or not, but he's not. Still now, we couldn't know. Right, so therefore now they have appointed their own Panchen Lama. Right, and occasionally he visits Tibet when China needs him to visit Tibet, to show to the world that everything is fine, beautiful, good, happening inside Tibet. But look at the sentiments of the Tibetan. Whether the majority of the Tibetans believe in him or not, it's very difficult to say. Still, if you look at inside Tibet, still you will not find even a portrait of the Chinese appointed Panchen Lama. Right. If the Tibetan people inside Tibet have a full faith on the Chinese appointed Panchen Lama, right, they could have easily put the portrait of him as a mark of respect to the spiritual leader. But nowhere you will find that one. So that means that people do not believe in what the Chinese government has done. So same thing in the future, right? Even though, China play a trick in appointing their own Dalai Lama, but the faith of the people will not be there. So if there is absence of faith among the Tibetan people, will it serve their purpose, a political purpose? No, it will not.
Good point.
Right, because what happens is the whole purpose is not about the sentiments, religious sentiments. It's about the political objectivity, right? So if they want to appoint somebody, it need to fulfill the objective, right? Political objective. But in the future, if they don't believe in what His Holiness says, they don't go in the line what His Holiness says, they criticize him. At one time, he was being labeled as a demon, right? But now they are so eager to recognize him. So it's very contradictory of their behavior, but they need to do it for their own political thing. So if China appoints His Holiness in the future, I don't think the majority of the Tibetan people, not just Tibetan, right, all Buddhist communities who believe in the Tibetan Buddhism will not accept it. And that will hinder their own political objectivity. Rather, I would suggest that if the Chinese leaders are wise enough, they need to listen to what His Holiness says. They need to complement. They need to complement what His Holiness says. That will give a much more leverage for China. But they are opposite to that. Right. So
now,
it's very difficult.
I'd like to come to the issue of the Tibetan diaspora. Now, we know the largest number of Tibetans are still in India. For how long, I don't know. But currently, the largest number of Tibetans to be found anywhere in the world is in India. Now, as the Tibetan population in other parts of the world increases, I presume due to people migrating from here to other parts of the world, could we see a shift in how Tibet is viewed? Could there be less of that ambiguity which characterizes India's dealing with Tibet?
See, what we believe as a Tibetan, right? Because see, first thing is normally I jokingly says that Tibetans are nomadic people. They go for greener pastures wherever they. So, but in a way, Tibetan people, when they are scattered to different countries, more than 30 different countries, right? And it gives a kind of I think, more power for the Tibetans to raise the Tibetan issue in the international forum, first thing, right? And Tibet issue is not an issue of Tibet alone. It's an international issue. It's the longest surviving issue, right, in the world. It's a struggle. It's been more than 60 years, right? In front of our eyes, we see new nations coming up, but we struggle still now. We are still striving. We are still resilient. So therefore, even though the Tibetans are scattered over the world, but they became a representative of the Tibetan in their own respective host countries, right? Our voice must be connected to all over the world, right? So therefore, but I would remind that still India has the largest Tibetan community, right? So normally I used to say that we need to look from the different perspectives, because after the Chinese occupation of Tibet, India, right, as the India face direct problems, direct consequences. So therefore, it's our common objective. It's our common cause. So therefore, we need to understand, we need to galvanize our solidarities on the cause of Tibet, not by thinking that it is just for the sympathy's sake. Right, it should be have a action-oriented, right, support in India, not just for the sake of Tibetan, but for India's own goodwill, India's own security issues. Right, you see that very well over the last couple of years, how India faced different problems on the borders. So there are
the younger lot of Tibetans, Tenzin, younger Tibetan young people, do they share the Dalai Lama's thing about middle way, peaceful, and all that stuff, or are they in favor of more militant forms of opposition to China's rule?
See, Surya, since we are brought up in a democratic system, right, we have a liberty of having a freedom of expressions, thoughts. So even among the young Tibetans, right, they are different. Some of them, they align to the CTA's policy of middle way, and some they are more towards the independence, because what we feel is that historically Tibet was independent, right? Whatever China says in the white paper, right, is kind of rewriting the history of Tibet for their own favor. But in fact, right, Tibet was independent, right, and it's a well-known fact. So therefore, there are young people who are somewhat desperate because it's a long struggle, right? And China was not willful enough. They don't have political will to resolve the issue. So they want to impress upon by saying that we can earn what we deserve. That is the freedom. That is the independence, right? So as we used to say in the Indian freedom struggle, Swaraj is my birthright. I shall have it. Right. So therefore, even among the young Tibetans, there is a narration. There is a perceptions of longing for independent Tibet. But somehow the CTA's policy is a middle way policy, right? As His Holiness rightly says, we live in a global heart. We are all interdependent, right? So we can, rather than being an independent, forget about the past. Past, we were independent, but in the future, right? In the future, we can be, I would say productive. Even among the India-China relations, we can be a bridge. We can remain not just as a buffer, but as a bridge, because we have the traditions, the Buddhist traditions, which are very much preserved, right? So therefore, it can help, right? Both China, Tibet, the global communities, right? If we try to make a dialogue with China on the middle way policy, it's a win-win solution. But somehow Chinese government lack the political will to resolve the issue. They still put the hardline policies on Tibet, and they only knows how to repress and oppress. That's the problem.
Okay. Last question, Tenzin. I would like you to spell out exactly what changes you would like in India's policy towards Tibet. What is it that you would like this government to do? Can you spell it out, please? Exactly what you would like us to do?
See, Surya, there are many things which we wishes for, but somehow we are very grateful to the Indian government and the Indian public for supporting us, right? Through humanitarian works, but somehow I feel that India or Indian government need to look from the different perspectives by thinking that this is not about the sympathy or emotions. This is about the reality. This is about the rational way of helping Tibet to help India, right? It's not just about helping Tibet, right? But it's about helping India. So they need to look from the different perspective of how to support Tibet. And also, I believe that the Indian leaders, the politicians, right? And of course the masses, right? They need to be aware of what's happening inside Tibet.
Yeah.
Right. Though there is a growing sympathy among Tibetan, but they don't exactly know what is what's going on inside Tibet. And I would understand about the mass, but even among the strategic communities, there's a lack of understanding on Tibet. Right. And therefore, what I felt is there should be more Tibetan studies program in the Indian universities. One thing, right? And they should be more vocal about helping the Tibetan issues, right? For the sake of India's need also. So there are many practical ways to help Tibet, right? In a more kind of I would say that even if it's very difficult for Indian government to challenge China, but we are not asking India to confront China.
Yeah.
Right. The whole middle way is not about confronting. It's about dialogue. It's about accommodations. So therefore, it'll be very easy for India to look into those scopes and build upon their own solidarities for the Tibetan issue.
So, Tenzin Lakshay, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Clearly, there are no easy way forward, given the manner in which China continues to preserve its its repressive hold over Tibet, and their constant meddling in matters of religion, when Mao himself has said that religion is poison. So clearly there are many contradictions there. India's policy too needs to be finessed even more, possibly with something far more proactive in terms of doing something for Tibet and the Tibetans here in this country. Tenzin Lakshay, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And clearly, this is not the first conversation we'll have on this. There'll be many more instances and issues coming up. Thank you very much. Pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much, Surya. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Pleasure meeting.
So that's all we have for you now on The Gist. Continue to track us on Instagram, on other social media. Bring us your comments, observations. We'll be glad to answer them whenever we can. And keep following us on our website, statnewsglobal.com. Looking forward to meeting you guys again. Keep watching.
Hello and welcome to Strat News Global. I'm Parul Chandra, and with me today is Tibetan leader Dolma Gyari. Ms. Gyari has been a 4-time Member of Parliament of the Tibetan government in exile, formerly known as the Central Tibetan Administration. She's also been Home Minister of the CTA, and now she's thrown her hat in the ring to contest for the post of the Sikyong, or the Prime Minister of the Tibetan government in exile. She's here to talk to us today about her expectations from the international community as well as the Indian government on the issue of Tibet. Welcome to Strat News Global, Dolma. Pleasure having you with us. Let me begin by asking you, what are your views on the current standoff between Indian and Chinese troops in eastern Ladakh, especially because you have in the past said that it's about time that India recognized the India-Tibet border?
Absolutely. Parul, first of all, thank you so much for having me today with you. And I am happy that, we are speaking about Tibet. Now coming to your question, I would say what we are seeing today is nothing new. It is just a repetition of what happened in 1962 and a year or two before 1962. I believe it is just a repetition of that. And yes, it is a sign of China's expansionist policies. And more than that, I also believe that it is China's way of pushing itself as the big brother in this part of the world. But I think China has got in with a huge shock or a surprise this time, I think. And yes, the time now, I believe, has come where India, with such a strong government today here, and the mood of the whole nation, I think, is ready for it, that India is taking a very strong position and not, taking any nonsense of the communist leadership of China, making its position very clear. And also, I think India has come out very strongly in the world today as being a nation who cares for its people and cares for the army who's risking its life for the sovereignty and integrity and the territorial jurisdiction of the nation. So it values human life. It has stood with its Jawans, the kind of honor that this government has given to the sacrifice of our Jawans. I think it's absolutely a great time. And now I think there is a hope for Tibet.
What kind of hope is there for Tibet? Are your expectations from the Indian government now greater?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe for the security of India, it's paramount that the Tibetan matter has to be looked into by the government of India. And also it gives me personally and many, many Tibetans across the globe hope because we believe that India now is in a position to stand on dharma, on truth. The truth of the fact that the Sino-India border is a myth. The reality is Bharat-Tibet Sima. So once we come to recognize the border as such, then I think India will find a long-lasting solution to the problems that are being faced and also make way for the Tibetans to be able to return back to their country under the leadership of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I believe so.
But don't you see a kind of dichotomy in India's approach on Tibet? You see where on occasions we've taken a strong stand, but at other times we've been far more cautious. And in fact, you have been quoted as saying that it's about time that India shed its cautious approach on Tibet. What exactly do you mean when you said that?
Yes. Parul, see, I meant every word what I speak, and today also I would like to repeat myself here that India really now has been too overcautious with China. And China knows that the Dalai Lama, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Tibetan government in exile, or the Central Tibetan administration in exile being in India, they know that India has a great card to play. Though the government of India has been very, very humanly, I would say, is very nice and have never been taking care of the Tibetans on humanitarian grounds and have never really looked at using the Tibetan card. In fact, has been more cautious, and not only not using the Tibetan card, if I may use the word, but even making sure that it is seen to the conveying to the Chinese that, see, we are not using it. But that's not helping.
You want India to abandon its cautious approach on Tibet. What exactly do you want India to do? Do you want India to start speaking up on behalf of Tibet? Do you want India to, as you have said in the past, say that Tibet is an occupied territory?
I think the first step should be to recognize the truth of the fact that India and Tibet are neighbors, and today India must really come out and speak the truth that they know the fact that Tibet and China are two different nations, and today Tibet is an occupied nation under the illegal occupation of People's Republic of China.
But are you not being a bit too hopeful that India will actually abandon its cautious approach in China and say something like this in public?
Well, I think not just in public, but that should become the policy of the government of India, I believe. If I was in the South Bloc, this is the first thing I'll do, because, see, India has spent the last over 60 years trying to deal with the Chinese over the border matter, and we all know where we stand today. And even if, believe me, Parul, even if today you are able to get the Chinese to come on a table, sign with you, whatever you want, they will not stand by it. The trust is not there. Even after signing such things, India will still have to continue to be careful and watchful. So why do you want to give this to your next generations that are to come up? And why spend and waste so much money, your time, energy, everything there? So therefore, one solution is, the border has been demarcated, the border has been always clear, and that was between Tibet and India. And for that, you have to recognize the fact that Tibet was an independent nation at the time of the Simla Convention or any agreement that may have come between our two nations.
Yeah, but
so that makes me hopeful, because that's the only lasting solution for India.
But this would mean for India to abandon its stated policy of one China. It's not going to be easy for India. And what you're suggesting is something rather radical.
Not really, I think, if we look at a larger picture, because, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, His Holiness's proposal, and which is the official line of the Tibetan administration today, is to find a way to live with the People's Republic of China. We're not asking for a separation. In fact, the Tibetan administration has expressed in a written memorandum to the People's Republic of China that we are ready to live within the framework of the Chinese constitution, meaning thereby that the sovereignty of the PRC is not threatened. So here I think is a win-win situation for all three countries. First, to solve the border issue, we have to accept that Tibet is an occupied nation. Once Tibet is declared as an occupied nation, India's boundary goes back to what it shared with Tibet. And then to come to that, Tibet has to be also made a party to a discussion. His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the legitimate Tibetan representative administration has to be also made a party. So we come up from where we left in Simla. So here we are also, China is fine because we are not asking for separation. We are ready to talk. I feel that India can play a very big role if India adopts this fact officially that Tibet today is an occupied nation. But it is again not going against this one China policy in some ways. But anyway, the one China policy I think is a huge bogus. But still, Tibet, the leadership today is ready to accept through negotiation what we call the middle way approach.
Okay, but isn't there some kind of contradiction in what you say? You say that you believe in the middle way approach, which is of course autonomy for Tibet within the Chinese framework.
Absolutely.
At the same time, you want India to recognize Tibet as an occupied territory. And if I'm not mistaken, you're also suggesting that India should be part of the talks that the Tibetan leadership will have with the Chinese leadership on autonomy for Tibet.
Absolutely. This is how I see. You know, we see Tibet lost her independence, actually, I would say. The ultimate was when we were forced to sign an agreement called the 17-point agreement with the People's Republic of China, which the International Commission of Jurists has also opined is not valid or binding any longer. So Tibet returns back to its pre-1951, or meaning pre-legal status of Tibet as before the arrival of the People's Republic of China on the Tibetan soil. So now I'll just come directly to your thing, you know. See, for India, what is important is the historical fact. The historical fact, because where does India get the legitimacy, I would say legitimacy as regard the borders, is what you have demarcated, come to an agreement with your neighbor. And who was your neighbor? Tibet was your neighbor in this context. India has a moral and also bound by international law to actually respect, and the 1914 agreement is binding on India. India should and also appeal, request the government of India to have a reconsideration. Do we want a lasting peaceful solution? Is war the solution? No. If we want a lasting solution, it has to be through dialogue. And see, whenever we talk about the LAC, we talk about 1993 LAC. God knows where that LAC 1993 is. Because I know many cases where, first-hand places where 93 wala LAC is not there on the ground. We all know that. I have been to all those areas that we talk about today. To Chushul, I've been there, I've been to Pogong Lake. Because I wanted to always know my country from a closer look, to have a peep there. So what I would say is, if we really want to have a lasting solution, the Tibet has to be taken into consideration. And this is the only way out, I feel. War is not the solution. And also for the Tibetans, no, the middle way approach is the best approach. But I do not believe in passive middle way. Middle way doesn't mean that we just wait, we make a proposal and wait till China comes to us, because China is very, very, very mischievous. Very mischievous. Just now when they're trying to engage you in talks, whenever their prime minister, somebody is coming, or even when the defense minister was meeting their defense minister, here they didn't stop. They kept on, in fact, doing whatever best they could. Similarly, in the case of Tibet also, when we had a dialogue time with China from 2001 to around 2010 or 11, we did we were also engaged in a dialogue with
Yes,
People's
but
Republic
what
of China.
happened to the dialogue? It just it's fizzled out, and last 1 decade there has been no dialogue with the Chinese.
Yes, and
are you going to resume it if you become secure?
Absolutely, dialogue is the way out. Middle way approach is the way out. But I believe that a negotiation, a lasting solution can only happen when there's a political will from both sides. And also, there must be reason enough for both sides to want to have a lasting solution. So therefore, I believe that the Tibetans also, we lost a lot. As much as I talk to you how I feel that India is losing out, I feel that even in our case, with my due respect to all our leaderships, I would say that we lost also. My own brother, Mr. Lodi Geri, he was in fact leading the Tibetan side of the delegation talks with Mr. Kelsang Gyaltsen. But what happened, I think, is while we were engaged with the Chinese, very sincerely, our then, Kalin Tripa, the head of the Tibetan cabinet, one of the best leader that we have had so far, he in fact was very sincere in his approach to middle way, that he even, even appealed to the Tibetan people to maintain a conducive atmosphere for the dialogues. Now, what I see now is that during the time when we Tibetans were very sincere in our commitment to find a solution through dialogue and trying to be as much as possible good boy, good girls, China was very notoriously doing whatever best they could to put their influence further inside the Tibetan areas and came out with the worst law anybody could ever imagine. A communist country coming out was a law of recognizing living Buddhas. And they did that in 2007 while we were in dialogue with them. And people inside Tibet, if we were not in dialogue, would have died in protest against this. But they managed to get that out because we were being the good boy, good girls. And it was in 2008, finally, people thought inside Tibet, no, we cannot take it any longer. They sort of lost trust on the Chinese dialogue process. And then we had this huge demonstration. And once the dialogue stopped, then the self-immolation inside Tibet started. In 2009 was the first self-immolation inside Tibet by Tape, a monk of Kirti Monastery. It happened in 2009. So when we were the good boys, good girls, they came up with all these things what they would not have ordinarily been able to do. So therefore, even if we engaged, of course, I welcome dialogue. Absolutely, I believe that non-violence and dialogue is the only way out. But that doesn't mean being passive. That doesn't mean being submissive. If you are to get the best deal for your people, we have to be alert. And so we also have learned, I mean, it's not just the government of India that I would say you wasted so much time. I think it's time for all of us, for India, Tibet, both to relook together. And for Tibet, yes, international support is important. What the Americans are saying, doing is important. What Europe is saying, doing is important. Similarly, Africa, Asian countries. But most crucial is India. So I would think that we have to start from our base, that is India, and then expand it to the rest of the world, where we must really understand what is one China policy actually. Not many of us know actually what they mean. And I always remember a very dear, I would not say friend, but somebody I knew very closely, respected, Sushma Swaraj, who's no longer with us. But like, if China wants India to recognize or acknowledge their one China policy, what about China then? You know, then China should also respect One India policy? Is it doing it? What about Arunachal, Ladakh, Sikkim? So therefore, I think really I believe we are entering, and we have rather entered such a time in our history. Such a time opportunity will not come for India again for another long time. If you this time give in, then for another 50 years, reputation from 62 till now.
On that note, thank you so much, Dolma, for being on Stat News Global and sharing your insights on Tibet with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Stat News Global. I'm Surya Gangadharan. In Books Corner, I have with me Claude Arpi, who's written a seminal work, the 4th volume of his Tibet series. And we're going to talk to him not only in the context of Tibet, but also in the context of what's going on in eastern Ladakh in the past few months. Mr. Arpi, thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you to you.
Mr. Arpi, this is the 4th volume of your series on Tibet. And where did you get onto a research of this kind?
You see, I'm following what's happening in China, and I see that China is so good at propaganda that they just change the history. And I spent 4 or 5 years of my life, last 4 or 5 years, doing this research in National Archive, in the Nehru Memorial Library, and other places, because I wanted to put on record that what the Chinese propaganda says about Tibet today, it is not true, and it has not always been like that. And Tibet and India had a very deep relation since centuries, actually. And the entire Himalayan belt had this relation. So I wanted to put this on record. And not on, you see, very often you find books written by Americans about the CIA role in Tibet and like that. But you never find anything written about the relation between India. One of the reasons is that the archives are closed and it's very difficult of access. But it's what I wanted to put. So I did that so that it keeps on record the close relation, art relation between Tibet and India.
You mentioned that parts of the archives are closed to your research. Was there any reason why the MEA gave you that? MEA shuts those doors?
That's a very complicated issue, but basically the MEA should have a historical division. Till the 1990s, there was an historical division. Every Ministry of Foreign Affairs or External Affairs in the world has a historical division. When you have an issue in Depsang or in Galwan, you know, the person who is responsible for the relation with China, he will not know the historical background. So he has to refer to that historical division. Now, for some reason, because people say that some of the officers, they believe they know everything, which is not always the case. You have to refer to some professionals which are outside the ministry, but part of the ministry as a division. Now, that's the basic thing. And the second problem is also that the Ministry of External Affairs do not transfer the files to the National Archive of India. By law, they have to, after 25 years, it's compulsory to transfer this file. It's not done because mainly they don't have the personnel. They would have to take outside people to do that job of historian. It's basically a job of historian, and they are diplomats. It's 2 different jobs. So as a result, I didn't get all the file that I wanted. Mainly between 1960 and 62 were 2 very crucial years because it's just before the war, the border war with China. So I tried to reconstitute as much as I could, but maybe I have not done fully what I was wanting to do.
Now, I've gone through your book. The impression one gets is that India perhaps did not put up the kind of
diplomatic fight, perhaps a political fight, perhaps, to retain its position in Tibet. Would you agree with this? Is this what you're trying to say?
I 200% agree with this. I mean, we are all aware of that letter of Sardar Patel on the November 7, 1950, just 1 month after the invasion of Eastern Tibet. And in that letter, Sardar Patel, in 4 pages, detailed the implication for India. It was not only the implication for Dalai Lama, the Tibetan people, the Tibet as a nation, but the implication for the frontiers of India. And what we see today in Eastern Ladakh is just a consequence. Though the operation in Eastern Ladakh are more with Xinjiang than Tibet, but it's a consequence of that policy. And it's very unfortunate. And in 1954, again, there was a 4 months negotiation for the Panchil, and India gave away all the advantages and all India had a consulate general. India had three Indian trade agency, ITAs, one in Yatong in Chombi Valley, very close to Sikkim, one in Gyaltsen in central Tibet, and one in Gartok, which was very important, which is in western Tibet, in Nari province of Tibet, and which was dealing and monitoring all the trade between the Himalayan region and Tibet. And that trade provided livelihood to the entire, what is Garhwal, what is Uttarakhand today, Kinnaur, Spiti, Ladakh. Everyone would live of this trade. And suddenly, once the 1954 agreement was signed, China progressively started closing down this border and cutting the livelihood of the people of this Himalayan region, which is a tragedy.
Realistically, what is it that India could have done? We were a newborn country, militarily no position to take on China. Perhaps that was a realization with Nehru. Do you think that was the reason?
You see, the British, they were good strategists. To build an empire, you have to be good strategists. Just before they left, a few months before, they prepared a note how to defend Tibet. They drew a line, Chamdo, Lhasa, and Western Tibet. And they said, either if the Russians or the Chinese cross that line, we will have to intervene militarily. So there was a lot of discussion, mainly in the air headquarters, how many squadron you would require. Some people said 3 squadrons will be enough to defend Tibet, some 7. Now, India became independent and became pacifist, idealist, romantic, and said that we should be friends with everybody, and China and India had the same history of colonialism, so we should be friends. So it's totally change of mindset. But at the same time, some of the officers, Indian officers posted in Tibet, like Mr. Sumul Sinha, who was the head of the mission till 1950. Till 52, sorry, and Harishwar Dayal, who was the political officer in Sikkim, suggested that if the Chinese invade Tibet, let's take Chombi Valley and force them to negotiate. So that was one possibility. Of course, it was rejected absolutely by the government of that time, and but it was certainly one of the possibility. And another one that I should mention, that General Natu Singh, who was Army Commander, Eastern Command, who was very bright and who would speak very frankly, including to the Prime Minister, wrote, "Give me a brigade. I will defend Tibet, and I will stop their advance." But it was a political choice. And it happened now, it's very difficult to undo the political choice which has been done in the past.
Tell me about Kailash Mansarovar. Given the historic and traditional links with Ladakh, is there a case for saying that Kailash Mansarovar actually belongs to us? I mean, is that tenable?
No, there was a small village called Minsar, which belonged to Ladakh, to the Maharaja of GNK. And still today on paper, that villages, that small enclave, the use of this enclave was to collect revenue to pay for the butter lamps and all the offerings for the pilgrims going to Kailash Mansarovar. But you see, the government of India at that time said, we are not colonialists, we don't want any foreign enclave in other countries. So once they had accepted that Tibet was no more independent country, suddenly they said, we don't want to interfere with Minsar, because it could be compared to Goa, for example, which was a Portuguese enclave, or Pondicherry, a French enclave. So at that time, they thought, let's drop Minsar. And I want to mention also that the Bhutanese had 8 enclaves in Tibet around the Kailash. And one, Darchen, is a very important town, was the base camp for the Kailash Parikrama. And still it's on paper. And I think the Bhutanese once or twice asked the Chinese diplomats about it, but they don't want to hear about it. But it's still on paper. It belongs to Bhutan or Minsar to India.
So can it be used as some kind of diplomatic leverage against China, or we foreclose that option?
I think it can be used, but the issue is how you will manage this place, which is very far away. If you don't have, you see, today it's very difficult to go to Tibet. Apart from the 3 trade ports in Liput, Klek, Chipkila, and Natula, which are open only for the local population and for a restricted amount of time. And when they go to Tibet, they stay a few hours and come back. Otherwise, a normal Indian citizen cannot go to Tibet. You have to remember that before the 1954 Panchil, so-called Panchil agreement, Indian could travel to Kailash Mansarovar without a visa, without any papers. And it's what India lost. When in 1950, when India did not intervene and put its foot down to the invasion of Tibet, India lost so many things like that. Any Indian could go. Now you have a very complicated Kailash Yatra, which is organized by MEA. I mean, complicated in the sense that only a few hundred people can go every year. This year it's cancelled again. In 2017, during Doklam, it was cancelled. So India has lost this and has lost the entire trade. China is speaking about the Silk Roads. Is speaking about CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. But what about the hundreds of corridors between the Himalayan region and Tibet? Demchok is closed. From Demchok in the west to Kibutu in the east, everything is closed. Once in a while, you have this BPM, this border post meeting, but it's just for India's independence or China's Republic Day on October 1st. But there is no more people-to-people contact. So it's what India lost. So when China speak about having Silk Roads, what about these, which are the original Silk Roads? This is gone.
So what would you say is missing in India's Tibet policy? What is that big gap that you see?
I think so many things are missing. And what was wrong in 2018 when the government asked each and every official from the government, including the army, including the corps, which is based in Yol, they were not allowed to meet the Dalai Lama. That is wrong, because since 1959, Dalai Lama was not allowed to do politics, but he was allowed to meet anybody he wants. That was wrong. What is missing today is coordination. You know, I think India needs a coordinator for Tibet affairs and for Himalayan affairs. And this coordination should come only from the PMO. Because if you have only the Home Ministry he will deal only with visa restriction and all this. If you have someone from the MEA, he will deal only with the diplomatic. He will be even more shy to take a bold decision. So same thing if you take from MOD, that person will see only from MO point of view for military operation. You need someone who can coordinate with Dharamsala, the policy. And Dharamsala also has to speak out what's our policy vis-à-vis India and vis-à-vis the borders. Now the middle pass approach of the Central Tibetan administration unfortunately do not take into account the borders of India, because in that middle pass approach, the foreign affairs and the defense are with China. China will not agree, but suppose they would agree, it doesn't solve the India's problem on the border, because the defense and foreign affairs, the border comes under defense and foreign affairs. So that will not solve. So I think India should have discussion with the Tibetan. Very soon there'll be a new president in Dharamsala. What Tibet wants, what the Tibetan wants. But you have to realize that whatever happens in India, people in Tibet will know. When these operations south of Pangong Lake took place, I think the entire population in Tibet got to know what has happened and what role the Tibetan. And they can see that the Tibetans are genuinely with India by art, by culture, by civilization. Even if you take the Tibetan scripts, it's derived from a Gupta script. Yeah. So their religion derived from the Nalanda tradition. So Tibetan are much closer to India than to China. And whatever happened in India, it has consequences. That's why Mr. Xi Jinping is so nervous that last month he conveyed that big 7 Tibet work forum, and there was 250 or 300 officials, the top official, including the member of the Central Military Commission, the member of the Politburo, all the top provincial leaders, and very few Tibetans, no Lama. But they are nervous of what's happening on the border. They are speaking of stabilization of the border. Every 2 words they speak about stabilization of the border. So I think it's one thing that India should look into, because their border is not stable because of the Tibetan factor. I don't call it card. Card is not a nice name, but there's a Tibetan factor, and there's a closeness between India and Tibet.
How would you say we've used this Tibet factor, as you put it? Have we used it at all?
I think very in a confused manner, in different. I think India, the government should think, and at the highest level, saying, to have a Tibet policy, a coherent and coordinated Tibet policy. Coordination is the key. Otherwise, one ministry will do one thing and another ministry will do another thing. So I think it has to come from the top and from the PMO, and it should be closely linked with the Himalayan regions also, which are some of these regions, like Ladakh is a Buddhist region, and also Tawang and some other area in Arunachal, in Upper Subansari or Upper Siang, Spiti, Kinnaur in Himachal. So the policy should be coordinated. They should not be just ad hoc and just doing something because something else happened. No? There's never been a coordination.
Yeah. I mean, the question here is, would that violate the agreement India has made that Tibet is a part of China, you know? I mean, does it in any way shake that, since we are so rule bound, so legally bound?
Yeah, in one way it will be, it will shake a little bit the one China policy, but China is checking whatever they want from India. I mean, when they enter things that they have, officially they never given their maps, In 2003, they showed the maps. For 20 minutes, they withdrew the maps. But it was more or less an agreement that the LAC is there, or in some places there's two perceptions. So there's a gap in between, and this gap will be patrolled by both parties. But they go back to their agreement. That's the main issue. Vis-à-vis Tibet, they've gone back on the 1951 agreement, the 17 points agreement. They had told the Dalai Lama, you keep, nothing will change for the internal autonomy of Tibet. We will just look after your defense. They didn't follow what they promised. Same thing in 1954. In 1958, they had an agreement with Bharati. You know what is strange? That it's not strange, but it is China's way of doing things. They signed in April 29, 1954, the Panchshil agreement. 1.5 months later, they enter into Bharati. And if you look at border issues, the border is defined by a watershed. Now, the watershed is absolutely clear in that area of Bharati. It's Tunjumla. The pass is called Tunjumla. South of Tunjumla is India, north is Tibet. But 2 months, less than 2 months after 54 agreement, they start entering and say it's our territory, not acknowledging that the fact to define a border is the watershed. What do you do? So in 58, again, there was a long negotiation for the Bharati. And they had agreed that both parties had agreed. India wanted to do a gesture because it was the first time that the border was negotiated. They said both parties, you can patrol without arms.
Yeah.
Next year they bring weapons.
Yeah.
You do. So it's a long history of breaking promises, breaking agreement. I'm not speaking about more recent, 93, 96, 2005. They agree the guidelines to solve the border issue. They said the inhabited area will not be changed. So India understood very clearly that they will not claim Tawang. 2-3 months later, they start again claiming Tawang. So it's difficult to deal with. And we know about the 5 rounds of talks at the corps commander level. They say something, and that's a difficult issue. I don't know what is the solution to.
No, what does it tell you about India, the way we negotiate, perhaps our inability to gauge what the Chinese are thinking or doing or plan to do, that we don't read the Chinese properly?
I think in India, in the past, I think it's much better. I think, for example, the minister, Dr. Jaishankar, and can read better. In the 50s and 60s, nobody could read. They would read China with their own mindset.
Yeah.
There is that story when Mr. A.P. Venkateshwaran was the ambassador in China in the early 80s. The Politburo Chinese Communist Party was very fond of having movies. So the Indian embassy was lending movies to them. So one day they give Gandhi, the movie on Gandhi.
Yeah.
And they return it after 1 week. And Venkateshwaran asked the person, the official who returned it, how did the Politburo like it? It's very nice. They said, but what is this non-violence? See, you speak 2 languages. I think now among the youngsters, I think especially in the army, many officers are interested by China. There's not enough who are learning China, but unless you understand China, to learn the language and something I've not done, but you can't understand who you're facing, and it ends up badly.
So last question, in the current standoff in Eastern Ladakh, does that tell you that India is now prepared to make that jump from, a rather passive and very subdued kind of attitude towards China to something a little more assertive?
I think so. I think it has opened many things are going to change. It will take some time, but you see the way the people think, it takes time to change. But something, for example, very clear, for example, the negotiation have been held at the 3 levels. Against when Dr. Jaishankar met Wang Yi in Moscow, in the 5-point dimension, the main negotiation held by the army, by the corps commander and his counterpart, with only a major general. It's held at the SR level, the special representative, NSA, Mr. Doval, and his counterpart, Wang Yi again, and also at the Joint Secretary level, the Joint Secretary East Asia. So that is a change. If you look at the 50s, 60s, the Ministry of External Affairs would have a monopoly on this type of negotiation. There's no, what is wrong in this, that the Ministry of External Affairs cannot have the knowledge of the border that the army commander has. The present corps commander has been DGMO, DGMI, the Director General of Military Operation and Military Intelligence. You know each and every corner. They know the strategic that if you change 100 meters the LAC or the perception of the LAC, it will have huge implication for infrastructure you make. So this knowledge has not been with the Ministry of External Affairs because it's not their role. So in 1954, the big blunder was that they did not involve at all anybody from the defense side or even from the security side. So today, that's a huge progress already. So and India started also to retaliating in different ways. Okay, you do this to us on the border, TikTok finish, and hopefully 5G and all will follow. So they will slowly understand. Unfortunately, I don't know why China is like that, but they understand only this type of language. And nobody wants a war, but you have to. If India remains firm, I think Mr. Xi Jinping will have a lot of problems within his own party, and he will be questioned. Now, next month, the 5th plenary will take place. They're supposed to discuss economic issues, but I'm sure they will ask him, why did you go in that thing? What you were planning to get? What are we benefiting? Even if they are hiding to their own people the truth, that it will be asked in the party. So I think India should hold very firm, even if it takes time. It will take time. It will not be a lot of resource, a lot of energy. We'll have to go into it, but India should hold firm. And Tibet, if it's not a card, at least it's a very important factor. So this, with a better coordination with Dharamsala, and something could change.
Anything else planned on Tibet, Mr. Arpi? Any other book?
I've written 4, so I don't know. Now I'm concentrating. I'm working on the border issue and the history of the border because not much has been written, and I've written too much on Tibet. And no, but I was very gratified to have been able to put it on records that the very close relation between Tibet and India. Because now we call it China-India border, but it has been for centuries and centuries Tibet-India border, and you didn't need to have one division in Demchok or one battalion even. People were crossing the border. Yeah. People knew where was the border. There was no question of LAC. LAC is another invention of China also, which doesn't help India. So people were crossing the village of Demchok, they were in Ladakh, or going to Tashigang in Tibet, they were in Tibet. And who cares for the ridge on the right or the ridge on the left? Yeah. But now every ridge has to be fought for, otherwise it's taken by the other side. So something India lost so much. I think that letter from Sardar Patel, which was drafted by Sir Girja Shankar Bajpai, was the Secretary General of the Ministry of External Affairs. and was distributed to Rajaji, to President Rajapaksa, to KM Munshi, to all the leaders. And that was an important letter because it shows that many of the top leaders in India realized that India was losing a frontier, a peaceful frontier. So by losing Tibet, of course, Dalai Lama has lost his country. Tibetan are refugees now in India, but India lost so much also. It lost border. And a border which was not barrier, it was all the monks from Ladakh. In 1962, when my book ends, there was 400 monks from Ladakh. They managed to take them out just before the war, but and they were free. They no passport, no paper, no identity. They were just going because it was like that for centuries. Same thing with Tawang. What to do?
So looking forward to your next book, Mr. RP, and thank you for this interview. Looking forward to talking to you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello and welcome to Strat News Global. I'm Parul Chandra, and with me today is Tenzin Dawa. Tenzin is a researcher with the Tibetan Center for Human Rights and Democracy, which is based in Dharamsala in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Tenzin has been looking at the human rights violations in Tibet during her research with the center, and she's here to talk about it with us on Strat News Global. Welcome to Strat News Global, Tenzin.
Thank you, Parul, for having me on your show.
Let me begin by asking you first, can you give us a brief overview of human rights violations by the Chinese authorities in Tibet?
Right. So ever since the invasion of Tibet by the Chinese government in 1959, the Chinese government have been actively implementing numerous assimilationist and repressive policies in Tibet. And under these, policies, Tibetans are specifically targeted for their very identity and culture. And thereby, it makes very difficult for the Tibetans inside Tibet to live a life of dignity. And over the past, more than 6 decades, under the oppression of the Chinese government, there is persistent political repression, marginalization of economic, cultural assimilation, environmental destruction, and social discriminations in Tibet.
Now, you spoke about the culture and identity of Tibetans, which is under attack or which is being persecuted by the Chinese in the Tibet autonomous region. How are they going about repressing Tibetans in this area?
For many years, the Chinese government has been, implementing these various aggressive policies of, for example, I give an example of the bilingual education policy in Tibet. So under this policy, what the Chinese government is basically doing is to aggressively promote Mandarin language as the main medium of instruction in Tibetan schools, and that marginalizes the Tibetan language at the same time. So in 2019 alone, we saw that Chinese government has issued local directives in many rural townships in the Tibet autonomous region, asking them to switch to using Mandarin as the main medium of instructions. Now, this is we see this as a systematic approach from the side of the Chinese government to forcibly estrange Tibetan children and Tibetans in future, to forcibly estrange them from the very survival of Tibetan culture and language in the many years to come. So, and also at the same time, nowadays we're seeing this trend of this Chinese government, issuing a lot of local directives that involves directing Tibetan parents of children to, hold them responsible for responsible for sending them to attend religious festivals during the school children's school holidays. so as to separate them from the Tibetan very identity and culture, which is deeply also enrooted in the Tibetan religion. So seeing the systematic approaches by the Chinese government in many Tibetan areas.
You mentioned how they're trying to put curbs on the observance of, say, Tibetan festivals, religious festivals. Now, there are also reports of how the Chinese are trying to curtail the Tibetan religion and in the region. And in fact, there are reports of the Sinicization of Tibetan Buddhism. Now, how are they going about this? Can you shed some light on this?
Sure. So the Sinicization of Tibetan Buddhism was, this plan was formally approved at the 19th Standing Committee meeting of the Buddhist Association of China in July last year in Beijing. So under this plan, it requires all Tibetan Buddhist practitioners to prioritize the promotion and implementation of party policies on religion in order to, make religions Chinese. And so the Sinicization of this Tibetan Buddhism is basically an effort from the side of the Chinese government to shape Tibetan Buddhism to party's dictates. So whatever the government says, Tibetan Buddhists, have to obey to that. And this the Sinicization of this Buddhism includes stricter control over monastic recruitment and setting up patriotic education classes in Buddhist colleges and other institutions. And also, this Sinicization not only targets the trappings of religious practice, but it is also an intrusion into people's inner lives by a repressive government. So, at the same time, under this campaign, they're sending a lot of Tibetan Buddhist practitioners into political indoctrination campaigns. And these campaigns have intensified, especially under President Xi Jinping. And, these campaigns are, religiously blasphemous in nature and inherently coercive, where monks and nuns are punished for exercising their beliefs and for following their conscience, basically. And they have left no option but to denounce their spiritual leader, including the Dalai Lama and other revered Tibetan Buddhist lamas. So monks and nuns and many Tibetans during these indoctrination campaigns have to, denounce their religious leaders. And they are made to sing, patriotic songs, which basically states love the motherland and the party states and things like that. So these indoctrination campaigns are carried out and conducted on a very mass scale in every village in Tibet.
If I may ask a follow-up question to this, these are indoctrination campaigns, you said, right? Now, are these on the lines of, say, the re-education camps or the vocational training centers that the Chinese have in the Xinjiang province? And because they seem to be very coercive in nature, you can ask, say, the Tibetan monks and nuns to repeat the Communist Party slogans, etc. But what after that? I mean, do they really adhere to this kind of brainwashing by the Chinese?
Well, not really. They are, basically imposed and coerced to be into these indoctrination campaigns. But if you really look into the people of ethnic minorities, specifically the Tibetans and the Uyghurs, you see that it's impossible to, quite impossible to change their beliefs. And especially if you look into this ethnic unity law that was passed this year in May this year, it's quite evident that Chinese government has, over the last more than 6 decades, their occupation during the occupation of Tibet, they've quite failed to, win the hearts and minds of the Tibetan people, and hence, they're having to implement these regulations so as to, really impose these sort of regulations on the Tibetans and other ethnic minorities. So I don't think they are really able to really win the hearts and minds of Tibetans, but the Chinese government are, trying their best for many years to sort of coerce them into denouncing their religious and cultural beliefs.
Now, can you share with us some thoughts on what are they doing to the monasteries in Tibet?
So basically, in the last many years, we're seeing a complete desecration of Tibetan monasteries in Tibet. Specifically if you look in the year 2016, the Chinese government started demolishing one of the largest Buddhist institutes in Tibet, which is the Larungar, where many Tibetan Buddhist practitioners and Buddhist practitioners across the world come there to practice religion and study Buddhism there. So in 2016, we see this whole demolition of all these monasteries and monastic institutions at the institute, and the Chinese government, they claim that they are trying to better manage this institution, but at the same time, what they're doing is they're destroying the very root of the Tibetan Buddhism center there, and thereby sending all these monks and nuns who are studying there to political indoctrination campaigns again, to denounce their beliefs, political beliefs, and religious beliefs, and all of that in those campaigns. So.
You mentioned this ethnic unity law that the Chinese have brought in this year, and they started implementing it from May 1st this year, in fact. What are they trying to do with this law? I've also read reports that they are also encouraging Tibetans to marry the Han Chinese. Are these such reports correct?
Well, this is not explicitly said in the law, but that's one of the intentions, So basically, and this is a really concerning issue for us, because this regulation gives the Chinese authority the complete, Chinese government the complete authority to enforce a Chinese-centric way of life for Tibetans. And this will, further exacerbate the already discriminatory treatment of Tibetans inside Tibet. Because, under this regulation, it requires equal participation of all non-Tibetan ethnic groups at all levels, including at government levels, at school levels, at private companies, or even at religious centers. So, under this regulation, many, as you said, Han Chinese are being migrated into Tibet.
Yes.
And this will, further desolate the already grim state of local culture there. So,
yes.
And if you really look at it, it's strange, because you can't really force someone to adopt a culture. I mean, it's a way of life, right? So,
Yes.
and Tibetans must be able to practice their own culture and identity on their own. So, yeah.
Do you have any estimate of the migration that is going on by the Han Chinese into TAR? I know it's very difficult to get any kind of information from Tibet, but do you have any kind of estimates, any numbers on these migrations?
Well, we don't really have statistics, because,
Yes.
first of all, getting information nowadays is very difficult and very challenging as researchers, specifically with all these bans on communication apps like WeChat and all. So it's very difficult for us to ascertain this reliable information and numbers from Tibet. And also at the same time, government statistics are not at all, reliable. So we don't really refer to the statistics.
Now, let me take you on to another topic, and which is about arbitrary arrests and detentions of Tibetans, Tibetan activists, again Tibetan monks and nuns. And when I heard you speak recently, you also mentioned the fact that the people who are detained really have no access to any kind of legal help, and even if they do, the Chinese lawyers who take the risk of defending them in turn face they in turn are targeted by the Chinese authorities. So can you share your thoughts on this with us?
Sure. So, Tibetans inside Tibet are routinely persecuted to, lengthy prison terms, or for simply keeping contacts with outsiders. It could be Tibetan living outside in exile, right? And also sharing information on Tibet to outsiders. So they are persecuted and convicted on, very vague and overbroad charges of inciting separatism, or leaking state secrets, or endangering state stability. So all of these very broad charges, the Chinese government have no clear definition of what really constitutes as something as illegal or something as separatist. So, under these charges, once, the Tibetans are arrested, they are, subjected to very long periods of detention, of incommunicado detention, for instance, because 75% of Tibetan detainees inside Tibet their family members are not informed of their whereabouts, and their incommunicado detention gets expanded broadly because there is a complete lack of institutional oversight in China. And as you said, as you mentioned before, it's very difficult to ensure a fair trial in China, for instance, because China doesn't have an independent judiciary. The trials are just a formality, and all the verdicts have already been decided. And Tibetan detainees, they do not get a right to hire legal defense of their choice. And even if they manage to find one, the lawyers themselves are subjected to harassment, intimidations, and threats, and even revocation of their lawyer's license. And we've done interviews with several Chinese lawyers who have an experience of defending Tibetan cases, and they shared with us challenges, the kind of challenges they face, when dealing with Tibetan political detainees. They say that dealing with the case of Tibetan political prisoners are usually looked at as a very sensitive and are often politicized. So it's difficult to ensure a fair trial for Tibetan detainees in the Chinese judiciary.
Tenzin, one question again pertaining to the intense surveillance that Tibetans are put under in Tibet, and this is about the grid system that the Chinese have enforced. What exactly is it?
So, the Chinese authorities are using very targeted surveillance tactics to violate the rights of freedom of expression and privacy of ordinary Tibetans, or even journalists or bloggers inside Tibet, or even human rights defenders in Tibet. So there is a widespread use of surveillance tactics aimed at crushing down on any forms of dissent and silencing human rights informants in Tibet, both online and offline. So offline, like you mentioned, we have the systematic surveillance system campaigns like the grid management systems and the village-based cadre systems. So under these systems, what the Chinese government is basically doing is they're dividing Tibetan towns into grids, and they've stationed police checkpoints on all these neighborhoods, and the Chinese government have stationed at the same time they have stationed thousands of cadre members in these Tibetan areas to act as informants, to monitor Tibetan life, and thereby, it leaves very difficult for Tibetans to freely express in such environment. And at the same time, we have heard from many Tibetans inside Tibet that they're now losing trust upon each other, even in their neighborhoods, and therefore they're having to self-censor themselves. So because if they speak something today, tomorrow, someone might inform the government authorities, and then they get persecuted for just expressing that. So under all these systems, Tibetans are living in a very precarious situation inside Tibet.
Now, you have said that the international community should hold China to account on these laws and ensure that it adheres to it. But how can the international community do this?
So, as you mentioned, China is a state party to numerous international human rights treaties and covenants.
Yes.
And they cannot just do whatever they wish based on whatever and however they wish. So, for instance, China has signed and ratified 6 core international human rights treaties, including the Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Violence. We have the Convention Against Torture, Convention of the Child, and Enforced Disappearance. So all these major conventions they have signed and ratified. And now, since they are a party to these conventions, they have a legal obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill these provisions under these treaties in good faith. So therefore, states as a member of the international community, can look into international mechanisms that oversee the functioning of these conventions, including the committees of Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination, or Committee on CEDAW, or Committee on on CATS. So all these committees, the states can look into it and make formal complaints of the Chinese disobedience of these conventions, right? So at the same time, states can also adopt consequential rights-related sanctions, like the U.S. Global Magnitsky style sanctions, which are specifically designed to impose consequences for rights violations, including visa bans and freeze of assets for perpetrators of human rights violations. So states can adopt similar sanctions like this in their legislation. And at the same time, states can also cumulatively exert pressure on China to allow, independent fact-finding missions by Tibet, because for many decades, China has not allowed individual experts of civil and political rights to visit Tibet and report information on the ground. Over the past years, Chinese government have allowed economic experts, but not civil and political experts. So states can, cumulatively exert pressure on China to allow these experts to see the real situation there, so as to debunk all these propaganda and government narratives as they always came to, that Tibetans are living a happy life, there is economic development in place. So whether it's really there or not, I think it's incumbent upon all the states to pressure China. And lastly, states states can also ensure that the operations, economic operations, are not complicit with the human rights violations that the Chinese government is carrying out in Tibet and other ethnic minority areas. So all of these measures, states as a member of international community can take and pressure China.
You mentioned the international treaties and obligations. At the same time, you have the UN Human Rights Council, which takes note of human rights violations by various states, countries. Do you feel that the UN HRC has let the Tibetan people down?
Over the last many years, there are various mechanisms under Human Rights Council that brings forward specific cases of human rights violations, such as the independent experts and the special rapporteurs and the working groups that work under this Human Rights Council, right? So, as Tibetan human rights defendant, we regularly submit cases of Tibetan political prisoners, deteriorating situation of human rights inside Tibet. They are actually trying their best to exert pressure and communicate with China on these human rights violations. But we see that the Chinese government, since it enjoys a very large economic clout in the UN itself, they are trying to silence all of these voices in the UN itself. So there's these challenges there, but we see the individual experts and the independent experts, they're trying their best to communicate with the Chinese government.
On that note, Tenzin, thank you so much for sharing your views on human rights violations in Tibet. It was a pleasure having you.